Şey diyeceğim. Şey diyeceğim.
Quite a bit more deeply than I had before into this new president of Nigeria who can't accept the affront to democracy that the coup in Niger, according to him, represents. But he doesn't have the greatest democratic credentials himself. First of all, there's very serious and credible allegations of electoral corruption in his own election, and it's still actually before the courts. The opposition have never accepted his election. Secondly, the Senate of Nigeria has refused his demand that Nigerian troops be sent as part of an ECOWAS invasion of their neighbor, Niger. And then there's his own checkered history. To my absolute astonishment, forgive my ignorance, I had no idea that this man was a bagman for the mafia and the drug dealers in Chicago, Illinois, which doesn't seem like a great qualification to be the leader of Nigeria. These people who are now talking about democracy in Niger, many of them don't have a leg to stand on, do they?
The news got to us today that the ECOWAS has decided to invade Niger. What is your opinion on this, sir?
Well, thank you very much. I believe that President Tinubu is not president of ECOWAS. I saw a press conference here in Washington, D.C. that the president of ECOWAS have declared that ECOWAS service chiefs should move to war. And that is not Nigeria, but I'm still having my reservation that Nigeria should join ECOWAS to go to war. Because if the Americans want to go to war, they should use their troops. They have almost 3,000, 4,000 troops there in Niger. They don't need to say, we will give you money, President Tinubu, we will give you arms, just go and fight. It is dangerous to fight in our backyard. You don't know where this fight will end. Nobody knows who is sponsoring this fight. I think the advisors of President Tinubu, which I'm also one of them, will continue pleading on him not to join that fight. Since Nigerian Senate have already said, no, you can't go to war, and he needs authorization of the Senate to go to war. So I don't think it's a good idea to go to war. What they should go to the juntas to do now to put a democratic process plan. They should give us a plan for 1 year, 6 months, 2 years plan to return to civil democratic process. Since they say
possessed with a spirit of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I am not calling myself a disciple for no reason. So if you think you can break me, I am unbreakable. Now I want you people to watch, because this advice goes to those who will rise and try to fight for Samanekpa, and they are going to fall from the 6th floor of story building. You know how they will fall from the heaven. That is where you are going to fall. So the last warning is today. Leave Simon Ekpa alone to do what he is doing. I am not interfering with your leadership. I'm not interfering whatever you are doing. Allow me to do work for Biafra, for IPOB, and
of this election, whether you like him or not like him, is Obi. The hero of this election is who? Listen. I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying it to make you happy. Listen, are you hear me? I'm not saying it to make you happy. I'm saying the truth and nothing but the truth. He may not have been pronounced as the winner, no problem. The law will take its course.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to
to
be
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
Tinubu.
No, this rally made my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication and
Why are you getting high blood pressure? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. It's working for my God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, welcome. It's Saturday, August the 12th, 2023. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're here in New York City. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is Have Your Say. It's a program where we let you have your say on all the issues, stories going on across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. So if you want to join us, I think I've shared the link for you to join us in the conversation today. We're going to talk about Niger. There's so many questions about what is going on there, and we want to know what you think about that. I know it's been in the conversation all week for the past 2 weeks, so it's getting more serious. So I want to hear from you. Also, we are going to talk about Biafra. It looks as if there is civil war inside the Biafra movement. The two sides, the Nnamdi Kanu side and the Simon Ekpa side, I think the people are feeling that it's no longer a joke. There is a big division, and we don't know what that will lead to. So we want to have a conversation around that topic. Also, we're expecting the presidential tribunal to rule in the next few days. So we are going to have a conversation on what might happen when that happens, whatever the option, whatever happens. And then finally, along the way, we are going to welcome a guest who is joining us today, Danjuma Garba, Musa. He's joining us to talk about a new political, a new organization that is interested in making sure that the rule of law is maintained in Nigeria. So when he's ready to join us, maybe in another 2 hours, we will welcome him. In the meantime, let me invite the people who are here already to join us in the studio. Maxi, welcome to the show. Alexander, Doctor, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I can see other people. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in. Dr. Alexander, let me start with you. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm a little bit upset. I'm here to vent my anger. I'm not happy with my big brother Tinubu. He's beginning, for me, from a professional perspective, is beginning to show some cognitive deficiencies in his decisions and that. And I think it's going to ultimately play into his administration. And this is what happens essentially when you get a chief of staff who can't readily confront you and say, you know, this is not the right direction. This is what we need to do. This Bajabia Mala guy is not fit for purpose. He's just a yes boy. And Tinubu's been making silly decisions from the very first day he got into government. And I'm very unhappy about it because the dollar's just fallen. Very soon the dollar's going to be 1,000 naira to 1. And when that happens, ultimately it affects the livelihood of the people in Nigeria because everything just goes up in terms of cost. So I'm very unhappy. I was expecting a much better performance than I'm seeing right now, especially when compared to someone like Buhari. But he's making a Buhari come across a genius, and I'm very unhappy about it. His government right now is performing at about 20% capacity. And he said he was going to be ready for the job from day one. I haven't seen anything right now to prove that he's fit for purpose. Hopefully, look, Lagos, Nigeria is not Lagos. Nigeria is a very complex society. It's an artificial state with different people that Lord Lugard decided to bring together for his personal gain. We are different people. So we have to have the skill of an Obasanjo to be able to deal with different people with different rationale and different mindset in Nigeria. His inexperience on the national stage is beginning to play out. I hope that when he decides to allocate ministers with that portfolio, we'll see a difference in performance. But right now, I'm very unhappy. I'm displeased and disappointed. And like I said, from a professional perspective, I'm seeing a deficiency of sorts that is beginning to play out. So that's my position right now.
Let me ask you, Alexander. Do you know, apart from the chief of staff, who else is behind the president? Who else is influential within the inner kitchen cabinet?
The guy Alade or whatever his name is. He's ultimate information minister. Is very influential. He has influence over here. And obviously, Wale Edu, the finance minister to be, also has a huge influence over here. But you see, let's call a spade a spade. You can't be pro, and I'm not saying, let me put a caveat out there. I'm not saying I'm pro Tinubu. We're from the same local government. His family house to my family house, I put it out there, it's about 2 minutes. You go to Lagos, you mention my name, they know we know each other very well. So I'm not saying that I'm a pro Tinubu person, so I must put that caveat out there. But having said that, from what I'm seeing right now, Tinubu of 2023 is not the same Tinubu of 1999.
Yeah, but you knew that before the election. I mean, was it not?
No, it wasn't this apparent. It wasn't this apparent. You know, his decisions are kind of wishy-washy. You know what I'm saying to you? A classic example is the silly pronouncement that the subsidies being removed. You know, a normal, excuse me, I'm coughing here. A normal Tinubu would not do that because of the consequences of his utterance as a president of the country. He's been making stupid, giving. I don't know whether he made that decision, but the way and manner he came out about the 7-day ultimatum, about the problem in Niger is also smacks of inexperience. And ultimately, I don't see anybody in his cabinet who has international foreign expertise to be able to advise and make decisions properly. I think from his standpoint as an accountant and as a former governor of Lagos State, he's more into the economy and how he's going to turn the economy around and how the people are going to benefit by extension. But governing a country, the most powerful black country in the world, takes more than that. You have to have your foreign policies lined up, and you have to have someone with the wherewithal to drive your foreign policy. From my standpoint, I don't see that right now. And from the list of ministers that I see listed, I don't see anybody with the expertise or wherewithal to be able to do the job the way it's supposed to be from a foreign minister's perspective. So those are my reservations. I wish him all the best, but well, we must be very honest with ourselves. We are in dire straits, Rudolph. We're in dire straits, and people are suffering. I love my people. I might have a foreign name, but I'm essentially a Nigerian, and I love my people. I can't tolerate seeing my people suffer the way they are suffering right now. People can't even eat just one meal a day, you know, because Naira is losing $20 on every dollar, 20 Naira on a dollar on an average per day. You know, if we don't look for checks and balances to this situation, before we know it, we're going to be 1,500 Naira to a dollar. That's unfathomable and that's out of order. But the way we're going, it's going to get there if we don't look for the right thing to do. So let me let you go to the other panelists, Rudolph. But I am very upset this morning, and I pray and hope that we do the right thing to turn the country, the present position around, because we're in dire straits. So, man, we need to accept the reality on ground.
All right.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Yeah. Okay, so let's go around and hear what stories that you guys are paying attention to. Maybe something I missed on the stories I mentioned. Maxi, I'll start with you. Maxi. All right. Okay. MJ, Mr. James. Mr. James, is there any story I'm missing that is important that you think we should discuss?
No, at least no. There's no.
All right. Thank you. Chinonyerem, any story? Welcome to the show. Anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, panelists. Chinonyerem, and I'm joining from Imo State in Nigeria. I'm just joining. I don't think we need anything. And if during the course of our discussion, if I remember, I'll present it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. James.
Sorry. There was a fake news that the Nigerian High Commission in Niger was set on fire. The news is not true.
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't talk about it. Yeah, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much to be on this panel. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. I saw you yesterday, Dr. Rudolph, but let's begin. We have a very rich menu to choose from. I mean, like always, Nigeria is never a dull moment, you know, so there's many rich menu to choose from. So we're going to talk about them, but I just have one particular thing, you know, pertaining to Africa, about the Uganda president, you know, that he proclaimed that he's not going to beg the West, you know, for any kind of World Bank loan. But I doubt if that's the case, you know, because right now, because of the LGBT something that, I mean, he has the harshest penalty, and I think it's like death penalty for any kind of homosexual or that kind of stuff. But I don't know how that's gonna play, just from Pan-African point of view. So, but anyway, we have a rich menu to choose from what you already stated here. We're gonna dive into it today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. On the list of what we're going to talk about is also the backlash following Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's visit to Bola Tinubu in Aso Rock. Also, we have Malam El Rufai. Yeah, the final humiliation of El Rufai. He gave up on being minister for anything in Nigeria. So we are going to also talk about that. Prince Apache, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Doctor. It's been it's been a while,
No, I've been off and on, in and out, but I'm back today.
Okay. So for me, I think one other thing I want to, it's not a thing, but it's just Buhari now coming up to talk about how countries who float their currency are countries who are productive, So it's kind of like surprising. How are you talking about, production right now? You were in there for 8 years. You never talked about that. And now you are giving an interview to Al Jazeera, and you are bemoaning the fact that the currency that Nigeria is now devaluing their currency. It's laughable. Very, very laughable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I didn't see the interview. I'll look for it. Chike,
Al Jazeera. It's with Al Jazeera, yeah.
Chike, welcome to the show.
Thank you. What I need to the issue in Niger brought up, which is to our advantage if we understand what is going on.
Okay, Chike, let me stop you because we're yet to start discussion. We're just looking at stories that we probably missed. We want to go around, and when we start the discussion, you can weigh in on that. Okay? If there's any story you think we missed, anything that is important in the news, then you can bring it up at this time. But otherwise, we wait till we start the conversation. Okay? All right, KJ, did I miss anything?
I wasn't in when you started calling out, but there was a late night report yesterday of the continuous and systematic massacre. Buying of people in Benue. The last one was yesterday, 21 persons, and then in Plateau, 32 persons in Mangun. So I don't know if you captured that, but it really touches the heart.
Okay, thank you. I'll
thank
write
you.
it down. Yeah. Elsie, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Yeah. So we're looking at the topics of today. Is there anything that is important to you that we did not mention?
Well, I'm just coming in, so I don't even know what.
Okay. But is there anything that you think we should talk about that is very?
I mean, from what I just gleaned from what they talked about now, the war, the rationale, all those kind of stuff. So I think you guys are all that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Good. Maxi.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening to everybody in the panel station and those that are watching us. I will, speak a little concerning how Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been ill-advised. It is very, very, sad to see this man acting on behalf of United States and France interest to go into war or send boots on the ground in Niger. I am not happy about that. But from my own standpoint of view, I believe that they have the capacity. After all, Nigeria is a giant of Africa. He has the capacity to do that. Thank you.
All right. Olumide, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Olumide.
Thank you, Dr. Damages and fellow panelists. Good day to you all. I just want to say, for me, the most important thing that for me, the most important thing right now, even though it's going to be next week, for me, it's the tribunal judgment. It is going to make, that is the one thing that will either make, that country is already, for me, it's already done for. But that one decision that will further move it towards that precipice to finally breaking up is that judgment. So that was the election was the one singular thing for Nigerians to get it right and start owning, the one thing they would be able to kind of make their own decision, elect their own political officers without any fear or favor, without any rigging and bias. They closed that door, one singular door of opportunity. And the craziest of all was that Beavers, from what I heard, if it is true, was developed by I don't know if it's a Nigerian or couple of Nigerians. It was their initiative to bring a fair and fair election to the country that would have worked perfectly well. Maybe even taught the Europeans and other developed countries a bit of lesson, or African countries, on how to better conduct a free and fair election. It was an homegrown initiative, but they kind of rubbish that opportunity. So this is the one, that judgment, from what we've been hearing, all the moves. If people like allegedly, if people like Justice Odili, all they went to law school for was to come out and learn how to manipulate judgment decisions. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad.
Olumide, thank you. When we get to that, that will be our topic number 3. But the first topic is Niger. We want to look at Niger from a different perspective. I know we've been discussing this for weeks now. I'm thinking that probably what we are seeing in Niger is the equivalent of the Arab Spring. I think the Sub-Saharan Africa, that people in Sub-Saharan Africa, they are waking up, and that this conflict may be bigger than what we are just seeing. It started in Burkina Faso, Mali, and people didn't connect it. Now it's becoming a wider awakening of people in Africa, that even people in Cameroon are worried. The government in Cameroon is Paul Biya, and people like that, they are worried about what will happen to them after what's going on in Niger. So let's look at it from a wider perspective. So let me go to you, Mr. James. I know you are our historian here. Tell us what has happened in the last 1 week. What is the direction of what's changing, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, actually, the West African leaders, they met for the second time in Abuja, and to summarize everything, they resolved to invade Niger. There's what they call standing army. Actually, there's no standing West African forces anywhere. I think what they mean by standing army is arrangements to assemble the soldiers within the shortest possible time. That's what they are referring to, maybe euphemistically as standing army. But kindly permit me to slightly disagree with your opinion that this is the African version of Arab Spring. I see it as the second African colonial war. There's noise in the background.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from. Okay. Man of Prestige, can you mute yourself? Okay. All right, go ahead.
This is the second African colonial wars. Because the root cause of this problem, very few people are discussing it in public, and that is the French colonial pact, which France signed with her colonies in the year 1947. 65% of their colonies' national income must by law be deposited with the Bank of France, if they like it or not. Then another 20% of the national income, which they call financial liabilities, will also be deposited with the Bank of France. So 85% of their national income must be kept with the Bank of France. The remaining 15% is what they are allowed to use. Now, if it is not enough, they can apply for a loan from their 85% at commercial rate. That is, they will pay interest on it. So financially, there is no former French African country that is independent. Then their foreign policy must be approved by France. Their military must be approved. I mean, their military is tied onto France. They don't have a standing army as such of their own. Their soldiers their military is an extension of the French military. And not only that, any contract, government contract, that is to be awarded by any of the colonies must, by law, be awarded to a French company. If any mineral is found in any French country in Africa, that mineral will only be mined by a French company. If there is no French company interested in it, other countries could apply, but they must apply through a French company. So this is the predicament these guys have been grappling with. Now, this problem of Niger, people are reading a lot of meanings to it, but the people of Niger are terribly angry because of these things I've mentioned. Now,
yeah, but Mr. James, it's not just Niger; it's everywhere across French-speaking Africa.
Yeah, we are discussing Niger right now.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is that don't you think that this anger that you talked about in Niger is spreading? It didn't even start in Niger. It started in Burkina Faso, Mali, and all the other places, and it's spreading. It's not going to stop in Niger.
Yes,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I refer to it as Second African Colonial Wars. When the white men came, they declared war on the whole of Africa. Anywhere there was resistance, it was bloodshed. That was how Oborame of Benin in 1897 was conquered and deported to Calabar. Samori Toure of Madinkan Empire was deported to Gabon, and so many others. I think Prempeh the First of Ghana was deported to Seychelles Island. That was the first African colonial wars. This one that are going to start in Niger, to me, it resembles the beginning of Second African Colonial Wars. It is not only the French countries that are colonized right now, even the British territories, all the so-called well-to-do men in Nigeria, most of their assets are in Britain. All the stolen wealth, they are in Britain. And whenever they want to remove this money from Britain, they accuse them of money laundering. But when they are sending it there, they don't accuse them of anything. So this is a second liberation war, which will probably liberate Africa from the shackles of colonialism.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to begin by, I'm a proponent of democracy. Let me be very clear before I continue my statement. I always like democracy. There's a benefit for being democracy, but when it comes to Africa, particularly West Africans, we have not had any difference between the military and the democracy government we've been practicing, because there's no on an economical base, there's no economical difference between the military regime and the democratic regime. Maybe we need to polish our democracy, in my own point of view. To begin with, what's happening in West Africa? I look at the West Africa, the ECOWAS leaders. Like, what is the legitimate right they have for condemning the coup? I'm not subscribing to the coup. Let me be very clear. But what is the legitimate right they have, for condemning the coup? They themselves perpetuate institutional coup. If you watch what has been going on, Nigeria is a typical example. From where Tinubu has ascended to this throne and everything, even previously. That's what we've been practicing. Let's be real. It's an institutional coup, particularly in the West African region. There's no doubt about it. So they have no right to condemn them. I don't know where they find the so-called right to do that, but that may be that. Having said that, it's not going to come out to be good, in my own opinion. There's no option that is better. If they leave not to do anything right now, the other part of West Africa, they're going to take this as an example. Some like smaller countries, even Nigeria. I don't know what's going to happen in Nigeria. Like Togo, Benin, and everything. Cameroon. They may be thinking, the military may be thinking about coup. I'm just saying if they don't do anything, which I don't want them to do anything to begin with, but I'm looking at it from different options. They have no, I mean, they have no option right now left. The two options either way is very bad. If they go there and invade the country, everything is going to escalate. I mean, as of right now, what I'm hearing, the French government has suspended their flight to, I think, Mali, Guinea, and everything because of what happened yesterday. So everything is just going down the drain. I mean, it's regressing. It's not going to be a clear cut who's going to win or who's not going to win, So we should be prepared for the worst, because Tinubu and the so-called ECOWAS, they already draw a red line. That was where they made a mistake. They draw a red line before dialogue. Who does that? And you expect people to, people in Niger to obey that. I don't know who's advising Tinubu. Okay, we're going to talk about Nigerian place, space later. But I don't know who's advising Tinubu and the ECOWAS. They are making a great mistake. Now they want a dialogue. Everything is very ambiguous. I mean, look at what they are doing right now. They already have a standby military. And now you still say you want a dialogue. What kind of communication is that? It doesn't even make sense, whatever they are doing right now. So it's gonna be very interesting to watch. But I hope the whole West Africa doesn't turn to Afghanistan or wherever, So let's see and see what happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Pretty much. Let me give thanks to KJ and then at the same time, man of prestige at the points that they've given. I believe I was talking to someone yesterday, that's Adam Schiff, and I would, once in a while, there's a way we communicate and other kind of a thing. And I was asking him about something. For me, I'm not really that kind of like, the way I put it to him. I wasn't liking the democracy that they are promoting. And he asked why. I said, how could Biden be promoting the leadership that we have in Nigeria right now? He didn't, it's kind of like, I don't know if it's surprise or something. He didn't talk for a while. And then I started telling him how it is that, number one, that the person who is on seat in Nigeria is illegitimate, being the fact that his case is still in court. The election that brought him in is still in court. They've not finished it. Now he is trying to invade Niger. On what basis? Do I support the coup? No, I don't. But if that's what the people want, then let them have it. I thought they said democracy is, it's kind of like pretty much what the people want. That's what they want, because the people that have been leading them have been misleading them in the sense that they've been puppets for France and co. Now, the thing is, Tinubu is doing whatever he's doing based on the fact that he is seeking legitimacy, and it's not going to happen. Everybody already knows. Even Malema has spoken about it. So what is he waiting for? He should be ashamed of the steps that they've taken so far, because whatever he has done, he has, in other words, countered it in a different way, in the sense that it's kind of like, it's not the rocket science. It shows that he doesn't know it. And like one of Prestige said, I don't know those that advise him. If those people rebadu, I cannot see a reason why people said somebody who is supposed to be an NSA is supposed to be somebody in military background, because it looks like Ribadu right now is not really doing much, and he's not really getting, he's not really getting his act together. Just to say, if they go into this war, they will lose. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Chike. Chike, unmute yourself, please. All right, Chika, we can hear you. Let's move to KJ. KJ, you're next.
Okay, Dr. Damages, thank you so much. And again, we missed you on this platform, but it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
I heard you were in Maryland. You should have given me a call so that we break cola, you know.
Next time.
Yes, please. Next time, don't forget.
Okay.
All right. You see what is happening. I totally agree with Mr. J on how he has laid it out. I'm not going to go to that direction. He laid it out very well. Now, anybody thinking that Tinubu does not know what he's doing, he knows what he's doing, and I'm going to come from the constitutional point of view. If Nigeria is going to go to lead the force, which is what he's been, heading to trying to do, then he'll have to remain in office until that war is totally executed before anything is done. So that is what I see. I'm not seeing what other people are seeing. He may be speaking, and doing all that just because he wants people to believe that their own eyes is how long it will take to get that done, and the stability to give to their government to remain there until such a time that is executed. That's what the Nigerian Constitution says. Now, again, there is no standing force. I heard somebody say there's a standing force. There's no standing force. The standing force they are referring to now is Nigerian army. There's no standing force anywhere. Nigeria is going to contribute maybe 70% of the equipment and personnel that will go into that war. So it's not a question of anybody bringing anybody. All right, I totally agree. But you see, if any of us, those of us who read the Lion and the Jewel, and that's what I see playing out here. At the end of the day, the ballet will still be able to take control, because there's no proper planning. There is stupidity on the part of some of us who are Africans, and when we get carried away by the excitement, instead of executing to the final. Now, why would somebody decide that he doesn't want military coup when there's bad governance? When for so long, let's look at it this way. If the average French-speaking African is even assimilated totally as a French citizen with the right, giving the right of every French citizen, it's a different thing. But they are still treated as second-class citizen. You take away everything that belongs to them. You control their economy. You control their finances. In fact, I remember when Nigeria was trying to introduce a single currency in the West Africa, it was Macron who used this same Ouattara to break that meeting and stop that move of getting a Central Africa, getting a one currency in West Africa. It was the French West Africa they've always used to destabilize the rest of the planning in Africa. So what is going on now, I welcome it. I just pray that they will hold on to. And let me say this, the worst fight you fight is fighting a man who has nothing to lose. Those of us who went to secondary school in Nigeria, you understand what I'm talking about. When I'm fighting somebody who is already on the ground, what is he going to lose? So if Nigeria decides to carry all their kaya and go and put that you are fighting a war that you will lose so badly, it will be unbelievable. In fact, that will be the end of the nation called Nigeria, because when that starts, remember, there is the Al-Shabaab waiting by the side. Remember, there's a Al-Qaeda waiting by the side. Remember, there's a Boko Haram waiting by the side. Remember that there are other elements that will come to play that are also waiting. They will all be part of this, war, this proxy war they want to use it to fight. And you see, the truth of the matter remains, the conversation that Tinubu held with Kamala Harris or whatever her name is, made it even more, embolden him the more to go ahead to be making that statement he's making. The question is, he said it's not about Nigeria, it's about ECOWAS. Are you the president of ECOWAS or a president of Nigeria? And you're trying to drag people who do not want to go to war into a war that will have nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Not even shishi will come from it. Okay? Because if money was going to come from it, we'll have started saying it. But nothing is going to come from it. You're going to be another fruitless time of Nigerian lives being lost for nothing. Okay? Let me tell you something. People say they don't like military coup. I like military coup. Because the military has been the ones who have actually put Nigeria or to most of the countries where we are. The last time I was on this platform, I said, look, go and look at the infrastructure in Abuja. How many of them was built by civilians? And since the civilians took over, what have they done? As apart from the Warimpa that was created, which RFI came to repair, even though it was built by Abacha. Okay, what else have they added? This is what we have constantly been facing. Okay, we are saying, look. I know that in future, in this program, we're going to discuss the issue of the Senate. But look at what the statement coming out from the Senate. Why you are telling the people to tighten their belts, take baby step of starving. You are sending money to your account for holidays. So this is the situation we find ourselves. And unfortunately, when we talk, some of us are emotional because it's so painful. It's so painful that a nation that the people are starving, you are thinking of taking them to war. Who is going to finance it? Who's going to pay? Who is going to direct direct those? It's not the same Nigerian command, because if you provide 60% of the army, your commanders and this thing will come from logistics, will come from Nigeria. Is it not Nigeria? What are we saying here? Are we okay? By the way, you want to go and intervene in a country where the people are celebrating, they are welcoming the regime. They said they want it. They said they want an end to the domination. You want to, just like what has happened in the past. It was our leaders that sold us to slavery. It is happening again. It is them leaders that are going to now perpetuate or try to perpetuate the leadership of France in West Africa. Are we okay? Will the Europeans do that for us? Will they do that for us? Let's ask ourselves a simple question. And as we go on, we'll talk about other things. Thank you, Dr. Dami. Thank you for everyone who is on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Chike, let's try you again. Let's see if you can get it.
I've been able to unmute. I'll come with the start with the democracy and the military. Anybody in Nigeria that thinks that we are under civilian rule doesn't understand what that means. You cannot be ruling by the decree and call it civilian rule, because it's a straitjacket. One man decided that this is how you rule yourself. That's military. So we are still under military rule in Nigeria. If we don't understand what military rule is, we are ruling by decree. Nothing is going to turn out good in it. That is one. What is happening in Niger is not just the French-American stuff. If you look at all the countries where they overthrew governments, they overthrew the Fulani. Buhari made sure that they elected Fulani everywhere where he was in power. He was using Nigerian money to install Fulanis all over those places. And one good thing and the last place they removed them is in Niger. Because all the Fulanis that are coming into Nigeria have to go through that area to come into Nigeria. And they have been completely shut off. But those that are here now are not going to have any reinforcement coming in. They will be arrested once they get into those territories. So that is one good thing about what happened in Niger to Nigeria. That the route has been shut off for the Fulani, and is the indigenous that took over in the Niger Republic. That's what the coup is mostly all about. The French distance has been exposed maybe 2 years ago, and the French has been walking away from it because the embarrassment of their taking 85% and banking it and making people come and take their money and paying them back on paying it as if it's French money, commercial rate. That was exposed by a woman, for that matter, 2 or 3 years ago. And the French got embarrassed and started getting away from that. So what we have now is indigenous people inserting their rights in those countries. Fulanis were migrants in all this, including Nigeria, and they decided to be in leadership everywhere. Okay, that is what I think happened in Niger. That is profitable for us, for those also that seeking the indigenous rule in Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Chike. Osi, you're next.
Yeah, I am tired of commenting about Nigeria, but if I don't say,
what else do you want to comment about Trump?
I would think say I vex, but it's. I mean, it's impossible for somebody to wrap his head around the fact that a country like Nigeria wants to go to war. I mean, we are talking about a country where millions are living in what they call a multi-dimensional poverty. Okay, to the point that the country is so broke to the point that even the palliative that is meant to cushion the effect of increase in pump price or PMS has to be borrowed. That is how broke we are. Our country is buffeted in all fronts by a garden variety of non-state actors, from Boko Haram to terror headsmen to what is going on in the Southeast. And then in the midst of all this, somebody thinks that the best thing to do is to go and start up a war. We all know how war is fought, because at the end of the day, Niger that we are talking about invading has border that is contiguous with about 5 states in northern Nigeria. So when you start up that war, basically what you're doing is you're inviting people. Then it's going to be, of course, it's going to be all these, just the kind of thing that is happening in Ukraine. America and their European ally on one side, and then Russia, Wagner Group, and on the other side. And I just don't see how anybody would think that that's a good idea. The only thing I could think of is the fact that Tinubu and his group, they are worried about the domino effect of what is happening in the Sahel, which is the spate of military coups. So they were like, okay, if this is going on in Mali, it's going on in Niger, Burkina Faso, who's next? And I think they're trying to use this to send some kind of message. But at the end of the day, those that make peaceful change impossible will make violent changes inevitable. So instead of trying to create good governance, benefit the people, they are meant on arm twisting, using strong arm tactics, which is not going to work. Now, somebody talked about, a standing force and the kind of an arm build-up. I think these people fail to learn from history. Because if we go back, even from the First World War, how it started, we remember that the Archduke of Austria was assassinated in Serbia. Okay. And then after that, the Austria-Hungary monarchy at the time invaded Serbia. And because Serbia has Russia as an ally, Russia started to have all these arms built up. They haven't invaded, they haven't fired any shot, but they were having a lot of arms built up. And that was why Germany attacked. Because when you're positioned with your gun pointing at somebody, even if you haven't fired a shot, basically what you're telling them that just give them time and it will happen. So I just don't see, of all the things they do, I'm not seeing how, I don't see the reasoning behind it, except this fear and the fact that, having given that ultimatum of, you have to vacate the place and all those things, they are now boxed in a corner and they're trying to save face. But I think the best way they could save face in this is to come to some kind of a compromise, being like they could tell the new guys, the military guys in Niger, okay, you're now in. Give yourself 1 year and conduct an election. If you don't conduct an election, then we'll come in. I think that would be a saving grace for everybody, so that the military junta will also be happy that they're not taken for granted. And then the Nigerian government and the rest of ECOWAS will now say, okay, this is what we've been able to achieve. Let me stop so far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, OC. Maxi, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Ekene, ndewo.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. God bless you all. We've been talking about this thing for many weeks now. I would like to ask our people here, how many of us has gone to Niger since this thing happened and asked the people there whether they love what is happening or not? I do not know the embassy they burned. They attacked French embassy. And I think Nigerian embassy was also touched. I believe so. Please, someone can confirm there for me because I saw.
Max, no.
Good.
They didn't attack Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you so much. These people are fighting for the freedom, for their own freedom and the freedom of their people, which the civilians impose civilian dictators, like I call them, cannot give to them. You can imagine in a situation where you have over 620 something billion dollars from these Francophone African countries remitted to French reserves. Who does that? If Britain did that to Nigeria, where will all of us be today? What will be our reaction if Britain did that? Although they are doing it, you only have the Anglophone countries has only political freedom, but the economic freedom is still in their hands. That is the problem. For those people that are, if see, talking about
right,
from where
Maxi,
I stand.
We can't hear you anymore.
Yes, sir.
Or is it me?
No, I'm not coming out.
Okay, good.
I'm not coming out.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Dr. Damaji says I'm not coming out.
No, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, who does that? How do these people feed their... That is why you see them the most poorest, second on the list in the world. But what France is using to generate electricity 24 hours, whole year, 50 years, is coming from their land. They are not allowed to benefit from it. This is what these people are fighting for. And nobody should make mistake about that. I was a military personnel as well. I don't like military, but when the civilian dictators makes an enabling environment for Kake boys to come in, then I will clap for them for coming in. And I love these people from the Francophone countries that have taken it upon themselves to free themselves from the tight fist of the French government, imperialists like I call them. For those people that said, oh, ECOWAS has the power to go, ECOWAS is no longer potent like 1990, 91, when the ECOWAS came together and formed what they call the ECOMOG, which I took part in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and many other places where they have their military interventions. And remember, ECOWAS wholeheartedly supported them at that time. Everybody supported them for sending troops to these various, troubled nations as at that time. Today, what do you see? Some people are withdrawing. Some people are supporting the Kake boys. How are you going to tackle it? How will you fare when you get into that place? Niger has a 10,000 military strength. And for you militarily to have access or subdue them, 10,000 military in strength, you have to double or triple that number in order to get to them. Mali has declared support to them, and other places have declared support to them. What are you going to do? From where I stand, Nigeria always go for the low-hanging fruit, like I always say. They went to Udi, they pie people there. They went to Zakibian, they pied. They are pieing people in Biafra land. They are pieing in the southwest, in Sunday Boho's house. Anybody that comes out to say, no, this thing that you are doing is a victim of the Nigerian state. From where I stand, I want them to go to that wall. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Maxi. Olumide, you're next.
So really, I don't have much to say except to say that Niger should be left alone to sort their own problems. We have a lot of bigger problems in our own backyard here. Our country is not properly run. So some ethnic groups are using the instrumentalists or the colonialists to oppress people in Nigeria. Everything happening I mean, whatever the military did in 1999, they kind of borrowed it from a playbook from maybe people like the French, the British, to use on their fellow Nigerians. So we need to start treating ourselves as treating all ethnic groups in Nigeria as equal partners. So in essence, what I'm saying is that whatever constitution we're using in Nigeria to govern ourselves is just a rubbish document. We need to come back, sit down, and discuss the future of that country, bring all ethnic groups together, treat each other as human beings, and begin to develop that country the way it should be developed. We have no business being in Niger. Nigerians should be left to sort their own problems. And if Tinubu goes ahead to continue this uncalled for war, it will develop ethnic connotations. You have a lot of Hausas, Fulanis in Niger. We have Yorubas in Nigeria, Yorubas in Benin, and so all the West is thinking about is just their own interests. That's all. It's just their own interest. As far as they're concerned, Africa is a shithole, and as long as they are stable. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you so much, Ify.
Good morning, guys.
How are
Can
you?
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is where we are again. We were this place last week talking about the same thing, and today we are here again talking about the same topic. Apparently, next week we'll be here talking about the same thing. Maybe for the next 1 month we'll be talking about Niger and the ECOWAS. My problem with Tinubu is this. I don't think he thinks before he speaks. I think he just acts before he starts speaking. And it reminds me of Donald Trump having diarrhea of the mouth. I mean, you just run your mouth. How can you threaten a sovereign nation and then you want to have a conversation with them after you cut off their 70% of their electricity? I just don't understand whether we know the economic impact of this war if Nigeria or ECOWAS ever fires one shot in Niger. I don't know if we really understand what's going to happen. Nobody's talking about the refugees. Nobody's talking about the famine that might happen in Nigeria. Nobody's talking about the Boko Haram. We've been fighting Boko Haram for the past more than 10 years and we couldn't even defeat them. Then you're going to go fight another country. I wonder why Nigeria didn't invite ECOWAS to come and help them defeat Boko Haram in Nigeria. I don't get it. We can predict how this war is going to start, but we can never predict how this war is going to end. It's easier to start a war, but pulling out of it is always the problem. Mind you, let us remember what happened. Every country America has invaded, African countries, they have invaded. Go look at that country. Look at Libya. Look at how Libya is looking today. Look at Iraq. Look at Afghanistan. Even Ukraine that is fighting with Russia. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing what is going on there. We need to have some sense in our head. Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, they have said that they're gonna, support Niger. Let us have some sense. I don't think any Nigerian soldier, any Nigerian soul worth dying. Because what I'm thinking is going to happen is that if ECOWAS ever invade Niger, we're going to pay the price. We have a lot of Nigerians living in Niger. Let's think about it. I have a family living in Nigeria. I am worried about them because when the shots start going on, you don't know where it's going to land. You cannot predict who is going to be affected. Remember, all our leaders, most of their children, they don't live in Nigeria. Most of them, they have access, they have diplomatic passports to leave Nigeria anytime they want to. So whoever that is advising Tinubu, and my question is this: after the election, the Americans and the French people did not criticize the flawed election. Instead, they all congratulated them. If you want the best for us, why not intervene? So I don't get it, honestly speaking. I'm just worried what is going to happen because I know most of us here, we have family back home. Easier said than done. Go fire a bullet there. Let us see how this war is going to end. I promise you it's not going to end well for us. It's not going to end well for the ECOWAS. And don't be disappointed that we're going to lose more military more than anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fee. We're going to quickly get to people who are yet to speak so that we can go to a different topic. We're over an hour on this. Christian, you're next.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Good evening. Good evening. My own perspective on this issue, the event in Niger is actually a welcome. For me, it's a welcome event, actually. For one, people should look at it from the world, the wider world. The view from my own view is that the war in Ukraine is spreading to Africa in a way because the resources that the Europe needs to survive coming from Russia and the sanctions the Americans and all that put on them has made them to react, and maybe a quieter place in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and other places, but they now come to the main theater of Niger. So where the resources, and then if you look at the investment of America from Nigeria, actually, you will see that this is a much more than just a fight for democracy. It is an economic.
All right. Christian is frozen, I think. We go to Henry. I think what he's trying to say is there's something that has not been mentioned. James didn't mention it, but I think most people are aware of it. There's a pipeline going from Nigeria to Europe that will pass through, that is passing through Niger, that is taking gas to Europe, hopefully to replace the one that was coming through Russia. So that's another factor, apart from the uranium that is in the country. It's another factor why it's of interest to the Western countries. Henry, let's go to you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. First of all, let them go to war. We be ruling Nigeria. They say they are practicing democracy. Since we are practicing democracy in Nigeria, do we see any progress in Nigeria then? We don't see anything. No 24 hours electricity. Nigeria is the elite are scared of military coup. They are scared. We under Nigeria, we are not scared of it. If it happen, let it be. But Tinubu should send his Asari Tokumbo and what they call it, his son Agberu, his son in Lagos, what they call him, should go and fight there. Nigerian military should wake up, should not go to this unwanted war that Tinubu is beating drum on. We don't need it. We have war in that country, Nigeria. I guess, Mr. Rudolph, you heard what happened in Plateau. Yeah, we have war more than that that's happening in Niger. And we so-called generals we have there, they are so. I will not disrespect them, but they don't think sometimes. They don't think. You have war in your own country. People are dying every day. You are just anxious going to this selected illegal president. They make it without even thinking. He just open his mouth and speak. And nobody's too conscious said, hey, what you said was not right either. Nobody could bring this man, take him, sit down and tell him, hey, Nigeria don't belongs to you. This is not about Emilio Con this time. All those so-called professors or whatever was around him there, they don't think, they don't have brain. Sometimes they say we should respect the elders. The elders are the one killing Nigerians. The elders, some of them don't think. They just talk out of their blah, just like you vomit something and just talk. You should respect elders. Give me a break. So for Nigerians are dying every day. None of them see these things. But they are busy going to Niger. Mr. Rudo, before you cut me off, the American hypocrisy, I'm just tired of it. cannot say anything about what is going on about this Nigerian election. They cannot say anything about it. But they are pushing because they know Tinubu did not win the election. They know Tinubu's secret. This is the same America who said they're not going to bring criminal record of Tinubu out in 2026. I'm tired of this American hypocrisy. They should take off their people first. These people homeless in the streets in America, in Los Angeles, in downtown LA. They should take off them first. They should leave Africa alone. We can take off our situation ourselves. Africans are waking up now. The Niger people are waking up now. They should let them take off. The people welcome the coup. Why are they pumping? Why are they trying to bring unrest in Africa? This is how they do in Libya. This is how they do in Syria. They're homeless in America first and leave Africans alone. Thank you. I will come back again to say something.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Kene, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Damages. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Good morning, everyone. See, Henry, when you were talking about respecting elders, I was laughing because you and I know that we do have younger touts or younger crackheads. When they were young, we see them as irresponsible youth. In Tinubu, we had a younger tout, a younger crackhead. Now, Tinubu is an elder crackhead, an elder tout, and that is why it's easier for him to identify with the younger touts and crackheads and make them relevant, the likes of Asari Dokobo and MC Oluomo, right? So it's not something, just like we have stupid youth today. The youth will become elder and they will remain stupid elders, right? Now, I would like to specially thank Mr. J and Elder Chike, I think he has left, for their factual submission. You know, most of us, we don't really understand what is going on there. But Mr. J gave us some clean facts this morning, and Mr. Chike also gave us the real deal. And this is what is happening. The countries like Ghana, where these Fulanis are finding it difficult to penetrate, they are leaving Ghana alone. When you go to Burkina Faso, to Niger, what they call it, Chad, you go down to Central African Republic, to even DRC, Congo Democratic Republic of Congo. These are the countries where Fulanis were actively taking over leadership there. And Buhari, the same Buhari from Nigeria, using Nigerians' money to fund elections in those countries, to making sure that Fulanis took over those countries. And their killer Fulanis were in the field, taking the lives of the citizens, taking over villages, taking over communities, renaming communities to their own name. Go to Congo, DRC right now and see how the people are suffering from the hands of, in Nigeria, we know them as Fulanis, but there they call them Fulas, right? Fula, right? So this is the problem. And thank God, Burkina Faso, Mali, they've taken over their country from this useless set of people, and now Niger is taking over. Nigerians don't actually know what this coup is going to reflect in our country. The activities of Boko Haram, herdsmen, is going to reduce drastically or even be eradicated because they will no longer get funding again from their leaders in these various countries like Mali, Niger, and even Burkina Faso that have taken over their country, right? Now, we're talking about whether it is right for the coup to happen or not. For me, I said it last week. I'm in support of the coup, and I actually said it. I said it last week here that it is coming everywhere. Every country must have a taste of it. Nigeria, they will test theirs. Everybody is going to be served that breakfast, whether they like it or not. Okay, why would I even be against military? Was it not here on this platform that last week Mr. J gave us historical background to the activities of the military? Most of the infrastructures, most of the amenities that we are enjoying in Nigeria today were built by military regimes. What has this civilian administration done for us? Nothing. We are just liking civilian administration for nothing. The only thing that you see them doing is to sit in their National Assembly and share 280 million naira for each clown. They call it prayers in the mail, right? So that they will go and enjoy holidays. 280 million naira for one clown to enjoy. The money that is meant for everybody in that country, they will share it. What else have they done? Nothing. Common pipe-borne water we don't have in Nigeria. The only one that was existing in Anambra State then was built during the military regime, and it has never functioned again since the civilian rule. And we want to praise civilian regime. Let the military take over. When the military take over, the people who are going to have senses. And now this is it. For those that actually voted for Tinubu based on religious affiliation, right? Especially those from the north. How far? Are you enjoying it today? I will urge Tinubu to do it. Send the military to attack Niger Republic, right? When you send them to attack Niger Republic, my earnest prayer will be, let Russia, whoever that is going to support Niger to retaliate, let them support them massively to retaliate, so that when you come back again, I said it last week, when you come back in this world again, you will never support a candidate based on religious or ethnic affiliation. You always use your brain to cast your vote or support whomever that you want to support in a given election. And when that is done, Niger should not hesitate to dam that river, so that River Kainji will be cut short. That Kainji Dam will be cut short. And also that natural gas pipeline that passes through West Africa down to up to Europe should be cut off straight. Let everybody feel the test of stupidity, so that next time we'll all have sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kenneth.
That's what we learn. So that's what we learn.
All right, let me go to let me go to also here. I'll go to you. Ike, I know he came before you. He just went off. Okay, go ahead. Also here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. I can hear you always, my man, the best guy here.
Thank you, my brother.
I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
And Nigeria is at war with our own citizens in the east, in the north. They're fighting citizens. They're fighting war. I want them to go show their power in Niger also, because they don't come around killing innocent citizens, killing civilians, burning houses, burning markets, killing pregnant women. They should take that power and go to Niger. So I support the war in Niger. They should go there and fight the war in Niger. And that will make it easier for the rest of Nigeria to disintegrate. Everybody goes their own way. So while they are busy fighting Niger, they'll be fighting Russia there. They'll be fighting Burkina Faso. They'll be fighting Mali. And Algeria also indicated they will support Niger. So Algeria will be there. There may be other countries that also have interest in Niger that will also join to fight for Niger. So Nigeria military force is about 100,000. Out of the 100,000, so many of them pot-belly generals and lieutenants will be sitting in Abuja in the offices, while the idiots will go to Niger to fight. So I support the war. Let them go to Niger to fight the war, and then leave us alone. Leave the market women alone. Leave the young people alone. Leave pregnant women alone. They're killing and raping, and they're opening their stomachs and taking out young fetus in their bellies. So they should take that their strength that they show in the east, in the northeast, everywhere in Nigeria, those strengths they have, the Nigerian military, they say they have, they should take that strength to Niger. And then let's see how many of them will come home. Again, the military coups in Africa is disappointing. When they do these coups, they have these people, these politicians, they put them in house arrest and feed them, give them food, give them drinks. They should be eliminated immediately once you do a coup. Clean the house from local government chairman to the president. Clean everybody. Clean the house. Let new people, new generations come on board. Otherwise, these people will be in house arrest for a few years, a few months. They will come out, and all the money they dumped in Washington D.C., in New York, in London, in Paris, all that money in Switzerland, all that money is dumped. They will go back to enjoy that money after you have them in house arrest, feeding them for all these months or years. So I am disappointed that this guy they removed in Nigeria is sitting in a house arrest. He should have been under 6 feet by now. Like all of them should have been, all the politicians there. They hope that happens in Nigeria. They take them from local government to the president and clean all of them out. Because these people are evil human beings that have no conscience, no single conscience. And then we are sitting here trying to bend truth, bend things. We are not supposed to be bending things. We should not be supporting these people. They are evil. So whatever will happen to them, I hope Nigeria, the coup that will happen in Nigeria, I hope it's not gonna be gentleman coup, putting them in house arrest. It should be bloody coup, and then they will test what they have done to our people. They have done evil to our people, and they're sitting in National Assembly sharing 200 and something million per head, per one person, 220 million naira, one person, just for vacation, car loan, another 200 million just to clean his cars, and people are suffering and
Thank you,
dying.
Osoya.
Thank you.
I don't know
Hey,
who.
Dr. Damages, waiting happened to me. You can't jump me past everybody.
Yeah, I know. I said that. I jumped to you. Yeah, I know. I'm coming back to you. But where did we get these 200 and something million you guys are mentioning?
Check Ruben Abati. Ruben is on Ruben Abati's page. Yes.
Yeah, it's published Ruben Abati page. He published everywhere. It's even in
Sahara.
It doesn't matter what source, and you believe that they gave.
I had to go to my mailbox by myself. Usually my kids check my mailbox, but yesterday I checked it myself with the hope that I will see that kind of prayers. But I was disappointed.
Do you actually believe that they gave them 200 and something million each? Even if Ruben is the one publishing that.
It's possible.
It's very much possible. And
probably they got more than 200 and something. Probably they got more than that.
These people are just miscreant. Like they are just heartless people.
We don't have that kind of money. Okay, go ahead. Ike, you're next.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Dr. Jacqueline Damages. My brother, we miss you. Where are you there since? By the way, anytime you come to Texas, make sure that you notify me, because wherever you there, I go carry you, come cook Kusala soup for you.
Wow.
Kusala soup.
Wow. Okay. We will see you soon.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, the panel. Today, I was thinking for the last 3 months, we've been talking about Nigeria, talking about different things happening, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Tinubu, somebody was talking about elders. Not be the same elders who sold our people because of gunpowder. Not be the same elders when you go village and you dey drag land with somebody. Now the same elders you go bribe, make the drag land pass, give to you. The same elders. Igbo people say you cannot stay at home and the female goat have a baby with rope around them. I don't know. These old people, forget about them. We know them. Somebody rightfully said it. These old people were criminals when they were young. And they continue to bring criminals as they get older. And now they are older, ruling the affairs of the country. And tell me, Kenneth says that somebody voted Tinubu. Nobody voted Tinubu. We know that. Everybody know that. Nobody voted Tinubu. But the people where they say Emiloko, I hope then they buy fuel 70 naira, not 700 naira. The people who decided to vote for him, even in the first place, I hope they are getting one yam. 1 tuber of yam is 2,000 naira in Nigeria. 1 tuber of yam, small tuber of yam, 2,000 naira. I hope they are paying 100 naira. So let's forget about those people. But let's talk about this Niger thing. I live in America. I'm surprised that American government is doing this. I'm really, really astonished.
No,
because the reason.
Hold on. Why are you surprised? You can't just say that and go.
Because they don't preach what they practice. They're telling us democracy.
Is that a new thing to you, watching America? Have you not been watching America?
No, I've lived here a long time. I understand things that are happening.
Why?
No, because they appear holy to the rest of the world. They portray holy to the rest of the world. Why they are committing all sorts of atrocity? Because of this pipeline. Because if you change the trajectory of that pipeline to bypass Niger and go somewhere else, it's going to cost them a lot of billions of dollars. It's not gonna be chicken change, especially when they have laid the pipe already. So if they're gonna change,
hold on, there's no way you can change the direction of that pipe without meeting Mali or Burkina Faso. Or
you can go back. You can go back and change the line. It's pipe. They can still go back and change it, but it's gonna cost them a whole lot of money to change that. And that is the reason why they're getting this fool called himself Tinubu suckered into this thing. Nigerians said that we don't want to war. We don't want to go. Boko Haram and the Asa Fulani that are killing people in Nigeria, you haven't taken care of them. In Igbo land, they are slaughtering our people, getting our people, raping our people. You haven't taken care of that security. And you hired a man, said that he's a security. Oh, is it not the same man that was EFCC chairman? Is it not him?
Mm-hmm.
Who took all the money? Now you give him national security. For you to be national security, you have to have an idea what security means. What is the definition of security? Is definition of security guarding all these people that call themselves governors and abuse them? My brother, I look for my own mail. I know see prayer. I wish I forget prayer. Because this prayer is a very big prayer. But I know get until our people, like the youth, because I still remain to say who rigged the election is the youth. Who carried ballot is the youth. Who did all the atrocity is the youth, not Tinubu. He facilitated a way to do it, and people buy into it and did it. So until they decide today that they don't want to do those things and take laws into their hand and take matters into their hand, that is when Nigeria will change. But as far as the youth are still taking bribe and taking things to do all this atrocity, Nigeria is not going to change. I don't finish, but I still wait for my own prayer.
Thank you so much. We are totally out of time on this topic, but I still want to hear the people who are already in here before we go to the Biafran civil war. Igbo Basic, you are next. Please make it short so that we can go to Femi, CM, and then we go to a different topic.
Yeah, the damage is it's good to see you again. Keep up the good work you're doing, and panelists here. I wasn't here when you talked about what's on your mind. I believe we have what I have your say. I wanted to digress a little bit and then a little bit of short history. Yesterday and today, in Atlanta, Georgia, the Igbos, Igbo basics, the Igbos have gathered there at a place called the Igbo London. And what is their mission there? Their mission is to try to purchase a piece of property where the Igbos drowned many years ago instead of allowing themselves to go into slavery when the ship docked there. That is a monumental activity that is going on in that place. It's taking place yesterday and today. And it goes back into the character of who a person is. We are not going to be in slavery anywhere. Our forefathers who were brought into this America for slavery, they decided, hell no, we are not docking into that land. They all drowned. And that is monumental. I just wanted to point that out. I'm talking about the case of Niger Republic. I'm going to piggyback on what I had Ngozi, not Ngozi, if you said on another program. First, Nigeria cutting off electricity to Niger Republic. Go back and realize that when the people wanted to build their own dam, many years ago, Nigeria said, no, we will supply you electricity. Nigeria built Kanji Dam. Now, fast forward, French is working on Nigeria, and now you cut off electricity to the people who wanted to stand on their own. Come on now, double standard. And for Nigeria attempting to go into Niger Republic, I keep saying Nigeria because don't tell me about ECOWAS. It's lip service. It was if it had talked about Okorie. I use that word. Tinubu is a case of Okorie. Nigeria is on fire. And Tinubu carry machete. They go to Niger Republic. Come on. Who is fooling who? In Aba in the 70s, when we went to secondary school, there was a floodgate of people from Niger Republic all over the street. And then go. Those people have grown. What has happened to the rail line, the Ameti rail line that was built to Niger Republic? Go and fight a war there. At least they have the rail line. If they cannot go by train, they can go by foot. They will all come back down to Nigeria. And that is just about to happen. So with that all said, there's so much to talk about, but I'm just going to try to say, if Tinubu is a strong man, make it go fight war for Niger Republic. I'm forgetting about all the ECOWAS, everything. Tinubu is an Okorie. His house is on fire. They carry knife. They go pursue people pursue rat for Niger Republic. Coup or no coup. Nigerian military, we are watching. Nigerian judiciary, we are watching. If you think say you will not give us a verdict, you have something else coming. I'll rest my case. No further comment for now.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Femi.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages. I'll be straight to the point now. So there's a book I'm trying to get. And the title is Africa's Last Colonial Currency. I came across it from a Senegalese friend of mine recently. And when I kind of like went over some kind of like interview, which was done on the authors of the book, basically. It's on a Senegalese guy named Ndongo Samba Silla. He's supposed to be Senegalese development economist based in Luxembourg. And then the co-author is Fanny Pigard, a French journalist. So the combination of both of them and the perspectives in terms of the way they answered questions by particular, I think it's this other person that was questioning them and from some correspondence that I read, which is we kind of further forward my interest in this book, kind of shapes what exactly is happening in Niger and French-speaking African countries, and just African countries in Saharan Africa generally. And it just points to a couple of things, one of which has been mentioned previously. in addition to the issue of the dam that was just mentioned by our big uncle here, I did hear about the fact that a couple of years before the dam was built, the Kanji Dam was built, that Nigeria practically begged Niger to not build their own dam because it would affect the waters coming down towards our own end. Now, currently, China is suspended the dam that they're building. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the way Nigeria is approaching this issue, led by Tinubu, is not Nigeria as much as Tinubu, who's actually been a puppet, no doubt. Eventually, if this thing gets resolved one way or the other, I bet the Chinese will eventually finish that dam. And if initially it was meant for wasn't electricity, because I've not confirmed that fact, the public will end up damming the Niger dam anyway, and it's going to have a spiraling effect on us. Perhaps just to summarize again, with reference to that book, at no point did I even look at it from the point of view that what happened in Senegal, if anybody remembers in 2011, there was an uprising, something quite similar, but probably in a larger form to the NSAS movement that happened in Nigeria, which was kind of sectional for the most part. There's a growing youth awareness in Africa. Maybe we've not reached that critical mass, mostly in West African countries, where these people already know, a lot more people know what's going on. And so it's not going to be a surprise if there's a greater spread, because the same thing is happening even at the subtle level in Cameroon and Central African Republic. I would not be surprised if in the coming months or in the coming years, there's a greater spread of what we've seen in the Niger Republic happening, not just in French-speaking countries, but the greater Africa. I yield for now.
All right, thank you. CM, you're the last on this topic.
Dr. Damages, before, please, those who were clamoring for Friday elders, I believe we have a couple of elders on this forum. I would like to say one thing. Be careful how you elder, because you might become an elder tomorrow. And why do I say that? It's not all elders that carry water for their mouth, they talk. There are bad elders, there are still good elders. All of us will become elders tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, Sim. Can anybody hear Sim?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. What actually is the
topic?
What actually is the issue you are being discussed? I know I didn't start with you.
Niger,
yes,
and Tinubu and
yes,
what it means
the topic.
What it means for Africa. Niger, Tinubu, what it means for Nigeria, for Africa, and if this is the beginning of our own Arab Spring for sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, my answer is simple. PASS, pass. I've heard so much about that nonsense. I've discussed it since last 2 weeks. I've been dealing with it. So I haven't got, I don't really, there's no new dimension to it. It just pass from me.
Okay.
Or if you like, let me reward my minute to Kene, because it's like he's an authority. He has a very refined opinion. Kene, you can fill in for me.
No, Kene has already he spoke, so we should move on.
Thank you, CM.
No, Kene, I take back that time.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, do you have anything new to say? Do you have anything?
Elder James was.
I was even forced to say something before, because just like CM, I'm tired. I don't even know. See, you guys are wasting time. Just support Tinubu to go and invade Niger. No problem. We are fine.
You are tired. Mr. James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. CM. I want to use your time. I want to use your time to explain the legitimacy of the new military government in Niger. The government is legitimate. I'm going to cite 3 examples or so from Africa. In Nigeria, in 1966, there was a military coup. The president of Nigeria then, the acting president of Nigeria was Nwafo Orizu. Nwafo Orizu. From October 19...
Nwafo Orizu.
Okay. Okay, good. Now, when they killed...
That's her daughter there. Is her daughter. The lady who spoke is the daughter of Nwafo Orizu. So be careful what you say. That is the daughter, or maybe the granddaughter. Either of them, either the granddaughter or the daughter. I don't know, but
when they killed Balewa and others, there was a vacuum in government. I think he was the Speaker of the House or something like that. I can't remember. But he became automatically an acting president. Senate president. He is the one who handed power over to Aguiyi Ironsi. Aguiyi Ironsi's government is a product of a coup that did not succeed. So the fact that a man is a military head of state does not mean that the government is illegitimate. The second example happened in Zimbabwe. In the year 1968, there was a lady called Stella Madzibamuto. She filed a suit against the UDI government of Ian Smith. When Ian Smith unilaterally declared the independence of Southern Rhodesia from Britain, Britain said that the government is not recognized. Then her husband, Daniel Madzibamuto, was arrested for certain things and detained. This lady appealed the detention right up to, Privy Council in England. Privy Council ruled on the case, and when they got back to Zimbabwe, the government of Ian Smith refused to abide by what the Privy Council ruled. This was in 1965. Then the last example is in Uganda. February 22, 1966, Dr. Milton Obote, the then Prime Minister of Uganda, toppled the government of Uganda, abolished the office of President and Vice President. When these 2 offices were toppled, there was a chief they called Chief Matovu in 1962, no, I think 1966 or thereabout. This man filed a suit in court. The Chief Justice of Uganda then was Udo Udoma. He's a Nigerian Chief Justice in Uganda. The Udo Udoma ruled that since the government that was in existence has been toppled, the new government is already performing the functions of a government. Therefore, the government is legitimate. Then lastly, this same man, Udo Udoma, yes. Now, this same man in Niger who has just been toppled, please, you should all take note. In the year 2010, there was a military coup in Niger. The former president now was a legislator then. He was among those who took to the streets, welcoming the new government in the year 2010. Now, the chicken has come home to roost. He is complaining that they should reinstate him. So the government of Niger right now is the legitimate government of Niger. They've started performing the functions of government. They've appointed governors, they've appointed a civilian prime minister, and they've appointed a cabinet. They've started functioning as the legitimate government of Niger. They have no right whatsoever to do them anything. So anyway, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
I want to join you on YouTube.
All right, I'll take you out.
Thank you.
Can you put me on backstage, please?
Okay, but I wanted you to, all right, we're going to the Biafran story, so I think you might want to weigh in here. But if you want to go back,
okay, let me stay back there.
But let me play this video so before we go on the topic.
Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, the lovers of freedom. My name is Benjamin Madubu. I am an IPOB member. I was part of those that was in detention with our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kuje prison, from DSS dungeon to Kuje prison, between 2015 to 2018. That is when I got my freedom. Now, I went to visit our leader today. Finally, I succeeded in meeting him one-on-one. I met the great man, the prophet of our time, the greatest man that God have created in Alibo. That is Nnamdi Kanu. A man of wisdom, a man of integrity. I want you people to listen. I am possessed. I am possessed with a spirit of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am not calling myself a disciple for no reason. So if you think you can break me, I am unbreakable. Now I want you people to watch, because this advice goes to those who will rise and try to fight for Samonekpa, and they are going to fall from the 6th floor of story building. You know how they will fall from the heaven. That is the way you are going to fall. So the last warning is today. Leave Samonekpa alone to do what he is doing. I am not interfering with your leadership. I'm not interfering whatever you are doing. Allow me to do work for Biafra, for IPOB, and for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I want you people to listen.
All right. Welcome back. We are moving to our second topic, which is a question of whether there is a civil war already going on within the Biafran movement. There are two sides. There are several letters issued by IPOB to the media yesterday and day before yesterday, and several movements coming from the lawyers in Abuja, and we want to have that conversation because it has implications on people who live in the Southeast. So can I, what's going on?
You know, I would like to liken what is going on with Biafra with actually what is going on in Africa, right? Whenever the government or the supposed leader envisage that one is a threat to them, they will begin to cook up all manner of allegations, all manner of attack against the person, right? Because they know if that person actually stands firm, that they are going to lose control of their criminal activities in the land. And this is actually what is going on in our land in Biafra. Some crop or some element or criminal element that call themselves leaders are kind of feeling that Simon Ekpa will become a threat to their criminal activities. And that was why they have the DOS, the supposed DOS of Biafra on their own side. They've bought them up, they pay them well, and they are working with them, right? You cannot be fighting for, let's look at it this way. You cannot be fighting for secession and you are actually working with the people you want to succeed from. You are working with the same government that you want to overthrow, or the same government you want to push out of power, and you call yourself a legitimate or responsible freedom fighter. Doesn't make sense. So for Benjamin, see, I'm one person that I don't criticize anyone that is working for actualization of Biafra. But if you find it very convenient for you to attack another person, this is when I will kind of differ from you. Benjamin claimed that he went to visit
Nnamdi Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu told him that he doesn't know, he doesn't ask Simon Ekpa to take over from him. Simon never claimed that. Simon Ekpa never claimed that Nnamdi Kanu handed Biafran activity to him. He never claimed that. He only made it very clear that man squad. He is fighting for freedom of Biafra on his own lane, alone, right? So whomever that is trying to condemn the activities of Simon Ekpa, that person should be questioned. Why? Why are you doing that? What is Simon Ekpa doing to you? You have decided to compromise your standard. You have decided to compromise the freedom fighting by working with the same government that you're supposed to be against. That doesn't make sense, right? So in Biafra land today, the only person that personally I think that is still working for the actualization of Biafra is Simon Ekpa. All these people that you are seeing talking rubbish, they are the same people. They are the same people that actually sold out Nnamdi Kanu. The same people. It is okay if he went to visit Nnamdi Kanu in the court, and Nnamdi Kanu can say anything from the prison, from captivity. That is okay. He said it, we agree, but we are not accepting that, right? And that is what Simon Ekpa is saying, that no problem. He is not going to accept that. He is fighting for Biafra in his own method, through his own method. I mean, so personally, I don't want to attack the DOS. I don't want to say that what they're saying, they're lying or they're... I'm just doing my own as a free-born citizen of Biafra, right?
So
that is where I stand.
Yeah. What about the wider implication? Because Simon is saying that now there will be sit at home on Tuesdays too, since people are not responding the way he wanted people to respond. You know that the 2-week sit at home basically was ignored in Onitsha and other some parts of Anambra State. So he's saying that he's now going to make it Mondays, Tuesdays. So what is the wider implication? Where the Nnamdi Kanu group is saying that we are not, I think they came up with something empowerment or something that came up recently.
Okay, I'm not aware of the sit-at-home being ignored, because this is it. We don't, in Anambra State, for example, that you mentioned, Onitsha isn't the only city in Anambra State. And Onitsha is one of these, I think, the biggest city in Anambra State. That the people, few people came out in Onitsha doesn't mean that it's same everywhere. When you go to other sub villages or sub towns, no activities were going on there. Everybody was at home, and you, I don't know if you saw the video from Obaru. Obaru is a suburb of Onitsha area, right? Where some group of criminals, miscreants, were caught. Those that were actually enforcing sit at home, killing people, flogging women, destroying properties, enforcing sit at home. Who were these people? They were from Niger Delta. They are not indigenous Igbo people. They were from Niger Delta. Who are they working for? Asari Dokubo. And this actually validates my claim here last time that Asari Dokubo was being recruited to disrupt our activities in Southeast. And these guys were working for him. The video went viral. I'm not sure if I think I shared it with you or CM, right? So the vigilante there in Obaru caught them. Now, this is it. The activities of Southeast people is being truncated, is being put to standstill because of the Nnamdi Kanu's issue. If I should advise our Southeast leaders, please work with the people. The people are saying that you should release Nnamdi Kanu for them, and they will resume normal activities. You are now saying no, you don't want to do that because you are used to playing politics. You always come out to tell them that you're going to prefer political solution just for them to come out and vote for you. At the end of the day, you will be saying the same, singing the same song all the time. And they are saying, release Nnamdi Kanu, then we'll go back to normal activities. You said no. The only thing you did was to pay off those DOS working for Nnamdi Kanu to be on your side, and then you begin to attack Simon Ekpa. And then one clown from Enugu State that called himself a governor, he's forcing his people to come out by force and by fire to open their shops. And if they don't do that, he's going to fine them. How does that make sense? Release Nnamdi Kanu for them, and activities will resume to normal, whether you like it or not. The people are tired. The people just want Nnamdi Kanu to be released, just as the court declared, right? Release him, and everything is going to come back to normal. You said no. So the activities that you claim that actually that maybe people ignored sit at home in Onitsha, I don't think is entirely true, because everywhere is shut down during that sit at home. And the people are willing to do that. Anytime, any moment they are called to sit at home because of Nnamdi Kanu, they would do that voluntarily. Nobody is forcing them. But some clown.
So are you saying that all the messages coming from Nnamdi Kanu and his lawyers and the people that is fake? Is that because people who are meeting him, several people now, I don't want to play all the videos, they come out and say that he is saying that there shouldn't be any sit at home. Okay,
it is easy for them to go and meet Nnamdi Kanu, for Nnamdi Kanu to give them message for the people, right? Why wouldn't they use that connection they think they have to getting Nnamdi Kanu out? See, I'm not saying that what they are saying is lies or they are not saying the truth. But what I'm insisting on is, if Nnamdi Kanu should sit in the captivity and be dishing out orders or saying something for his people, the people say that they are not going to take it because he's saying all those things under duress. He's saying that for, in order not to be...
One of the things that Benjamin and other people who came from meeting him, what they said was that he's saying to them that the reason why he's still there is because of the activities of people like Simon Ekpa, and he actually mentioned Simon Ekpa. So what?
No. I think this is where they need to be corrected here. Simon Ekpa wasn't doing what he's doing today when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was arrested the first time. Simon Ekpa wasn't doing what he's doing today when Nnamdi Kanu was released, when Nnamdi Kanu's house was invaded by the Nigerian military, and a lot of people lost their lives. Simon Ekpa wasn't doing what he's doing today when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested the second time and also given bail the second time. And the Nigerian government refused to leave him go. Right? So it is not what Simon Ekpa is doing. Okay, what actually is Simon Ekpa doing? Protecting the people or calling for sit at home? How bad is that? Is that evil? Is that bad? Is that criminal? He's saying sit at home so that they will release our leader. Protect our women in the farm so that the Fulani herdsmen will stop killing and raping them. How is that evil? And then the only thing that our so-called politicians came up with is to falsify allegation against Simon Ekpa that he's killing our people. They were the actual people that actually recruited the killers through Asari Dokubo, just to give Simon Ekpa a bad name. And our people are not saying this. Thank God, some of them were caught in Obaru.
All right.
So Simon Ekpa is the good guy that everybody should support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kene, my brother.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know where to start, but I would make it very, very brief. I said it on this forum and other forums. The original objective of the IPOB has been hijacked. We all know that. And I point not just fingers, directly and saying Nigerian government has through their proxy, including Asarif Dokubo, including whoever else, have hijacked that organ called IPOB. Hence they came in with a Bibago, which we all know, Mago, Usodema, and co. Fourth, Nnamdi Kanu must be released by the government that is holding him. The governors, politicians of the Southeast must ask for Nnamdi Kanu to be let go. Our elder statesman, Mbazulika Amechi, he went to his grave. He went to Buhari. He appealed for the release of Nnamdi Kanu to him. That's the only thing he wished before he dies. The man died, Nnamdi Kanu was not released. They have no intention of releasing Nnamdi Kanu as it stands right now. Here is where the issue of Simon Ekpa comes into play. Follow the money. Ekene, looking at you, I wish that somebody can put a pipeline, serious pipeline, that can make you forget about your sources of income. How do I struggle to feed my children? Maybe with your clear head, you could actually path a good direction for the protection of the people. What am I trying to say when we say Simon Ekpa, Simon Ekpa? For anybody, anywhere in the world to ask anybody to sit at home and don't go to work, it's wrong. Wrong, 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 because you will go starving. And that was why on this particular channel, a lot of us go to Nigeria frequently. I said to Simon Ekpa, if you believe that you have not, or you are not being pipelined, and you are making honest money like a lot of us are struggling out there, and you sit down there and you are ordering people to sit at home, the people are not sitting at home willingly. People are willing to sit at home if the government of Nigeria let go Nnamdi Kanu. People should be let, it's a free country. So let's not deceive ourselves. Ekpa and his activities, I don't know about these other guys. They have been more powerful. There have been all kinds of people who are playing. Wazirike was here at play before. Wazirike has gone quietly through the Atiku pipeline. So with Ekpa, my own statement, once again, is that nobody should encourage anybody not to go to work, because if you don't go to work here, you don't pay your bills, you will go hungry in anywhere you are in the world. So please, let's not deceive ourselves. Let's encourage our people to go back to do their farming. They must be protected, but our politicians must not be let go. All of them must not be let go. They should, if they truly are representing the interest of us, they should really be finding a way. They are chief security officers in their states, and you are chief security officer in your state, and Asarif Dokubo will come and wreak havoc. You are chief security officer in your state, and Simon Ekpa will be in foreign land ordering people to sit at home. Sit at home and do what?
Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basic. You know, you are a very clean elder, right? And I respect you for that. But I have a question for you. Prior to Simon Ekpa ordering our people to sit at home, were there securities in the Southeast? Were the lives and properties of our people secured in the Southeast as at that time? Is a question, and is a follow-up. I have a follow-up question again. Okay. Do we have security in the Southeast then?
Yes, we do. How do we have security in Southeast? Hold on. Hold on. How do we have security in Southeast? There was a time we had Eagle security. Eagle. What was Eagle security? Eagle security was when somebody organized all the night watchmen from around the East, gave them uniforms. And those people, there's an eyes on everything that was happening in the community. Security is by community. Every community must go back and take.
And yet, Fulani herdsmen go to our farms, rape our women till death, kill some, cut their parts, invade our farms with their cattle, get our crops destroyed, even with that ego security, right?
No, that was happening.
Will you say that the ego security was effective?
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
for every community, for every town, from the king and the traditional rulers to every family. They know themselves. We know when Hausa Batagoka, when a strange person was brought in by your own people into your own community, you will know that. And if you don't stamp that out right there and then, that will take hold. And that's how come when I went home the last time around, I went to the bushes as I always go. And I'm seeing Ukunama and Nshinama in some of our cleanest waters.
Okay.
I have the
So
comments of all those
basically,
things.
both the Eagle security and the community leaders failed in securing their people, and that gave rise to the formation of ESN to protect our people. And since
ESN
then,
was a good thing. ESN was a good thing.
Yeah,
ESN was a
ESN
good
has.
thing.
Thank you. So let me land here. So ESN has been very effective in securing our land. You know, the good thing with this argument here is that we no longer accuse Simon Ekpa of killing our people, because the truth has come out that we now know that the killing is coming from Asarida Kubo's boys being paid by our politicians. So what we are accusing Simon Ekpa now is that he's asking our people to sit at home. And if that is the only crime that Simon Ekpa is committing, me, Kene, I support Simon Ekpa 100%.
All right. So let's move on. I want to get other people to be part of this conversation. Prince Akwachi.
Yeah, I think I kind of align myself with Igbo basics, somehow. Why am I saying that? Pretty much, my brother, I know where you're coming from. However, it's always said that, the best analogy of any person is to trace their antecedents and all that stuff. Why am I saying that? Before Simon Ekpa joined the struggle, he was pretty much, having his program against the Oba of Benin. Okay, that was who he was at that time attacking, because I know him. I know him before even later he became. There is an echo somewhere. There's an echo somewhere. Okay. I knew him before he even joined the struggle with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And then another thing that is pretty much clear is this: even if we say that that Simon Ekpa is not the one ordering the killing, however, Asari Dokubo is using the loophole created by those and utterances from Simon Ekpa. Okay, you are here. I think you are in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, right? You are in Texas. Now, what I'm saying that is this: how does it feel sometimes when you guys have like when you guys had Hurricane Rita, right? For a couple of days, you guys did not actually go out. How did it feel? It was not okay, right? Why am I saying this? Majority of Igbos, or the Igbo people that I know, are into commerce. And what is commerce? Commerce is all about everyday sales and buying. If these people do not sell, they don't make no money. That is their income. So why are we saying because we are fighting the government and say, okay, because we are fighting this government, let these people, these other people stay at home and don't come out? It's not fair. I have nothing against the ESN. The ESN, okay, from my understanding, from my research, their primary assignment is even supposed to be in the forest, fighting the herdsmen or the whatever it is that will come in. That's their major assignment. And then when we talk about the herdsmen killing and raping and all that stuff, it's not only in Igbo land that they did that. They did that in other places. They did that in Edo State. They did that in Delta State, which I'm very much aware of. So seeing all these things, and now we're also hearing that he said he's gonna act Tuesday now. Does that make no? It doesn't make no sense to me, because then the main goal is defeated. We are not doing federal government. They are doing them. When I talk about, we are doing ourselves. If we abide by that, I rest my case for now.
Thank you, Prince. CM.
Can I respond to him? Just a minute.
No. Okay.
Oh, just a minute.
You have reason to respond to everybody. Then just wait. I'll come back to you. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. On this issue, I have this to say. Whatever I'm saying is already in the public domain, but I'm trying to bring a different analysis or perception, or point us in the different direction. The thing is, the facts as they are is Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, which is an affront on international law. That's a fact. Secondly, because of that, he was extraordinarily renditioned. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo put up a suggestion that he should be released and let us sort the whatever it is on political grounds. Buhari's government, with those advising him, refused. Somebody mentioned Professor Obiozo, Ohaneze President General, said it. The first aviation minister, the late Mbazulika Amoechi, the boy is good, intervened to no avail. Surprisingly, Buhari said, let the law take its course. That is, he washed his hand off it, that the court should decide. Now the court has decided that Nnamdi Kanu should be discharged. Why are they still holding him? Simply because he's Igbo. They felt that by holding in Nnamdi Kanu, the ideology called Biafra, whatever it is, will die. They are making a mistake. I'm leaving. Some of us, we receive lectures from our parents on Biafra and what it means. And we never forget Biafra. Because as an ideology, Biafra will never die until it is realized. You cannot maim more than 5 million people and still counting. Dispossess them of their in fact, dehumanize them. No reconciliation, no reconstruction, no rehabilitation. And you expect them to forget. We will never forget. As an idea, Biafra will continue to live. But what options do we now have? The options are one. What Simon Eba is doing is to keep the fight alive. The principle is what I agree with. Probably the oppression is where we like to, let's have a tweak. By that I mean, it is true, sit at home came as a result of the fact that even before the kidnapping or rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, whenever we want to celebrate Biafra National Day or every May 30th, we come out on the street all over the world and then give thanks and praises. In Nigeria, our people are being shot and gunned and killed for no just cause because they hold their flag and they are talking holy, holy, Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. We all know this. These are facts. So Nnamdi Kanu said, instead of us to come out, to come and celebrate and remember our heroes that gave their life that we may live, and they are killing us, please, on that day, May 30th, sit at home, prepare your ofensala with your palm wine. Let me now know whether somebody will now come and drag you out and say, why are you not at home? That was how the sit at home started. And then, when Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, people now felt in sympathy that any day he appears in court, we will sit at home as a solidarity. In short, don't really sit at home. We go to Abuja. When people go to Abuja to sort of protest or show solidarity, they are being shot at, tear gassed. These are facts. I'm not making it up. So now people now said, instead of chartering motor from Aba and the southeast, and then you get maimed on the road, even police will stop you when you are crossing one state to the other. Sit in your house and pray for that Nnamdi Kanu will be released. By their own method, they allow the case to lengthen, to truncate. Every day adjournment, they will put a 12-count charge. Before a GO4 will come in, they will write in that it is 9/16. They will also, when you come that day, they said no. You know, this is what they keep doing until such a time they get tired. Now, the court has said Nnamdi Kanu should go. The court case has effectively come to an end. So what Simon Ekpa is doing is to keep the fight alive. But what people are kicking against is because of the economic situation, how it is sort of helping. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. I know there is a delay where you are. I wanted us to go back to the focus of the conversation, which is about the I call it, people are beginning to look at it like a conflict between the two sides. There are two sides, obviously. It's no longer something that is being imagined. They are issuing statements, and in the last few days, we've seen so many activities. People like Ifeanyi Ubah, several people going to meet Nnamdi Kanu and coming out with a message. This is a message from Nnamdi Kanu. He's even saying that Simon should not use his name to raise funds. And these are things that are coming out from one side, including the DSS. I mean, what is called DOS of IPOP. So I'm saying, the argument, the topic we have today is: are we seeing the beginning of what some people are calling a civil war within the Biafra movement?
Well,
and hold on.
Anyway,
is this going to be like because we see what happened in South Sudan after they fought for many years to gain independence? They started fighting each other. Are we seeing this break, and is it going to be long lasting? Are we, so that's the conversation we want to have today. Not just
yes. Probably what happened in South Sudan may be teleguided by, was not it was their own internal combustion. In this case, what you told, all this visit, pilgrimage to Nnamdi Kanu, there is this thing the Igbo say that you do not follow the spirit to go and buy somebody and kill somebody, and they enjoy human beings to attend the funeral. That is what they are doing. But this is where I'm heading to. To answer your question direct, simply, I don't think there's all those sides. Asari Dokubo has come to confirm who has been doing the killing. They say unknown gunmen. So to that extent, nobody is killing anybody. Biafrans are not killing themselves. Asari confirmed it willingly that they are the people doing it. Because Buhari paid him. He said Buhari paid him, used him. So that is the thing. But where I'm trying to hold is because, let me talk on Simon Ekpa, because I'm trying to profile solution. The principle to keep it burning, I like it. But what I want people to do is, as it is now, I want the interest of our politicians to be touched. Because it is now, the ball is now in their court to insist on the rule of law. Buhari said he believes in rule of law. Let the court decide. Some of our governors are lawyers. Some of our politicians are lawyers. Why can't they stage a walkout? Ifeanyi Ubah leaving the Senate house, going to visit Nnamdi Kanu. That makes no meaning to me. What will make a meaning is that Ifeanyi Ubah takes the floor at the floor of the Senate, bring the section of the Constitution, quote the law, based on morality. He said, if Nnamdi Kanu is not released, Nnamdi Kanu is the only person I know since records began who the court will declare free, but they are holding him because he's Igbo. What Ifeanyi Ubah should do, 15 of them, is that all of them will stage a walkout and get out of the Senate. If they do it, they say we are doing it because we believe in the rule of law. When the law finds you guilty, you go in. When the law sets you free, you go free. So until they release the Nnamdi Kanu, whatever any politician is doing, I don't support it. So what I will advise Simon on his own is that the principle of what he's doing is right, but his operation, because of the people he is harming in the end. So what I want to channel is, how can the interest of our politicians be their business? Those politicians and governors, I don't care, be their families. You start buying them all up and down. Let our people go their normal business. But the politicians either losing their uncle, or they're losing their in-laws, or they're losing their children, or their business, maybe the petrol station go up in flame. When you check, it belongs to one politician. Or you hear that one factory goes up in flame. Or you hear that armed robber kidnapped somebody, it was a Southeast politician. By the time you attempt the interest of 15 senators from the Southeast, 15 of them, you target their interest, their businesses, finish them off, finish their family off. I don't care if they are conducting burial every day. By the time they do it, they will now go to Aso Rock and say, look, we can never sit in Nigerian House of Reps or do anything again until you release the Nnamdi Kanu. Not because we are begging, but we want them to enforce the law that the executive do not want to enforce. Until they do it, whatever they are doing, I can't condemn Simon Ekpa wholly, because the principle is good. Biafra can never die. If they feel they are wasting their time, Biafra is on the calendar. Who knows? Maybe this Niger issue will now quicken the Biafra, because by the time nature abhors a vacuum, by the time Nigeria moves to Niger to be shooting gun, and then the people collecting from the southeast, maybe move and started up there, then we can now raise our flag to your tent, to Israel. Let me now see who will come and hold us. Nigeria can fight on different fronts. So our senators, yes.
CM, hold on. Are you saying that you want Simon to do these things you just laid out here, and Simon doesn't do these things? You already said that it's Asari Dakogo that is doing those things, but you are now saying
Asari admitted it. Asari admitted it.
Yeah, you're now saying that you want Simon to do, because someone has to do these things you laid out that should be done to politicians.
Yes, exactly. By the time you hear that they killed somebody in the southeast, you look at it, it's one Okada rider or one Okada. No, but it's a non-entity. Unknown, not really. It's not. But if you hear that all these our 15 senators, House of Reps, maybe they're up to 30 total, or maybe 21. You hear that their wife was shot. One of their children was killed. One of their in-laws was killed. I'm coming. I'm coming. Their interest, where they have their businesses. Whatever Simon, instead of Citra, anybody can do it. Anybody can. You see, because if they're told, by the time a senator from Enugu State is doing a burial, another one from Anambra somewhere or Ebonyi is doing a burial, they will ask themselves the question. Without it, Nnamdi Kanu can't come out. Because this is, to be honest with you, this is an insult. This is a total insult on the civilization called Ndibo. The court has said, let him go. Okay, let me ask you this question, Rudolph. What if the court had said Nnamdi Kanu was found guilty and he should be sentenced to life imprisonment? Everything gets closed. People will say, you see it, you don't believe in the rule of law, but the law found him clean. Let him go. So why is he being? Have you heard about a Yoruba? Have you heard about a Yoruba man being held? Have you heard about a Fulani man being held? Have you heard about a Hausa man being held?
Abiola was held. There are so many. You can say that.
After court said him to go. After court was Abiola tried?
They didn't even try them. Some of them they didn't even try them.
Exactly, but you've tried them. The
point I'm making.
But you've tried them.
Hold on, the point I'm making is are you advocating that people should start killing people? Is that what you're saying? I want to get it clear. Are you saying
listen. No. It's to me. Not people killing people. Not killing anybody. I mentioned 15 senators. All the House of Reps members. I'm counting them. All the House of Reps members, the governors, the local government chairman, House of Reps, House of Assembly. If they start targeting them I mean, they're not up to 200.
Who are they there?
Whoever can do the job. It is not the color of the cat that matter now. The cat that can bear the rat.
Hold on. Can I just make a quick?
This is it.
Hold on.
Yeah, let me help CM. Let me help CM here.
Don't help him.
A minute.
Let me just say that on this platform we don't support violence.
Yeah, no, I know. A minute. I just want to make some clarity on what he's trying to say.
No. Let me
just a minute.
Can you wait? I'll come to you.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to be just. Let me just skip. I have to skip people now.
I have to speak.
Okay. See, one of Prestige. Let me just continue. I don't want people to get angry. One of Prestige. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. We do respect to Kene and CM. I know everybody has the freedom to speak and everybody has their right to speak. The way you're coming at this, I think the principle behind this sit at home is good. It was initially, prosecuted when Nando cannot come to the court every Monday. There will be a respect sit at home. I'm never in favor of it, but that may be reasonable to a certain extent. But this has degenerated to a very, very bad angle. We are talking about. I mean, do you know what is causing the Southeast? What is the benefit of this sit at home you all are perpetuating, supporting, or whatever? Where has it gotten you? Why not go to Abuja and protest or whatever? You are decimating Igbo land, killing. I mean, whether by force or whatever, coincident or whatever, people are dying, and you all are here supporting it. I mean, you're.
I'm not saying sit at home. I'm saying bye. I say instead of sit at home, bye. Thank you. Don't misquote me, please.
Let me land. This is my turn. Sometimes I
See,
like your narrative.
I wanted to clarify myself before they start judging me right, and
Wait
center.
a minute, I'm speaking.
Please, give me a second. Let me clarify myself.
Let's have a dialogue. We are not quarreling. Let's have a dialogue. I mean, I support your perspective most of the time. But this sit at home, I completely disagree with you. I don't see the benefit. This has been going on for years. What have we benefited from this so-called sit at home? Nothing's going to come out of it. You all can sit at home for the next 100 years. The government is not going to listen to you. I mean, they're going to say, you Southeast, let you all die over there, whatever, the economy will still be going. Have you ever thought like that? In a project, when you do something, if that is not working, it's not yielding any goal, you have to change the direction. I mean, can anybody tell me what we have benefited from this sit at home? You can, like I said, you can sit at home for the next 100 years. The government don't care of what's going on. I don't know. I don't know who is perpetuating this sit at home. All I know is that someone is a racketeering. You may disagree with me or whatever. He's just profiting. Have you ever been to the channel, see how much they donate to him? That's all it was.
All right, thank you.
I don't even know what to say. Okay, you all have your opinion. I mean, the whole thing is a mess.
Please, let me just explain myself. Yeah, see, I said it last time here that I'm not in support of any form of sit at home. Right? I said it here. However, if I'm not in support of sit at home, am I also in support of Nnamdi Kanu being held against the court's proclamation? No. So what I'm saying is, if sit at home is the only measure or the only way through which Nnamdi Kanu will be released, then let it go. Let it go ahead. I support that. Because it seems that sit at home is the only thing that is actually affecting the government or the supposed leaders. And that is why they are going against it. I, for one, I always say it here that I will never be in support of any form of killing, be it to the politician or to anyone. No. Their families may be innocent of this, but they should not be killed. I will not be in support of killing them. I understand what CM is saying. I understand that if you begin to touch their family, they will now wake up because they seem to be very heartless. They seem not to understand what the plight of the people. That if touching their family members will now trigger them to work for the people, maybe that should be the next route. But I, for one, I will not support any form of taking of life. right? But what I'm saying is, if our government or if our supposed Southeast leaders are sincere to themselves, why wouldn't they hold Asari Dokubo responsible for killing of our people? Why Asari? Why is Asari still free, working freely, or even coming and hosting interviews, even still boasting of killing our people? Why is he not being held responsible? Why are they after Simon Nepa that is just calling for mere sit at home, not taking of life? Will he choose sit at home? Will he choose to go against sit at home and then support the killing of our people? These two things, killing of your people or sit at home to avoid the killing, then you are not saying that sit at home is not bad, the sit at home is evil, that the killing should continue. Is that what we are saying?
Okay, can I
We really didn't they can protect our land and all these things will go naturally.
Okay, we're gonna talk.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't hear you.
Let's see if you go ahead.
Papudoka will pass.
Okay, KJ, next.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Kene, and my brother CM. I quite understand why you guys are standing on this issue. I just want to throw in, look at it from a different light. Now we're talking about the Nigerian, coup and the desire for ECOWAS to go to war. And what did the president of Nigeria, what did he do? He called a meeting, or the five northern governors bordering Niger went to have a meeting based on what they feel and how they feel it will affect their states. And they stood and took a stand that, look, we do not want war because it's going to affect our people and our economy. And the northern elders followed suit. The Iowa Consultative Forum followed suit. Now, this is a people standing in for their own people to say it's not even going to happen in their state, but they're saying, look, as far as we're concerned, this is going to affect those of our relatives on the other side. So you can't go to war. That's the Nigerian policy. Now, when the Boko Haram issue started, Jonathan was bent on dealing with it and nipping it in the bud. The northern elders, led by, I'm calling names, led by the Sultan of Sokoto, took the leadership of the north to Jonathan and said, look, any killing you are doing, anything you are doing to Boko Haram, you are doing to our youth. These are our youths. These are our people. You cannot do that. They went to the Hague. They wrote a letter to the Hague to accuse Inhejika, who was the general that time, the army general that time, commanding that, chief of army staff at that time, to say that Inhejika was carrying out a revenge against the North, based on the North or based on the Biafra war, and it was against humanity, and that if Inhejika is not retired, I'm giving you, and you can check it out. If Henjika is not removed from the army, they will not vote for Jonathan. And Henjika was retired from the army. He wasn't not retired, he was retired and replaced. Now we're saying these things that are happening. Now, when they wanted to negotiate with Boko Haram chose Buhari, who became president some years later, to stand and negotiate on their behalf. I don't see anybody associating Buhari with Boko Haram. I don't see anybody referring to these things as being sided, one-sided. This is, it is the North. Okay. Now, what is the reverse? Our own politicians do not want to go near the movement that's happening in Igbo land. They will rather play the ostrich. They rather satisfy the northern oligarchies. And now, sorry, those of you who are northerners, when I say north, I'm not referring to you, those of us, me and you. But we know the people we are talking about, who are the people who are piloting the affairs of Nigeria. Okay, they are not favorable to you, they're not favorable to me, but they represent their interests alone. Okay, now when this happened, our own people, the problem with the Igbo politicians is that they are not in alignment with their people. They will rather speak on behalf of others. In fact, I'll give you a very recent example. I can check it out. An interview that was granted by Tony Nwoye, okay, that the labor representative in the House of Rep, okay, who was rather praising just to, what are they looking for? it is not fair. What they are doing to the Igbos is not fair. They should be given more ministerial positions. But even to say that, they have to embellish it to make sure that nobody is taking offense. That has always been the issue of the Igbos and Igbo leadership. They don't want to call it a spade. We rather want to speak on behalf and to try to embellish it so that those people don't see us as being tribalistic. Okay? Unfortunately, when they want to speak to you, they don't do that. They don't do that. Now, coming to the issue of like I've always said on this forum, and with with all the love I have for Kene, I'm not one of the disciples of Simon Ekpa. I don't like his approach. Okay? Now, but I cannot do what he's doing. I have always said it on this platform. It takes a man of courage to be able to do some of those things. Now, is it better? You see, the Igbo have a proverb. When the music change, the dance step should equally change. Now, the music in Igbo land has changed. I expect him to change also his approach.
What changed in the music, KJ?
What has changed? You see, if you followed, and I'm one of those who follow Professor Odinkalu a lot. He did a lot of extensive work on the issues of the Southeast. The Southeast has people, there's Scottish in the movement, there's unionism in the movement, there's all kinds of pockets of criminality going on. But they all calling themselves IPOB. Even those who are caught, IA and the rest and all those ones, operating in almost all the parts of the East, they call themselves IPOB. They call themselves ESN. Because that is the umbrella that can hide them so they can continue to do their evil. And
so it's not just Asari Dokubo.
No, it's not Asari just one. Asari just one. Okay, Asari just one. There are many more groups. And you know why I tend to go with that in research? He's doing extensive research on those issues and he's in that on the ground there.
I'm actually going to bring him on the show very soon. So
yes, he did an extensive work on, and he's still on that work, has not completed it. So, but why am I saying that? I'm saying that it is time for our politicians. Which one is easier? For the governors to come together and go and say, look, we believe that this Nnamdi Kanu is one of the key points of this settlement of the East. Release him. The court are release him. Okay? If you don't want to release him, since you said it's the first time that you appeal and you still keep the person in the prison, take him, put a date, let's go to court. They're not doing that. Instead, we are all hammering on Simon Ekpa, which is easier for the southern and eastern senators and House of Reps to hold a caucus meeting and issue a strong statement, or meet the president and say, look, you were a member of NADECO, okay? You are now president of Nigeria, but you were once a freedom fighter. Is it not the best simple thing for you to do is release this guy to his people? So let's see whether if the insecurity will reduce. I wanted John Abba to be on this platform today because here I raised the issue once and I said the killings that was going on in Benue, they said it was Samuel Otom. Now it is Reverend what's his name that is there now, and they have not stopped. In fact, they've drummed up destruction in the Benue. Okay, is it still Samuel Otom? It's not. These things are systematically organized to make sure that their aim is achieved. And what's that aim? Land grabbing, especially in the Middle Belt. And in the East, is to make sure that there's nothing that is functional. If it wasn't affecting the government, they would not even bet an eye because you see, it's affecting them.
Which government? The Eastern government or the federal government?
Both the Eastern government.
But the federal government is not worried about this. Did you see any sign that they are worried about it?
Why? You know that they not don't they collect VAT from the East?
Yeah, but is there any sign that they are worried?
Of course. What are the signs? That they are worried is the pressure they're putting on our Eastern political leaders to make sure they stop it. So when they give you your staff of office, they tell you the only thing we want you to do is make sure these boys go to the market and go and sell. Nothing is coming. Okay, and I'm serious, Dr. Damages.
No. You said it as if you were there. I was just imagining how did that happen.
Because they have the toll plazas they've mounted in all over all Igbo land that collects money on regular basis. Those money collected are not only for
There's no more toll. There's no more toll.
when I say toll plaza, I mean the roadblocks. Have they stopped?
No, not only that. Not only that. They are collecting produce revenue. Any truck coming from the north down east must be paying to revenue in each and every state. I think two places, 2 checkpoints, every state to federal government. Every truck that is coming down with food from the north must pay that revenue.
No.
They call it produce.
State collects it, not federal government.
It's federal.
All right.
I know this very well. Federal has theirs.
All right, thank you.
No, federal has none.
KJ, thank you. Let's move to Chim. Chim, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. It's a pleasure to be on your program this morning, and I've always wanted to be on it, but work and other things. I'll try and make it very short. So first and foremost, I don't agree with Kene and CM. For KG, very wonderful analysis. I love the perspective you came from. I'm going to be asking some hypothetical questions. One is, Simon Ekpa is in Finland. So in every struggle, and I want to take a cue from the South African struggle for demolition of apartheid, there were people on ground who were doing foot soldering, doing all the guerrilla warfare. And there were people who were in diaspora. It was intentional. So you found people like the former president whose father was involved and he was living in Lagos. And these were the people who would go to London and make all the cases for the dismantling of apartheid to Commonwealth, to the UK government and all that. If Simon Ekpa had good intentions, and I'm telling you, he doesn't have good intentions, I personally believe it may sound conspiratory, but I believe he's a mole working for some politicians doing their bidding. First and foremost, I agree with the perspective. The intention is to destabilize the entire Southeast. You're a people known for being industrious. Previously, they said we don't take part in politics. Our people are busy opening shops and all those things. But all of a sudden, you want to destroy that one thing which you held against them, their businesses. The whole idea is to make the place totally, we lose the one thing we have, which is our commerce, which is the wealth creation we are known for. And so Simon Ekpa is a willing tool that is being used. I may not have all my facts, but if you sit down and look at the way he's going about his activities, it's very clear. If Simon Ekpa was really helping, his boss is in prison, his role will be to be going to the United Nations, pushing for things like plebiscites. They want to leave Nigeria, pushing for things that will make the international community give attention to what is going on. But that's not what he's doing. What is he busy doing? He's busy denying my grandmother in the village the opportunity of going to, sorry, there's an echo. Is it me? Is it? Hello, can you hear me properly now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes. So my perception is that Simon Ekpa is on a mission. He's collecting whatever cuts somebody is giving him somewhere to play some mole activity. Otherwise, the innocent day-to-day traders, the market woman who goes to the 4-day market in the village, and you're stopping her from going to sell her trade. How are you helping her cause? So personally, I do not think Simon Ekpa is doing anything constructive. Anybody who is of that opinion, you need to really sit down and relook it. I hate to go into conspiracy, but I do not think he is doing anything, to help. And then coming to Ohaneze, what's Ohaneze doing? Why is it that it's convenient for you to sit there? Are you telling me that an Afenifere in the days when they had not brought in politics to split them will stand by and watch Yoruba land be decimated? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe today because we have a president that has on a different agenda and he doesn't want to align with them anymore. But in the days when he was aligned with them, we saw the powerful, role Afenifere was playing in Yoruba land. We saw how AD was licensed as a party when they did not qualify because they did not want to, to touch the Yoruba people and all that. And I don't want to go into ethnic politics, but I'm just trying to bring out some of the things that happened in Nigeria in the past to show that when you have a centralized body leadership that is really fighting for its people, the volume of activity you're able to accomplish. Ohanese is not doing anything. Because if Ohanese is doing anything seriously, they would have been making representative. In fact, they will put the federal government on a back foot to take some decisions that they're not taking. But I just think right now, we have governors who are seeking their personal interest, whether it's the man in Imo State, whom we all know is not there for the people, but is personally there just to accomplish his own objectives. So I think, like you rightly said, I think it was KJ that said it. If Simon Ekpa really is contributing, then he will sit down and come up with a new approach. When music changes, you change your dance step, you change your approach. I don't think he's doing any good to IPOB or the cause of Biafra or the cause of the Igbo land entirely. I think the young man is busy focusing on his pockets. He is getting something to destabilize the southeastern region. And anybody who cannot see it and thinks, oh, he's keeping the hope alive, he's keeping no hope alive. Trust me, he's not keeping any hope alive. I'm not supporting the Nigerian politicians or the Nigerian Igbo politicians, to be specific, because we know that these people are, I don't want to use derogatory words, but permit me to say they're efulefus. They're people who have sold themselves and are busy pursuing their objectives. My own solution would be, if Ohanese is genuine, they should all come down and begin to come up with strategies to get Mazi Nnamdi Kanu freed. I mean, yes, the court hasn't found him guilty. Those are some of the things we'll be pushing, taking to United Nations and to international community. If Simon Ekpa was genuine, these are the things you should be pushing, not telling Nigerians who are under an oppressive government already. Because forget about civilian, we have consistently had oppressive leadership that are muscling the people. You shouldn't be adding to the pains of the people by telling them not to go to, to conduct their businesses every day. These are innocent people. Rather, what you're doing is stopping them from doing their businesses. No, sir. I do not think that Simon Ekpa is contributing in any way, in any measure. So for now, I will leave it at that. And I want to again say thank you. It's my views. I respect everybody's views, but I don't think Simon Ekpa is contributing in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chim. Thank you so much. Okija, you're next.
Yeah, good day, all. Ify, before I say I like your hair, Iken as Anthony, I like your hair too. It reminds me when my father used to be my barber. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you are forcing people to stay at home, okay, and for someone, you want him to be released, and you are telling people to stay at home, and the person, you are doing it tells you, I don't want you to stay at home for me, and you continue, So what are you trying to tell us? Is it because you're not listening to him? Who's supposed to be your boss? You're not listening to him. Is it because you are doing it, for some other reason? That is, beside what the man who started the movement, what he's pursuing. You have your own agenda right now because you are making money. Some people are sending you money, and you are not accountable to anyone. And you're enjoying the money you are getting, and you are not selling the money to some other people. You are hogging the money. Yeah, I mean, so anyway, Ujuku said something. He said, since he came back from exile, he said he never bought a car. People will give him a car. People, if his car breaks down, somebody will fix his car. Water, people brings water to his house. Rice, he doesn't handle money. People buy things for him, because of the love they have for him. You see these people, say they are Simon Ekpa. Let him come to Nigeria now. Let him come to Igbo land right now. Let him come to Igbo land right now. See how the people will feast on him. Because you don't ask people questions. People at home who are feeling this, ask them. How do you feel? People. I know what people say to me. People in Nigeria, they couldn't listen to me. They're angry. They are frustrated. Especially this time in Nigeria, passing through added hardship. You tell people to sit at home. The only thing they have in Nigeria right now, Nigeria is against Igbo people, and the only thing they have right is the commerce. I wrote it's a satire actually, but during Pantami, when he was the minister, Buhari's regime, government or regime, whatever, and about sit at home. I was making fun, Pantami was speaking, but I was writing it. He was so happy what was happening in Igbo land. They're sitting at home, this is the only thing they have, they're gonna lose it, we're gonna take over. And then because why I wrote it, because I belong to a group, business people, but mostly people from North. I see what they do, the kind of business they get into, not us. People will think that I'm not doing business. See the kind of business they go to into Nigeria. They send a lot of promotion board, everything they export. And I was like, these are people, Hausa people are doing this now. I mean, Northern people, not only Hausa people doing this. And that we people, our people, just going down the drain. We are losing our businesses. Chinese are coming, they bring, goods. They come to Nigeria and open a shop, and they are taking over the business. Big stores are opening up like Next and all other superstores taking up, and we are losing what we have. Our people are moving to other places, to Ghana. We are losing it. I was born and raised in Onitsha. People used to come from Cameroon, from everywhere to business in Onitsha. They don't come anymore, and then you're adding this to the people. One of the things, I don't know, some of us, we just don't read, we don't investigate what's going on. We just come and, speak, out of emotion, whatever. Just like KJ said, if you had listened to Chidi Odenkalo, because his name is Professor Odenkalo, is first on Chidi or whatever, you understand what's going on in the East. Because I pour agitation. This is not even our problem. Because when that stops, you will see the more, the problem we are facing is so deep. It's so deep that we just this is just surface. It's nothing. Okay, one of the things so like people who are saying what's his name Dokubo, Dokubo. Soludo has said it. Chidi Odenkalo has said it. That all the people they caught, people involved in this killing people, that they've seen, that they've interviewed, all Igbos. They've never seen any Yoruba man, any Hausa man, any Fulani man, Igbos. And then some people, here they pass this message, Fulanis and this. And he talked about ungoverned spaces. Where do we have ungoverned spaces? I'm from Okija. I've gone all the. There is no place in Okija nobody owns. There is no farm. You say that there is no forest. Just like I've gone from Onitsha all the way to where all those axes, like or Bar or Bosi, all those. There's no ungoverned places. Every no forest. Just woods. People own them. I mean, the thing is, we are the soul of Igbo land and the soul of Biafra is at stake right now. And there is just like the question was asking was the civil war. I think there is I don't know, Igbo somehow they've gotten themselves involved in a civil war. It has nothing to do with Biafra agitation. It has everything to do with who are we? Who are we? Because if you see all the people going on, we have a drug problem, we have a communal crisis, you have cultists, rampaging everywhere in the whole East. Or in Anambra, they kill people, like in broad daylight. They cut off people's head and put them on spike and run away. I mean, what are we becoming? I asked this question. I don't know. Someone was like, we have the problem. I asked someone if things fall apart, assuming
Okija, is Simon Ekpa responsible for that?
No, I mean what I'm saying, that we have deeper problem than Simon Ekpa, but he's bringing his own dimension. But the problem right now has been shrouded, Simon's issue. That so some rightly like some people are saying, like Soludo saying, let us deal with Anand, let's release him so that we can find out what's going on in the land. Those actors, people who are involved in other criminality, that we have to deal with them, that they will not hide under the guise of we are fighting for Biafra. Okay, right. So what was I saying before I interrupted me? So anyway, but Rudolph, I have to go. We have Igbo Day in Boston today, so you guys have fun.
All right, thank you. Let me just play this before we continue. Just small 1 minute of Chidi Odenkalo speaking.
And he'll perform some magic is nonsensical, utterly nonsensical. And I'm not going to yield any ground on this one. The thing I have seen is more dangerous. It is more organized. Now, would Nnamdi Kanu have stopped Ozubulu massacre? Of course not. Ozubulu massacre was sophisticated crime and payback. And all these oversimplifications by sophisticated people should stop. We need to reason through our challenges brutally and tell ourselves home truths. And the home truths will not be very nice when we tell them to ourselves. Look, I know politicians who bought guns to win elections. Some of them, people I went to school with. Not one, not two, 30, 40 AK-47s, brought them to the communities, won elections, and have not been able to retrieve the guns. The guns are killing our people. Didn't Nnamdi Kanu tell them? No. So let us not oversimplify this Nnamdi Kanu phenomenon. No. This is how Ralph Wazirike was. What Ralph Wazirike has reigned and gone. Nnamdi Kanu will reign and go. But our problems are deep, and I would suggest we try and understand them. And so, Uche, in that light, I hope I've tried.
All right.
Yeah, you really need to invite him here.
No, he's coming.
Great.
He's coming.
Sure.
He was talking about sophisticated people and coming up with sophisticated reasoning about some of the things going on. And that's what I want us to concentrate on today in terms of watching the dynamics. For instance, I could see, if you go to Simon Ekpa's page now, virtually all politicians in the Southeast, nobody's had been described as element. You know, there's nobody that is of any use. And even in the Biafra movement. So he's only the good guy, it appears. So the question is, where are we? How do we? I wanted to think beyond today. Think about 100 years from now. Even if you get the Biafra, you know, will it be like where there will be these two groups fighting each other? What are we preparing now? What is happening now? It will have implication tomorrow. I'll come to you, Olumide, but let me go to KJ. What do you want to say?
Thank you. I just want to answer the question you put head on. You see, the real reason why there's a struggle or there is a resistance by the Igbo politicians. I've stopped calling them Igbo leaders. They're not Igbo leaders. They're Igbo politicians. It's because they know that if the phenomenon called Nnamdi Kanu takes hold, their political careers have ended. It will become younger men like you and I that will be called on to take over that position. That is why they are going to resist it until they can no longer resist it, or until something happens, something gives way. You see, the truth of the matter is that since we have been growing up, and I'm over 50 now, okay, we have never seen our own political leaders go sit down and say, look, based on this is what Igbo people are demanding, this is what our people are saying. They are so cowardly afraid to say that. Okay, and I understand it. Maybe because they were the ones who fought the war and they were defeated. But you see, the crops of the Igbo men who are out there now, not those who fought the war and they have not been defeated. So they don't have a defeated mentality. What we see is how to progress. We don't see colors, we don't see tribe. We don't even see regions. We just see the world and want to take it. So the acceptance of the phenomena called Nnamdi Kanu will mean that the likes of all of them, even majority of them in the Ohanese Ndigbo, will have been now become total elders that will retire to the village. Why people with more progressive mind will come up into the scene. And that is what they are afraid of, to throw up those people that will come into the scene and change the narrative. That's how I see. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Demages, yeah, can I just come in a little bit, please? I just want to respond to
Dr. Demages, can I have to cool down? Let all of us get there. You have to cool down? Cool down, my brother.
Calm down now. It's Dr. Demages that has the right to say that I will not talk. Calm down, because let me just put this and I will leave, please. Mr. Chim was asking a question. He's maybe making an assertion that Simon Ekpa isn't getting it right. That he now used if Ohaneze was serious, Ohaneze should have done this and that. But unfortunately, Chim, Ohaneze is not serious. Ohaneze is working for the Southeast politicians, just as most of our traditional rulers in the Southeast are working for the politicians. Do you know that traditionally right now, that you as an indigenous person have no right to appoint a traditional ruler? The governor appoints traditional ruler, and those traditional rulers down to the president general are answerable to the governor. So they are all working for the politicians. So they have gotten it wrong. And that is why, personally, I wouldn't criticize whomever that is working for the people or whomever that is trying to protect the interests of the people. Now, we're talking about forcing people sitting at home. But you and I know that the Enugu state governor, Mba, forced the people to sit at home. He refused that they will not open their shop. He locked down their shops and throw the key out. So who is now enforcing the sit at home? Enugu governor. So we should be talking about that. And Okija was he said that he called some people from the southeast and they were telling him how things were very hard, the hardship left going on in the southeast. I also called someone in Plateau State and he was also telling me the same thing, how things are very hard for them in the Plateau State. And I asked, is Simon Ekpa enforcing sit at home in Plateau State that now makes the economy to be hard for everyone? So now this is it. You guys are leaving the main problem, which is the country is going down. The country economically is shut down. That is the problem, not the one day Monday sit at home in the southeast that is bringing poverty in the southeast. Okija also stated that in the southeast, there is no place that is ungovernable in the southeast, and I differ with that. A lot of places in the southeast are ungovernable. And my reason for saying that is we don't have local government in the southeast. I don't know about other people, but most of the southeast, especially Anambra State, we do not have government in the local areas. That is the local government chairman, the councillor, we don't have it. So some of these places are ungovernable. And that is why criminal activities are easy to be propagated in those areas or to be pushed out in those areas because the government is not at the grassroots. The people in the villages, the people in the local areas are on their own. They are living at the mercy of the kidnappers and the ritual killings coming from all these social media deviants and all those miscreants parading themselves as prophetess and prophet, right? The local government is not there, so the land is ungovernable. There is no government in the local areas. That is the problem. We should be addressing this. When you have local government, when you have leadership at the grassroots, it's helped to checkmate all these evil activities going on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Olumide, you're next.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. So I just want to weigh in because I believe that what is going on in the Southeast kind of symbolizes what is happening all over Nigeria. I believe this Igbo struggle is not just a struggle for the Igbo people. It is a struggle for all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. So that is why I kind of respect them. I mean, the sit-at-home is a kind of civil disobedience. There's nothing wrong in sitting at home and I mean, if the government they have in Nigeria is a truly democratic government that is supposed to work for the people, why can't you call the leaders of these sit-at-homes and talk to them? What they are asking for is change for the society, change for the Igbo society, the way things are being done, resource control. It is the same question, and I respect Nnamdi Kanu because we've heard news that allegedly that the Nigerian government has tried to keep him quiet by offering him, juicy contracts, money to keep quiet, to silence the struggle, but he has refused.
Olumide.
That is part of the reason why they're still keeping him locked up, despite the fact that the court said that he's innocent. Yes.
Will you support sit at home in Lagos by the Oduduwa? Hold on.
Okay.
By the Oduduwa Nation.
I will support it. I will support any action to get Nigeria working the right way. And to get Nigeria working the right way, we have to redo that constitution, not just for the Yorubas, for every ethnic group. What has it benefited the South? For them to keep quiet people like Asari Dokubo, government, Topolo in Delta, whatever his name is, by giving them contracts, billions of naira, and still yet the Niger Delta people where the oil is coming from are still suffering. That is wickedness. Okay, we're talking about ESN now. Wait, one moment. We're talking about ESN. As anybody, the question people like CM, Akwachi, and Igbo Basics should be asking is, why are you collecting 250 50 million naira monthly as security allowance, and yet you did not arrest one headman killer in the Igbo forest or village. People should be asking Buhari to answer for genocide. Do you know how many farmers lost their limbs and arms in Okeogun, in Ibadan, or your state? They couldn't farm anymore because of headmen killers. Not one was arrested. And even those who were arrested by this militia group, what's his name? This Yoruba OPC, they were released. They were arrested, handed over to the police. They arrested these OPC guys and they locked them up for 3 months. Somebody was saying Afenifere stand and look. Yes, Afenifere stood while they were killing people in Ibadan and Osun State, in our farms, Lagos Ibadan Expressway, in all the villages. Are people living in the villages not human beings? And those in the city, when you talk to them, they will tell you they never heard anything. And these were the people farming and bringing foods to the cities. It was Igboho that stood up by himself, that went into the to the headers leader, the Seriki, and chased him out. And this guy had to run out because DSS came after him. And God help Benin Republic, they didn't hand him over to the Nigerian government because they would have seen hell.
So, Olumide, there are people who feel, some people, Igbo people, who feel that they fought a war before, that in the struggle...
Okay, Rodolph, my question to you, I understand where you're going. My question to you is...
No, you don't know where I'm going. You don't know where I'm going.
Why not put pressure on the government of Nigeria?
No, wait, let me no, Olumide, hold on. You don't know where I'm going. So they are saying that they fought a war before, and that, like you identified, the issue in Nigeria is not just one group, it's across the country. That the Yoruba should lead now in this situation. We're all in that situation, that Yoruba should lead, not the Igbo people again. So they think that, like when you say now that you support sit at home, why won't the people, the advocates for Odua Nation, implement that? Borrow it from the Biafrans, implement that in Ibadan or in Lagos, and tell people.
See, I would say that that Yoruba Nation, I'm for one, I'm for Yoruba Nation. I've never shied away from saying it, but our leadership are splintered, and like every other organization, that is why I say I applaud the Igbo, the way the Igbos are doing it. They're not carrying up arms and fighting the federal government. The Civil War was a different situation. They carried arms, but it's a civil disobedience. What is wrong with the governors in the South in listening to their people and saying and putting pressure on the federal government? Why would the governors have to cower to the federal government all the time and then direct them back? Are the governors even asking questions and saying, you didn't even protect our people in the villages when elders were killing our people? Not one of them. And it was this non-state actor, the ESN, that stopped some of these killings and challenged them where they are. You understand? So I wish our Yoruba elders would take. I wish we could find somebody like Nnamdi Kanu in the Yoruba nation. I mean, Yoruba circle now that would lead that kind of a struggle to say enough is enough, because we are suffering too. The Yorubas are suffering. We are not getting good governance. Things have never been better than when what Power left in the old Western region. So we are suffering. You understand? So whichever way it takes to bring this big elephant down, I will support it. You understand? We're not saying carrying hands, well, this is civil disobedience. What is wrong with the governors putting pressure on the federal government and saying we have to listen to our people? Can't you not listen to your people? Even the monarchy in Britain, they would never do anything that would be against their people. Why are we treating our people like a kind of colonialist mentality way of behaving? I don't know how else to put it, but I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. The governors have to listen to collect 250 million security vote every month, and you don't protect one single life. What are you doing with the money? You should start asking that question.
All right, thank you. Ikena San Antonio.
Can I now?
Oh, thank you. CM, cool down. No, it's my turn. Let me loco. You understand? It's my turn. So my
you're
brother
supposed to be my best friend.
This time, me and you no be best friend because wait you talk, come just take my body. Yes. I lost 3 uncles in Nigeria Civil War. Highly intelligent uncles in Nigeria Civil War. My mother and my father met during Nigeria Civil War. One of the reasons why my grandmother loved my dad is that my dad saved one of his sons because he was shot, and they put him together, want to send him, but my dad was a captain during that time. So my mother treated my dad when he got shot during Civil War. So my mother asked my dad to take care of his brother. I will tell you, it's one of the reasons why I'm a product of Nigerian Civil War. My parents got married when Nigerian Civil War ended, and I was born. So when I went to live with my grandmother, it was so difficult because a woman that lost 3 sons, highly intelligent sons, she mourned them till the day she passed away. So when we talk about Biafra, I am a true Biafra. I am a true son of Biafra. But unfortunately, I'm going to tell you, one who doesn't listen to other people's suggestions, you're not a good leader. Simon Ekpa is not a good leader. When you talk about he's keeping Biafra alive, that is rubbish talk. The reason why, no offense though, I don't want to offend anybody. The reason why I say it's a rubbish talk. Do you know, as of today, I'm from Anambra State, I go to Nigeria a lot. On Friday night, all businessmen will carry their family, drive across the head bridge to go to Asaba. Some people are now beginning to move to Asaba and establishing businesses in Asaba. Even I have a friend lawyer, he scheduled law cases in Asaba. Why he have a big office in Anambra State? Because on Mondays, he goes to court in Asaba. So when you say that sit at home is to keep Biafra alive, please break it down for me. Economically, it have impacted our people. Seriously, when you talk about businesses, if I'm selling mango, selling fruits, on Saturday, I didn't sell all my fruits. Whatever that remain, it can hold till Monday. Then I can break it into half because I have made my profit. On Monday, I sell it, Gasikia, people will buy the remaining. But automatically, you close the shop on Monday. Then I can sell the fruits. The fruits are damaged. If somebody told me that sit at home is by choice, that person is 100% lying. You know why it's not by choice? Because the autopilots will come and shoot gun on the air, then everybody will disperse. That is the reason why sit at home is not a choice. Sit at home is by force. I wish Nigeria is like Texas, where I live. Everybody carry gun in the boot. Not only one, not only two. People have 50 guns in their boot, in the trunk of their car. So by the time you shoot one on the air, 20 of them will take you out. But unfortunately, Nigeria, the way we were designed is that once we hear a gun, everybody dissipates and it affects us. Somebody say Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu. Can I tell you something? You haven't done anything to affect the federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu. Rather, you have destroyed all the Southeast businesses. Everything Southeast started for. You have destroyed because the more you sit at home, the more businesses go away. When we were in Onitsha selling stuff, people come from Ghana, people come from Cameroon, people come from Niger, people come from Chad to pick goods and go to Onitsha and go to their country. But they can't do it. Number one, people are collecting money. If you have your goods to go, by the time you get to cross Anambra State alone, You have spent series of money. You will meet this Aboro, you will meet this group, you will meet this group, you will meet. Those are the things that affect the economic. It impacts the economic of country, economic of the state. Simon Ekpa is not doing Igbo's service. I'm sorry to tell anybody that believe in that story. The reason why Simon Ekpa cares about himself and the money that he will make. If anybody tell me that the money he's making, he's putting it into the economy, I'm sorry, he's a tyrant. The reason why he's a tyrant is he makes money and live good wearing Gucci, wearing Versace that costs about just one of this time he was talking with his rope. What Versace he was wearing is over $1,500. If he's walking like a normal person, he ain't gonna go and buy that Versace. So he's making money, and I believe that some level of government is sponsoring him too. I believe that governments are involved in sponsoring him because he's not doing this. I don't think it's the only money people are in abroad that is giving to him. Somebody is financing him, and that is the reason why he's bolding to say that you're gonna sit at home. He's the prime minister of Igbo land. Who gave him prime minister of Igbo land? He doesn't even qualify to be a prime minister of the Igbo land. There's so many people that have the interests of Igbos that can do better job than him. So finally, the governments, the leaders, people that call themselves the leaders of Southeast, they are the pioneer of this. We need to hold them accountable, not killing them, but we need to start holding them accountable.
Allow me.
Not killing their family members, like somebody suggested. I think it's going way offline. But that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ikenna.
Rudolph, you know, I needed to do some rebuttal so that people do not misunderstand me, because I made my case very clear, very crystal clear, and I made a suggestion as alternative. So if you are battling with my alternative, I can know its reason, but if you set your own question and decide to answer it on my behalf, that is up to you. I never said I support sit at home. What I said was the operation Simon Ekpa uses his sit at home. I said I don't support it. It's counterproductive. Rather, alternative I offered was, if there's a way that the interests of our politicians are being harmed, they will now stand up and tell Nigeria that the rule of law must prevail. If a court finds you guilty, you go for it. If a court says discharged, they must discharge Nnamdi Kanu. But until our 15 senators, 5 governors, House of Rep members, all their interests, their families are intact, nothing concerns them, nobody cares. I don't know why people are setting a different question on my behalf. So, to that extent, what I'm now saying, let me repeat it. If until this is done, I do not see why Ifeanyi Ubah should be telling people he went to see Nnamdi Kanu. People are going to see him. Ifeanyi Ubah should stand at the House of Senate, 15 of them, and walk out, stage a walkout, not because of tribal sentiment, but they will say this is the Constitution of Nigeria. The rule of law is based on the Constitution. Any crime you are committing, if it cannot be located in the Constitution, you go free. That's why the Constitution is called the grand norm. Any lawyer will say, I am a solicitor and barrister to the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The Chief Justice of the country must have a constitution at his pillow. They know it inside out. So if Ifeanyi Ubah and the politicians could stand up and say, look, this is becoming ridiculous. You try this person, the court found him, let him go. So why are you holding him? If you don't want to do it, we walk out of this Senate. That is when people will now know you are doing something. Because if the court, I posed a question here, I don't know whether Chim had me say it. What if the court had found Nnamdi Kanu guilty and said he should spend the rest of his life in prison? Will we still be discussing it? People like some people here will just say, oh, the rule of law prevails. You can't do anything. The court has found him guilty. But the court said, let him go. So what are we waiting for? If you want to charge him for anything, tell the people, what are you charging him for? Is it secret? You put it, I mean, newspapers we have journalists every day. They cast a headline. They would have said, nah, they cannot charge for this. It's as simple as that. Then we go for trial again. Then you are holding somebody with a family, and then you, the politicians, will keep quiet. That's what I'm suggesting. Please, people should hear me loud and clear. I'm not. Sit at home does not pay anybody because it cannot stop a senator from taking his million. But if you hurt the family of a senator, his business, that of a governor and everybody, even local government chairman and councillors, they will sit up. And by the way, fighting for Nnamdi Kanu is under the rule of law. Buhari said, let the law take its course. The law has taken its course. So what else are we waiting for? If the law had found, Chima, I want you to answer this question. What if the court has found Nnamdi Kanu guilty? What will you do? This is a question for you. What if the court said, what will you do?
Doc, Rudolph, can I just quickly, I promise you, I know others haven't spoken, I'll just respond sharply and I'll leave the space, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so CM, I agree with you. I agree with you that Simon Ekpa should begin to touch our people, our so-called political elites. I agree, but that's not what he's doing. So as long as he has that option and is not doing that, and he's rather using a motivation or a process that is harming the so-called people he's trying to fight for, then it tells me clearly he has no fight. He is not pushing an agenda for the people. I hear you. I agree with you. That is what the Irish so-called terrorists in those days were doing. They were not touching their people. They were destroying the establishments and things that were owned by the United Kingdom's government to get attention. But unfortunately, Simon Ekpa is not doing any of that. Simon Ekpa is not hounding people in Abuja. Simon Ekpa is not planting bombs in National Assembly. Simon Ekpa is not going to the house of any of the governors to do anything. He is harming the local harmless people. And so for so long as he's doing any of those things, he's not helping the cause. So my point was to say that anybody saying Simon Ekpa is helping to keep the flames of Biafra burning, no, you are missing the point. Simon Ekpa is like Ikena already said, and someone else earlier said it. I believe it may sound conspiratory. I personally believe that by the time, if Nigeria stands together and we get to the root of what happened within this era, you will find out that Simon Ekpa is collecting money from somewhere. He is fighting somebody's battle. Somebody is paying him and saying, you know what, these people in the Southeast, they didn't vote for me in 2015. Go and hound them. Go and keep the economy down. They say we don't vote. But all of a sudden, during this era, we wanted to vote. They started trying to keep people at home from going to vote. So I do not think Simon Ekpa is helping the cause of Biafra in any form, IPOB or whatever you want to call it. He is fighting his own pocket, his own agenda. If he is genuinely fighting the cause of Nigerians, of Biafrans, he should be making sending cases to the United Nations, trying to get attention of the international community. He has the opportunity. He's in diaspora. Why isn't he doing any of that? So please, CM, I understand you. I hear your views. I may not agree with you totally, but I understand you. If Simon Ekpa genuinely wanted to get our so-called leaders to be on the same page, he knows what to do. Unfortunately, he's not doing that. Thanks.
All right.
Well, you didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question I posed to you. Which is, what if the court had found Nnamdi Kanu guilty and said he will spend the rest of his life in prison?
Okay, so
what if the court had found him guilty?
My understanding is that I believe that Nnamdi Kanu should be freed. The court has found him not guilty, and he should be let go. But they haven't done that. So back again to my view. If Simon Ekpa was fighting for Nnamdi Kanu, he knows what to do. The people he is taking the matter to as a way of raising consciousness, that's the wrong approach. You don't go shutting down the economy of somebody who sells akamu on a daily basis, or akara on a daily basis, and tell me that you are fighting. Okay, let's even agree. Let me concede without agreeing necessarily that sit at home is a good strategy. Then how are you communicating to your people to say our sit at homes would only be on so and so day? Look for a strategy that does not decimate their business. You can say sit at home should be on Fridays, so and so time, not on a Monday. And you let them know that, look, this is why you are saying it. But you are not doing that. You come there, people who don't agree with you, rather than appeal to their consciousness, you shoot gun and kill them. You kill people. The same people you are fighting for, you shoot them down. Innocent people going about their businesses. So I'm not in support of keeping Nnamdi Kanu, if that is your view. I'm not in support of it. But you and I also know that the Nigerian judicial system, I mean, this is a country where
INEC was summoned to the presidential tribunal, did they come? Did you see the judges in any case, in any way say our subpoena was ignored and they fight their case? No. So there's nothing anybody can do about it. If the court has said free Nnamdi Kanu and the government of Nigeria decides not to free Nnamdi Kanu, well, there's nothing you and I can do. But those who are fighting should come up with a strategy to make the government get twisted to do it. That's what I'm saying. Not the innocent day-to-day, everyday people that you are, wreaking havoc on their businesses. That's not a good strategy.
And guess what? The government are enjoying this because the Igbos are self-destroying themselves. They are happy. If it wasn't that they are not happy, they would have done something already.
All right, thank you. We have to quickly change topic, but I want to hear forefathers as described, Femi AY. So let's be two minutes, please, so that we can get to Femi. Go ahead. After Femi, then forefathers.
Oh, okay. So real quick, I really do sympathize with the people that are really suffering these situations. Because when things like this happen, I try to imagine myself. It's difficult to imagine it, but I just try to imagine myself being in the East. Someone that if I don't go out, I do not eat. I mean, I understand the fact that, I believe in fairness. I believe that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. But sometimes when you fight your war, you have to choose how you fight it rightly. More especially because Simon Ekpa, for example, who for me I don't personally agree with his methods. I understand the sentiments, but if you're actually directly affecting majority of the people that you allegedly are fighting for, it becomes a problem. It's easy to sit in our own conveniences and just support whatever we feel like supporting. And our conveniences might be abroad or somewhere else away from the theater of where things are happening. But not until one. After all, sometimes even Ngozi, when she's here, we have opinion as well. Sometimes you need to be in a situation to know what it feels like. So now, the only other thing I wanted to add is the fact that not only Nigeria is not working for anybody, first of all. Then I think something that I cannot beat my head around is when you now look at the likes of Asari Dokubo, whose own people have their own issues to deal with, being used. See, this is the kind of thing that I have a problem with when, as much as one can blame the West, but it's so convenient for us to help them do their we seemingly do their bidding easily. It's almost like we don't even need the West to prompt us to do certain things to ourselves. It's just laughable. So I just wanted to say make these 2 points.
All right, thank you, Femi. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone, to you and everyone on the panel, and to the viewers. Obviously, some of the stuff I've heard today is clear case of people. I really feel bad for the Southeasterners and many Nigerians. As a matter of fact, there are actors everywhere, sending disinformation out there, knowing the truth. I actually believe that these people know the truth, and because you go online, the evidence is everywhere. You hear Nnamdi Kanu saying they should kill police and kill soldiers. You hear Samuel Ekpa saying the same thing, and other people that believe in this thing, this stuff, which I actually think that they are just making money out of it. They are being used, and some of all these people are in foreign countries that if they said those things about that nation, they will end up in black sites easily. And but they go on perpetuating this chaos in Nigeria, happily doing it, knowing full well that what they are doing is breaking the law. And you hear some people here act as if they don't know. They act as if they don't know. That is crazy. I don't understand why people do this. And other people listen to them and allow them to keep telling lies. Where is lie going to get us? How do you deal with a problem if people continue to lie about even simple events, something that is online? I don't understand this. People need to start holding these people that are doing this accountable, because they are there causing chaos in the country. And if you look at what is going on in Niger right now, when this regime came in, what happened first? They released all these dissidents in the country to go and cause problem inside the country. This is how they use our own people against us, and we are the best instrument against our own people. We've been doing this for hundreds of years, and we never learned any lesson from it. We are instruments against our own people. And how silly is it that you are in a foreign territory advocating killing of soldiers in Nigeria, and even our Nigerian government are so useless too, because they too are in cahoots, and that's the trick people don't understand. I keep saying it. You people are getting punked, both sides. The federal government, they are all in cahoots. They might be working hand in hand with this in ECPA and all of them, maybe in a kind of disjointed apparatus, but these people are serving the same goal, to keep all of us a kind of powerless to develop. That is the whole objective, to keep us underdeveloped and keep arguing amongst ourselves. We can do this for the next 100 years. It's not going to get us anywhere. All it's going to get us is slavery or downright extermination. We have to start recognizing these saboteurs for what they truly are. Because how can a government not be able to prosecute somebody that is advocating killing your soldiers? How can you not be able to do that? That is one of the easiest things. But our government are not able to do it somehow. That's how they sabotage everything about right. Finally, nothing is working, and people don't know when you're getting punked. Believe in me, if you don't open your eyes to know when you're getting punked, Nigerians are supposed to be smart about this. They have seen a lot of 419 people come and punk them, from MMM to Umana, all kinds of leaders have tricked them. And somehow we keep falling for these lies that all these people are telling us, from Nnamdi Kanu, ECPA, the federal government, all of them, they're all in cahoots. They play us. Until all these people are made to answer for what they are doing. Anybody that is advocating the destruction and violating the constitution, they should be held accountable. The federal government is violating the constitution, ECPA is violating the constitution. All of them are doing it. We should look at what the law actually says and see the people for what they truly are, what they are doing to us. They are all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Scribe, next.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to look at this, and I think I've spoken a lot. We've spoken a lot about this kind of topic here, but I want to use two tracks to compare what's going on. There is the abuse, clearly, and that's what upsets everybody that has come here and said, I agree largely in part with the analysis that has been done here. And I think, they all stem around the abuse. But then fundamentally, there is the principle, and that is the principle as espoused by, the three themes I like to call liberty, equity, and fraternity within the Nigerian state, which, clearly, from the inception, from, the whole idea, we've always suffered from that imbalance that in large part, is economic. It's economically motivated, So Nigeria has to stay one, clearly. And that is something that I think we should make the focus. Whether you're Igbo, you're Junkun, you're Kanuri, whatever. It is what the principle is that we all want to be treated fairly. We all want to be treated with, that feeling of fraternity. We all want that liberty to be able to express ourselves. And once these are challenged, then there's a problem. And that's the principle. But then the abuse, we're clearly seeing it with everything that, Simon and the likes are doing. But now I align largely with what Professor Odin Kalu said, is that this runs deeper, and it's something we shouldn't take lightly. And we still have to go back to that Sovereign National Conference of 2014. I genuinely feel that the earlier the current administration can show that togetherness, that fraternity, show that equity, that everybody belongs, I think that's a good step towards remedying what we have at the moment. But the more we ignore it, or the more we refuse to balance or to do what is right. Nnamdi Kanu has been cleared by a competent court of Nigerian jurisdiction, and still, we're still arguing, or the whoever it is, it hasn't really released him. Where Igbo traders get treated because they decided to show or they decided to express their democratic rights by clearly voting for who they thought is the best candidate, howbeit it was from their ethnic group. But then they forget that Igbo people still, um, Igbo people voted for Altain as the mayor of Enugu. Yoruba people voted, I think, in for Zeke at some point in Western Nigeria. I stand corrected. These are things that I feel that are core to the principle of, equity, fraternity, and liberty. And until we, bring these things down to those core principles and look at it and try and look at it, march towards them in attaining them, I feel we're wasting our time. And that's my viewpoint, generally on this thing. I mean, I've said this many times in many ways, but still, that is where we are supposed. That's where we're supposed to be going towards. And I agree largely in part with everything that everybody has said. I think that's where things have to be. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mazis Pride. I was going to come to he left. All right. So let's KJ, I think you spoke on this. You did? Yeah, you did. Yeah. Let's go to AY. AY.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
So I'm going to continue from where forefather scribes stop. They actually made very good, valid points. The first thing I want to correct is CM. Unfortunately, it's not here now. Hopefully, it's watching. CM, some people come here and distort history. I think we need to be careful because a lot of people are watching programs, right? One of the things he said, Nnamdi Kanu is being held because he's from Igbo. I think this is not correct. CM needs to know that there is no, in the history of Nigeria, there is no government in Nigeria that have not, like, even when people are free from the court, they keep them in detention. This is a continuous thing. Recently, we have cases of Dasuki. Even the so-called Asari Dokubo we're talking about today, if you are a student of history, you know what happened to him during Obasanjo. But we should stop, when we put out this kind of information, is you feed people wrong information, you poison their mind. So we need to be careful. The other thing is the crisis in the Southeast, I have said it here, is the common man, is the common people that are suffering in the Southeast. Is the common people, not the government, not the political leaders in the Southeast. So this is what people like Samuel Ekpa need to consider. And the other thing, the case of Nnamdi Kanu, we should stop pretending that Nnamdi Kanu committed crime against the country. The truth is, he is a security threat. My own suggestion is to free Nnamdi Kanu, you need dialogue. You need to go sit down with the president. Well, whoever the leaders are, they need to sit with the president, with the government, and give them some level of promise that, hey, this man promise the government, promise the country, you are not going to go back to what you are doing. Because what Samuel Ekpa is doing, we are criticizing, is not different from what Nnamdi Kanu did. We should stop pretending. The only difference is Samuel Ekpa is initiating sit at home. The violent, everything, Nnamdi Kanu did all that, but people will still come here and beat. And these things are online. It's not something we can't be hiding from it. Go online, you still see his video, how he was instigating the people. Come on, we should stop pretending. But peace is better. CM was also calling for war. Go destroy key people, do this, do. CM needs to go to Nigeria and lead this kind of war. We should we are sitting in abroad where we have security, we have peace, we have everything we need, and we are instigating the people. Go and kill, go and do this, go to Nigeria, travel to Nigeria, go and lead the fight. Then I will know you are a man. We should stop coming here. If the country is in crisis today,
I don't know if you're gonna you will not gonna leave here and go back and say, oh, I want to defend people. You will not do that. So let's be careful. Let's look for a way to make peace. We keep pressuring the government to do what is right, just like forefather said. Everybody, all of them are guilty. The government, all the non-state actors that are acting, you are part of the problem. So let's be careful and watch this kind of stuff we put out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Michael, you're next. Unmute yourself. Michael, unmute yourself. I can't hear you, Michael.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I said I'm just joining in, so I joined in late. I'm listening and paying attention to what other colleagues are saying. I want to understand actually what the topic is all about before I can comment.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Odi.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Rudolph, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah. So, it's been a few months since I logged into this program. Always very educative. Is that an echo or something?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me take this out.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
guys.
It's not from you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I think
I can
someone,
hear
you can move to the next person. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, Rudolph, while you're thought that, I just want to ask AY one question. AY, I appreciate your coming in and I like your perspective as always, it's your opinion. But why do you think that the Nigerian court, first court, high court, and appeal court has not been able to find Nnamdi Kanu guilty, but you know that Nnamdi Kanu is guilty? Are you more familiar with the law than those judges that have so far taken out these judgments? Or is there something that you know that the judges don't know to bring Nnamdi Kanu to become guilty? If you can help me answer that, please.
KJ, again, we're going back to this, right? So, Nnamdi Kanu, you listen to his videos. I'm sure you are his follower. You watch him. The federal government, I think they are just daft. They don't know how to present their case. I think that's why Nnamdi Kanu was able to escape the first case. However, you know that the matter they were actually discussing, why they took him to court, was the Redishaw case, right? So, which the court find, hey, this is illegal. But they have other cases against Nnamdi Kanu. That was why they were able to stop him after he was released. I know Nnamdi Kanu was supposed to be free. Maybe you can go back home and pick him up. But me and you know this country, how, that's what I'm saying, how these leaders
No,
act.
I'm watching my sister.
They act with impunity. Is the history of Nigeria? It is the same country where somebody won an election and they kept him in prison till he died. Nothing happened till today. So is the impunity me? I'm just like, it's always there. We have a country that where government obey laws. This is we are used to this. But my goal is let's look for way to get peace. Let's do better. Because calling for war is not a solution. Trust me. Nigeria is over 200 million people. When there is war today, it's not going to be funny. Our fathers that participated in the Biafra war, the civil war, when you talk to them, some of them don't want to discuss this issue. I have met elderly men having discussion. What happened?
AY, I just want to ask, Has he ever called for war before, Kanu?
Of course.
Never called for war. Can you show me that video where he ever called for war? He has never called for war.
So what did he do?
Listen. So I don't
He only
digress.
warned. He warned the federal
Hold on,
government to
hold on.
ensure safety when the others were killing and they were running riots all over the country. This guy has never called for war.
He has actually said that they should
He
kill
never
police
called for
and
war for
army
starters.
wherever
That
they see
video
them.
you talked about,
No,
I
hold
watched
on.
that
What do you
video.
call killing police and this
So,
in army wherever you see
He
them?
never called for war. Bring that video. Bring that video.
It's online. You want me to show you? It's
He has
online.
never called for war.
Okay,
Bring
I
that
will
video.
share the link in the backstage. I'll
Bring that
spam
video.
them
He's not
now.
from the same place as me. He's not Yoruba. And I'm telling you,
I will
don't
say
use him
this?
wrongly.
Okay,
I will
Don't.
share the link.
This man, how many lives
I cannot be here when you are peddling this nonsense.
With the truth.
Okay.
I disagree with you, too, Niger. I disagree with you, too, Niger.
Then we will share the link to the viewers so that the viewers can see the link for themselves.
Don't come here and accuse him wrongly.
Gentlemen,
That's unacceptable.
you see,
Give us the evidence.
Olumide, calm down. KJ was not shouting.
I won't calm down
Hold on.
Let KJ speak. Let KJ speak.
Hold on, Lumide. The reason why I ask that simple question is that if we say that Nigeria is a nation that does not obey laws, and the court has ruled that this man is right now not guilty of any of the charges that have been prepared against him, and we are still not releasing him, and we are not holding the government accountable to say, look, since your appeal court have said this man so far no crime have been found on him, release him, and we're rather blaming the person who is asking to say release our son. Is that right? You see, so that hold on, so that when you are asserting your blame, you assert it on both sides, because a government that refuses to obey law, what's it calling for? It's calling for anarchy. And those anarchy, nobody has the right, nobody has the monopoly of violence. Violence can come from anybody. Okay? So what we are saying here, and you rightly said, I listened to almost every broadcast because I didn't used to follow Nnamdi Kanu, but eventually when I listened to some of the things that made sense, I went back to listen to every other thing he had ever said. And I think I have majority of what he has said on tape. All I'm trying to say is this. It's not that I agree with most of the things he has said, and I've said it on this platform many times. No freedom fighter in the world that I've read about, and I've read many of them, who sometimes you agree with all their views. Some of them, their views are totally out. In fact, you will like them, then you can say, this same person I just read is the person making this statement. But that's their life. They have put it on the line, and they have agreed to give it up anytime. If I agree to give my life up anytime, I will not be here now, because some of us follow this thing. We only decide to give ourselves breathing space so I can live to fight another day. Not because we agree what's going on in Nigeria. And
wasting time.
Is to the time on troubleshooting. I realized that Rudolph is giving people an opportunity, especially those in government who are always spying on this program, to take the views and work it into their program so that Nigeria can be a better place. That is all we're after. We're not after whoever is which tribe. Your tribe is not going to help me. It is good government that will help all of us. A level playing ground for every one person. Do to one as you do to the other. That is always the place we stand. And that's where I stand. So if your court for 2 years now and counting have not been able to find him guilty, your SS, your secret police, DSS as they like to call themselves, have not been able to investigate and bring out a tangible reality that will make them to put him in 100 years imprisonment, as they said, as they wanted to put Trump 646 years in prison. They've not been able to do that. Why don't you leave the man to go and take care of his family? Why don't you leave him?
I want to ask you a question. What if you were the number one president? Let's assume today you are the president of Nigeria. How would you handle Kanu's case? So imagine you were in Tinubu's place right now, and you are faced with that Kanu situation. How would you handle it?
I will go into that long. I release Nnamdi Kanu. I've said this repeatedly. Now, wait. KJ, you made a very good point. Here is my whole argument. You are a journalist, I'm an engineer. I'm pretty sure you know history more than me. Even recently, the former CBN governor was released. Waterloo is there with them. The former EFCC boss, he was not even tried. He's still with the DSS. So you need to know that Nigeria government are notorious for this. This is my point. I get where you're coming from. I understand.
Is this the
The
kind of
question
thing
I
you
will
want to be
ask you,
patient
hold
for?
on,
Patient with?
Olumide. I'm talking to KJ. Hold on. The question I will ask you, why are you not agitating for the former CBN governor and the former EFCC boss? But you know Nigeria government have history of this. They are notorious.
Okay, I agree with you. And maybe you don't think I'm advocating for the former CBN governor. I do. Because you see, injustice to one is injustice to all. Listen, you see, when Bauer was the chairman of EFCC, and some of the things he was doing, because he is a young man like all of us here, people who knew him closely, I have some people who knew him closely, who kept telling him, oh boy, cool down, you still be a young man. Okay? Because at the end of the day, these same people, this same court, these same people you are carrying your impunity out will be the same people that will come to defend you. That has not happened. Because when they finish using you, we know the Nigerian state, when they finish using you to dump you, and if they cannot dump you, to put you in prison, and which is exactly what happened to Emefiele right now. When Emefiele was governor of Central Bank, a lot
They
of his
abuse power.
told him that this is what's going to be the outcome. But he felt that that, like I said, and I said that earlier on, when we say North, we're not referring to the northern people. We're referring to the oligarchies who are playing us as chess in the board. Okay? They are pawns in the chessboard. Now, they were using him to perpetuate their evil, do round tripping with Nigerian dollars, make millionaires out of young men in Abuja. You know
Billionaires.
some of them. But at the end, he was thinking they will protect his interests. Remember that Emefiele was in London. He was deceived to come back. He went to London shortly before Buhari left government. I wasn't going to come back. But he was told, was assured that, look, we have your back. All right? And so he came back. And those same people who have his back are the same people who are punishing him, just like they're doing to Bawo right now. What's his name? Former EFC's chairman. And you see, what's our position as people, as Nigerians? We don't want even Bawo or what's his name, the EFC's chairman, or if you have found him guilty, prosecute him, put him in jail. Simple. Do not go and lock him up, and every day are punishing him, punishing his family, punishing his children, and the man probably has one illness or the other, and they're not sure he can get medical attention. Okay? And then his wife is worried, his children are worried, the nation is worried, his people from his village are worried, those who has made millionaires are also worried. So you have so many fronts to fight. Why not leave the man, charge him, investigate him, charge him, let the court take that. If they say he's not guilty, allow him to go.
KJ, good point. That is why myself, I don't feel sorry for both the former CBN governor and the former EFCC boss. Nigeria leaders, even the governors, even common local government chairman, they are used to this kind of abusing the laws, impunity. So the thing is, what they do when they are in power, they will not like, okay, let's straighten this law so that they work for everybody. They work for the future of the country, but they are only protecting their interests. They work for themselves, oppress people, do what they like. That is why when they are in trouble, I don't feel sorry for them. If you are the president, if you are in the Senate, if you are in the rep, make laws that will be beneficial to everybody. The common man will benefit from it. Look at the country where we live.
Part of the change we want is for the law to work for everybody.
Same, exactly the same thing.
Prosecute them the right way.
Agreed.
Yet we can get justice. Don't abuse the same process that you are fighting against.
Exactly. That's my point.
You understand?
Both me, you, KJ, we say the same thing.
We're saying the same thing, but they should prosecute the CBN governor, right? But what the crazy thing about Nigeria right
Dr. Damages, I have a question. I have a question for AY.
Hold on, is the fact that Tinubu is sending soldiers to Niger. Meanwhile, people just died 2 days ago in Benue. What is going on? You should send soldiers to Benue to protect the people.
Olumide, thank you. Let's go to Martin. Martin, go ahead.
Dr. Damages, please. I am in my farm, as you can see. This place is bushy and the air is blowing. I do not know if I am coming out clear.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. My brother AY, I would like to give you this, and I would like you to answer this question for me, please, and for the rest of our people. You have a fire. You have fire outbreak in your house, and you have all the equipments to attack that fire. Where will you go to attack the fire? Will you attack the fire from the flames or at the base of the fire? Thank you.
Of course, it's at the base. That's a common sense.
Okay, now, you have answered that. Sorry again. Simon Ekpa is the flame. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, based on what the court has ruled, is the flame. Why are you attacking Simon Ekpa and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu since you cannot attack the base?
Well, I would say this, right? I think we are still going back to the same thing. The solution to this problem, the solution is for the leaders in the Southeast to sit down with the government. And mind you, the Southeast leaders, I know KJ will say the senators, the rep, they are not the leaders. But these are the people I refer to as leaders because you elected them to represent you. Sit down with the president and have a discussion. Look, even if you want to follow the law, even if you need Biafra, these leaders, they need to sit down with the government and say, hey, we need a referendum. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is a non-state actor. I think you're a military man. It's just like the problem we were having in the South, right? With Asari Dokubo, Tombolo, and all others. This is exactly what they were doing. You can't discuss with them. If you expect the president of Nigeria to come Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and need and beg him, it's not going to happen. The leaders, the governors, the senators, the rep, these are the people that need to talk to the government. Thank you.
Rudolph, I'd like to make a contribution on this if you permit me.
Oh, hold on. Let's go to people who are here to speak. Nathaniel and then Odi, then you can come in. Nathaniel, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and I salute all the parliamentarians. I will be very civil in a short moment. My brother Ewa, my brother forefather. What will provoke Unadi to be doing what we do, or we all can, think back and just try to figure it out. What motivated these people to be doing what they were doing? I still remember when Unadi said they are coming. Who was coming? And I will draw your mind back to this junta that took place in Niger. Do you know what the man said? The man said, if we want to go and kill the terrorists, the president will tell us we should go and meet the foreigner that is helping us so that we can kill the terrorists. So at the end of the day, they were unable to defeat the terrorists. So that means there is a link between people that are helping them, the president, and terrorism is everywhere. That is what motivated Nnamdi Kanu. Because the herdsmen or the ISWAP and the rest who invaded Nigeria, we all know how they played. We all know how they played. As I'm here, I'm even afraid that if my village will not be taken over before I return home. Who will go to that? Mr. Ewa, will you be in your comfortable zone and you hear that the Fulani herdsman has taken over your village? Will you be happy? So that is what motivated Nnamdi Kanu. That is what motivated Simon Ekpa. No matter the mistake they made along the way. And after all, Do you know that the Nigerian government has released more than 50,000 herdsmen and Boko Haram and the rest? Do they come? Is not the issue of Samonekpa issue? Is it worse than these people who have killed a lot of people in Nigeria? Don't you see the pictures in Benue? Is Samonekpa doing that? Don't you see the pictures from South Kaduna? Is Una in charge of that? Let me be clear. If Nigeria is not there, you see all of us that is speaking here, there will be tears in our eyes because we don't have leaders. We don't have leaders. And the wind of change has started already. Look at the Francophone, how they are determined. Don't you know how France slaved those Francophones the same way the English, the British, and the Americans slaving our people? Can you give account of let me round up the account of how much Nigeria made from crude oil? Do you know where crude oil go? I spent 5 years working in that sector. Before I left, every time I cry, we don't have nothing. It is the British and all these foreign companies taking everything while our people are suffering. Let me be clear, very, very clear. It is time we ourselves will put us together. How we will be able to deliver ourselves from these lunatics who are ruling the country, who is being imposed by British and Americans, who support the herdsmen, support the terrorists. They want to take over our land, take over everywhere. I have no sorry for what Nnamdi Kanu is doing or Ekpa is doing. They are on the right track because what you use, anything the opportunity you have to kill the devil, you utilize it to kill the devil. No matter the price people will pay. Nigeria is the devil and is being kidnapped by few people that are making everybody to suffer. The Germans that are living where you live, do they send money home for their people to get health care? Do they send money home for their people to go to school? The Chinese that are living where you people are staying, do they send money to their country to pay hospital bills? Are we not ashamed? Let's get things right. Because if we continue to support this evil that is going on, because Nnamdi Kanu did that, Samonekpa did that, we will not come out. They are saying the truth. That is the fact. Because before people will come back home, the herdsmen will take over your village. Rudolph, thank you very much. I yield my mic.
Thank you. Now that you are talking about, let's be clear, you mentioned 50,000 what? Fulani herdsmen. Is that what you said? Nathaniel, you said 50,000.
Yes.
They did what? What did they do?
Yes, the program is called Open Corridor. It is Buhari that started this program with Buratai. All these killers who have killed our people in every part of Nigeria, they gave them safe corridor. They were not tried with Nigeria justice. Malami cover all of them. More than 50,000 of them has been released. And let me tell you, there's a report right now, even today, where one of them that have been freed, the government has already given everything. He went back. He was trying to go and supply Boko Haram guns. Today, I saw the report. This guy was trying to go back to Sambisa to go and supply Boko Haram guns. Because Buhari gave a safe corridor where they forgive him everything that he has done. There is a lot of them, more than 50,000 in that Nigeria. They pardon all of them without trying them with Nigeria judiciary. What kind of country is that?
So, Nathaniel, you said they were arrested and then they were freed.
Yes.
50,000 of them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's go to thank you so much.
But Rodolph, I just want to highlight, even if we don't have the exact figure, but it is very clear that not one Fulani headsman has been successfully prosecuted, despite the fact that we know that they committed murders.
Yeah.
In 8 years of Buhari, can you imagine? 8 years. If that wasn't systematic government backing, what do you call that?
No, they were
Wow.
People that forefathers
They were
is here
Nnamdi Kanu and the
supporting
Wow.
carnage.
So whom were those people that escaped from the jail then?
Remember,
those are phantom terrorists and all.
Not one was successfully prosecuted.
Kuje prison.
Yeah, people died, lost limbs.
Kuje prison, where they
2
escaped
days
from.
ago, Benue, it's happening.
Kuje
And we
prison.
are saying one Nigeria.
Kuje prison, where they escaped from, has
What
an
kind of one
army,
Nigeria is that?
army base, just less than 2 kilometers. Less than up.
Rudolph, can I go on now?
Yeah,
Well,
KJ, hold on. Let's go to Chim. Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's be clear. Nobody is castigating. I mean, I don't think anybody is castigating who is fair enough and knows Nigeria's history is faulting Mazen Nnamdi Kanu for being an agitator. No one's doing that. And if you know, in terms of also what's his name, Simon Ekpa, no objective person would say agitation is wrong from his side. What anyone who is saying, I don't agree with Simon Ekpa in particular, is the method and what he is doing. So this is my view, and I repeat it again. I think I've said this before, and I want to repeat it. We have enough history of people who have made agitations across the world. We've had the Irish. We've had close door to us here, South Africa, when they were agitating for the dismantling of apartheid. And there are numerous other instances. In none of those places have I seen the actors who have chosen to be at the forefront, killing their people or doing things that put the local, everyday person they seem to be fighting for in harm's way. None. What Simon Ekpa is doing is endangering the lives of the average man and woman who claim to be either Igbo or from who are not here, like Maxi, who was not here when I spoke earlier. Maxi, you were not here when I spoke earlier, so I'd like you to listen. I'd like you to listen and be informed.
No, I was here. I listened to you. I listened to you. I was here. I was listening to you at the background.
I think you are misinformed.
All right. Let me just conclude that. That's fine. Where we can disagree, we can disagree to agree and all that. One is this: I'm not the issue of stirring activities and all those things. If you are fighting the Nigerian government, touch the Nigerian government installations. I want to see you plant a bomb. And I'm not suggesting, please, for security forces.
There is none in Southeast. Unfortunately,
in National Assembly. Go and plant the bomb in.
No. Chim, not on this show. Nobody's planting a bomb anywhere.
Exactly. But I know you understand the principle of what I'm trying to say. You get. My point is this: you say you are fighting for one Bafo in Oka. You are fighting for an Emeka in Onitsha and in Aba and all that. And you are harming those same people. You live in what is it called in Finland, and you're harming those people. I don't think you are fighting for them. If you are really fighting for them and you are doing a guerrilla warfare, you will be protecting their interests. You will do everything to ensure that, look, you protect their interests. For instance, somebody has mentioned plebiscites. This guy lives in Finland. Finland is one of those nations notorious for being peaceful, notorious for being, what is the word, human rights activism and all those things. Use the instrumentalities of those places to get to the United Nations, to begin to push for cases, to push for this Biafra you're fighting for. That is not what this guy is doing. I need someone to show me the documents he has sent to United Nations. I want to see the interviews he's managed to get to be given a slot to stand at the UN to speak. There have been people who have fought for apartheid and co, and they were given opportunity to come and speak to the international fora. I haven't seen Simon Ekpa do any of that. What he is doing in the name of asking for Nnamdi Kanu's release, and yes, Nnamdi Kanu should be released because the Nigerian law hasn't found him guilty. But we, like somebody has rightly said, we live in a country, or we come from a nation where impunity reigns, where people disobey and disregard the rule of law. That's a different issue altogether. My point is simple. Simon Ekpa, if he is truly fighting for the people, he needs to begin to show it. Right now, what he is doing is putting the average Igbo man in harm's way. And I need people to be able to open their eyes and see it. We have our so-called political elites. He should, like someone rightly said, I don't want to begin to go into those areas because they sound very clandestine. He should go and touch them. He should do things to touch them. I mean, even in the Bible, where agitation started, Absalom, in trying to get attention, went and touched the farm of Joab. And that's when Joab reacted and said, Mr. Man, what do you want? That is the kind of thing, agitation, I want to see him do if he genuinely means well for the people. But right now, what he's doing is he's decimating the economy of the Southeast. And the federal government is happy. The federal government is very happy. Look, the average Igbo man is not really interested in political power. It's our elites who are selfish and what is it?
If the federal government is happy with what is going on, then they are not a government for the people.
Of course, I agree with you.
They are not.
The people. So he
They
needs
are
to.
not. And you are not going to encourage them to keep behaving that way. Condemn them. Condemn the action.
Olumide, I'm in alignment with you. That is why I'm saying to gain the attention of the people who are happy. Right now, the federal government is aloof and saying, "Kill yourself. You want to kill yourself."
We should be telling the governors to protect the people more by engaging the federal government.
But
the governors come out.
The non-state actor who wants to do it should begin to touch those governors and touch the federal government.
Because those governors know, they all know they were not free and freely elected.
You will be the first person
those
to tag
governors are
them
being
terrorists.
those governors are given security, maximum security to protect them.
Sorry,
that is the problem.
I didn't hear you.
I said those governors, the non-state actors to touch, are being secured. They are giving maximum securities that give them security, so they could not be penetrated. That is the problem.
But have you seen him make an effort to touch them?
Well, I don't know yet. I don't know, but some time ago. No, hold on. I don't know, but sometime somebody that calls himself a politician was almost kidnapped. I don't know if it was a Fulani herdsman that wanted to kidnap him in Anambra State, so he narrowly escaped.
We know that one's politics. We know that one's politics. That will go there.
Guys, we have to change the topic. I think we had exhausted this.
Michael, Dr. Damages, I've not spoken on this topic, please. I just came in.
Okay, go ahead, Max. I thought I called you. You spoke. I don't know what you said.
No, I've not. I just came in. I only interjected and asked questions.
He only asked a question.
Okay, go ahead, Max.
Look, you see, it's a pity what our people are doing to themselves. It's a pity. My brother, I don't know your age, and I believe that you are older than me. I am 48. Brother Jim, Namoche, I am 48. If you said Simon Ekpa should write petitions to... No. No, please. You see, I call you Namoche, and I know the reason why I call you Namoche. Because my mother comes from your place. And anything that affects my people, my mother's ancestral land, I am so passionate about it. And I would challenge anybody. I served in the Nigerian army and I know what I went through there. Coming from that part of Nigeria. I know what I went through. And that is not what I am going to espouse here. In your analysis, you said that Simon Ekpa is not doing it the way you want to do it. What is the way to do it? Like the Nigerians that have the Kaki boys that took over. If they were writing petition to the United Nations, do you think that they will succeed in order to free themselves from the French imperialists? Because France is one of the main actors in the United Nations. They are a member of the Permanent Security Council in the United Nations. If those soldiers were writing petition to United Nations, what could have happened? Do you know how many petitions Mazen Nnamdi Kanu wrote to the UN? He wrote so many. And if you were listening to him, you will understand his frustration. Did Mazen Nnamdi Kanu carry weapons and assault rifles like Asari Dokubo is displaying in River State? Before he was proscribed, called, tagged a terrorist, was he? The same Igbo politicians, Willie Obiano, was the people that came out to proscribe, suggested to the federal government to proscribe him. And he was proscribed. Have they tried it? What they did was that when they realized that what this man was doing was sinking down in the minds and the hearts of so many people, he was winning souls. They find a way with the same Igbo-speaking Biafran politician and elite to kidnap him from Kenya, committing that international blunder. They tried him. He was freed. He conquered them in their courts, irrespective of how bad your judiciary is. He conquered all of them. Release them and he refused. Mazi Samuel Ekpa say, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today and sit at home will stop. Nobody is talking about that. Was the reason why I asked why. When you have a fire in your house, he said also that Nigeria is notorious of flagrantly abusing rule of laws. What have you done to curtail the federal government? What have you done to stop them from this impunity? They did it to number one. They did it to number two. Nigerians didn't talk. They did it to number three. What makes you think that they will not do it to other people and get away with it? We are attacking the symptoms of this flagrant abuse of human rights in Nigeria. And we are here talking about the effects of this without going through the root causes of these problems. This is why I have issues with you people. I think for me putting in 19 to 20 years in the army, that will give me the opportunity to speak to anything that happens in that very place. I don't care what anybody says. But when you treat my people the way you treat them, accuse me of being, passionate or whatever. I don't care. Because these are my people that they are dealing with. And they've been crying. They've been crying and crying and crying. Nobody seems to understand them. And when they pick up, just like the same thing Nigeria is doing to the Biafran people, is the same thing Bola Ahmed Tinubu, under the coerced principles of the French and America, is doing right now. That is exactly what is going on. Using your own people to fight you. Every day we come out here, we talk and talk and talk and talk. There is nothing. The people keep doing what they are doing. People are being quiet every day. Nobody's talking about that. Why are they being quiet? Simply because they are in the ancestral and indigenous people. I don't like this. Especially coming from the Igbo people. You fought a war. Yes, 1967 to 1970. I wasn't there. But when I went to the Nigerian military archive, I saw what happened there. Even the people, some of them that participated, they called them 63 NEAs. I met them in the army. I know what they told me. I know what they told me. It is you, the Igbo-speaking Biafran, that doesn't know who you are. They said it to me. Somebody they call what is this man's name? He was my Alta Baroni. He was my platoon sergeant when I was in training. Alta Baroni. He's from Taraba State. If not what happened, he said it was going to be difficult for them to even conquer Biafra the way they did it. Because they were very, very belligerent. They were warriors and they fought with every Igbo people said, what a man has in his hand is what he is going to use to fight. All of us, I am in Ghana. This is bush. I am enjoying whatever my government, irrespective of how poor we are. We are poor in Ghana. We cannot even service our debt before anybody in the comment section starts insulting me. We are poor. And I'm in my farm. I am in my farm here. Nobody is killed. I look at it. Look at it here. Everywhere. This is bush. There's a constant electricity. If I get into my house now, I touch my tap, water will flow. Electricity, I pay for what I consume. I have my own meter that I paid for what I consume. Giant of Africa, you cannot. If you get it right, the rest of the African countries will get it right. But when we come out here, learned people will begin to attack symptoms instead of attacking the root causes of these problems. If things were working fine, will you see something like somebody like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? For even the federal government has nothing to do to Simon Ekpa. And I challenge anybody from now till the day I will go into the grave. Nobody will even arrest Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Your foreign minister, foreign affairs minister, didn't he write to this? What was the response? Have you read the response they gave to them? The one in Canada, Brekete, didn't they call the embassy of the Finnish government in Nigeria? What was the answer they gave to them? They understand what you people don't understand in Nigeria. because you people thrive in impunity. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you. Brother Kene, thank you for
Thank you, my
having me.
brother. You did
I
well.
have to go home now.
Thank you, sir. Bless you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so let's
Rudolph, please, I came back for something, please, if you can.
Okay, after your electricity, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Actually, I was driving to somewhere, actually, but those in the car just alerted me to what AY was, the vituperations against me. So I just want to put the record straight. Besides, this program is now about 4 hours, so whoever likes can go and start from the beginning and then listen to what I said earlier, in case if it contradicts, and then put it side by all the thing he was saying against me. Number one, I am Igbo. Anambra State, Agwata Local Government, Ezinifite Town, Aku Village, my kindred, Umonna Okwochi. AY, please, before I make any comment, can you tell us who you are, the area you come from, so that I know what I want to address, please?
Just go ahead and address what you want to address.
No, it's true. You see, because
it doesn't
why?
matter.
No, it's true because why I have to start the ball rolling is I have nothing to hide. I've made it clear. Whoever takes note, you can. No, I'm coming. Hold on, please. Whoever wants can go back and listen and then jot down what I said and then go and prove it whether it is really true that I come from so or the anything. So if you can tell us your ethnic group, your state, your local government, your town, there's nothing to hide. If really you don't, I made my own clear. If you don't want to tell us, then it's okay. Then I go. But I don't want interjection. If you don't want to say you don't want to say. Then I leave it and go.
CM,
Please,
I'm in
if you
Nigeria.
want to say, you say.
What you want to say. At least I know Rudolph asked you the
Forget
same
about.
question.
It's okay. You don't want to say. You don't want to. Nigeria is made up of. That's why I narrowed it down. So if you don't want to say, that's okay. It's your prerogative. What I said here, which I asked Chim reacted to what I said. We agreed at a point, and he told me where he differs. Everybody had what I said. Even without me repeating it, somebody can go back and then listen to what I said. On Simon Ekpa, I said, if the principle of Simon Ekpa, what he's doing is to keep Biafra struggle alive so that it doesn't die. I said, well, that's okay with me because for me, Biafra can never die. My father fought in it, did everything. I read more than 40 books and still counting about Biafra. I know the story. But I said, the area I do not agree with Simon is the oppression, which is sitting people at home, and then in the end, it is hurting the woman selling tomato. I said it here. I said it is counterproductive. I use the word counter. Go and listen. I said it is counterproductive. Then I didn't leave it hanging. I said, then what is the alternative? I said the alternative is, at the rate we are now, if you could harm the interest of our politicians, I said 5 governors plus 15 senators, 20, and everybody I know I can't remember the whole numbers. I said at most 100 are a little bit above 100, both House of Reps and the State House of Assembly. Let's just say 100 and something. I said if you can harm their interest, their business, whether it's their family, whether it's their business or their anybody related. So by the time somebody in Enugu is feeling pains, somebody in Abia, one politician is feeling pains. Meanwhile, the poor people are going around their businesses. Somebody in Anambra, and they will be asking themselves, I said they will sit up and then go to the House of Senate and tell our senators, 15 of them, that unless they obey unless they obey the rule of law, that they can never be part of this Senate again. That's what I suggested. I never called for war.
So
for you now to say CM, listen, please, you will come later. For you now to say CM is calling for war, WAR. So by touching the interests of our politicians that are not doing anything, who are even complicit in the kind of situation, you say I'm calling for war? You see, I came back because you're operating from a position of ignorance, and it's very dangerous. Don't use me to launder whatever you want to do. As per what we are trying to draw analogy with Asario, MK, Abiola, all those things, please, I'm not here to educate you. There's what they call the rule of law. If you do not, if you understand the rule of law, then you should know where to draw the line. What I'm trying to say is that I do not know you from Adams, and I do not want to know you beyond here. Hold on, please. You will have your time. If you, this is what I don't like. When you were making derogatory statement about me, it's recorded now. I will go and look at it. I said, what did I do? Is it not opinion I expressed? Chim agreed with me, disagreed on some aspect. Ike in San Antonio disagreed in some aspect. Kene, the same thing. Me and the Kene, we met at one point, we disagreed. Even KJ, all of them here, they had it. So for you now, my point is, why did I call for war? When I said touch the interest of our politicians so that they will know what the people are feeling. As for people saying that they cannot do this and they can't do that, please, if I'm not against anybody who may like to commit suicide. I can never be against it. They're trying to rope me in trying to commit suicide. That is where I say that is my point of departure. I don't do that. If you do that, why I asked you where you come from was, if you are Igbo like me, then I will translate it in Igbo language for you. Because I didn't speak Chinese. I made my point clear. And I said everything. So for you now to interpret it, excuse me, for you now to interpret it as CM is calling for war, they know all this or know all that. Please, I don't like that. I don't. When I like being logical, what I said here, I didn't tell you in private. Anybody can go back and rewind it and listen to what CM said and then get where I'm heading to. I blame Nigerian government because Nnamdi Kanu, you renditioned him, which is against international law. Everybody agreed that. Even apart from that, the whole Igbo civilization represented by Ohaneze is a letdown. Called you, Buhari, come and let us do it political way. Let us take it out of court. Buhari said no. I'm not part of it. Buhari said no. Let the law take its course. And the law took its course. Now the law said discharge him. Let him go. Why are you holding him? And somebody will start to go and build a theory. I'm not interested in that. The case is clear. That's why I asked Chim. That's why I asked. No, listen. That's why I asked Chim. I asked Chim here. I said, Chim, what if the court has said Nnamdi Kanu will spend the rest of his life in prison? We will be discussing about this because when you are going to court, there's no draw. It must be win. Court does not rule. The court is not like football where you play, you get a draw. Either you win or you lose. Federal government went to court in the hope that they are going to win. They lost. So why are they holding Nnamdi Kanu? When I make a case for that, you are telling me I'm calling for war. Please. Why I'm saying this is that I don't like it. I don't know you. I don't know you beyond here, and I don't want to know you. If you want to make any statement the other day, why not wait when you listen to it? Because everybody here can bear me witness. You don't misinterpret me. I heard what Olumide was saying when Olumide was saying something. So please, because when I came to a forum like this, I come with the intention that what I'm trying to make, I back it up. I like being logical. If A equals to B and B equals to C, in my own word, A must be equal to C. So what are we talking about? And you are bringing a TM not this year. Please, please let this be the last time. Let me now round up. Let this be the last time. Excuse me. Let this be the last time, please. Let this be the last time. Please. My patience had limits. You can't come on public forum and they start to tell lies against me. Even using a malicious word. CM is calling for war. Why can't CM go home and join the war? Did I call for war? Did I call for war? Were you the only person that understood what war means? Meanwhile, you don't want to tell me where you come from so that I can dress you very well.
Let him correct himself.
It's terrible. I hate this type of thing. And people are allowed him full day.
AY, he respond to if you accuse him wrongly, so you can,
Okay, hold on. See, CM.
I never called for war.
Hold on now. First of all, CM, I don't have anything against you. I don't have any.
I never called for war.
Let me respond.
Address the issue.
Please, let me respond. I don't have anything against you. I don't have anything against any Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria. I speak against everybody. I support everybody where you do good. Now, listen. Two things I said about you.
I don't have apology. That's what you said. I'm going to repeat it here. The first one, you said because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo, that's why when the court threw Nnamdi Kanu was not released. This was the first statement. Rudolph interjected. He stopped. You said, no, that's not a correct statement. That's the first one. And I gave example of people all over the country that have passed through this similar fate. We should not put wrong information in the public. This is one. I stand by it.
In what way is it wrong? That is my interpretation.
Hold on now. Hold on.
I'm entitled to my opinion.
The second one.
Let him finish.
Hold on. This you shout too much. Hold on. The second one.
Just like the way you shout when you say I'm calling for war. Do you think it's a small thing? Do you know what it means?
Hold on.
Hey, why just address the point of war? That's the one that's exercising him.
The second issue, what you called for, you were calling for people attacking the political leaders, the senators, the rep. Then you were calling for the attack. Rudolph again asked you, "Oh, we don't need violence in this place. Please, not here." Do you really mean what you said? I was watching. I'm telling you, the Rudolph is here. Everyone is here.
Is that a call for war? Is that a call for war?
Hold on. The war I mean here is not like country fighting country. When you are propagating violence, kill people, do this. What are you calling
that
for?
Is not a call. You see, that is the ignorance I'm talking. So you are the only person that understood it to be war. It's ignorance. You don't understand. I named people they should be able to touch their interest to move the case forward. And you are talking.
You were calling for violence. Let me use the word.
I said if you touch their interest, they will sit up and know that the people are against them. That's what I'm saying. Explain the meaning of the war you call that war. Say, explain it. Did I call for war?
Let me.
Did I call for war?
Call for war, but you call for violence.
I think you need to
Tinubu.
I think both parties.
Did you call for violence or no?
And it's not helping us.
I never called for war. I never called for war.
But you called for violence.
So let's.
I never called for war. Please, next time, don't use me as.
No.
Don't use me to learn English. Please. Don't. No. Don't ever. I don't know you beyond here, and I don't want to know you. I've made it known to you. You can't associate my names.
Why can't I meet anyone?
CM, it's okay. CM.
All right, everybody, that's okay. That's enough.
Hey, why? You can just apologize, and this thing will just end.
Okay.
How can you say I call for war? How can you say I call for war? How?
All right. Electricity. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. CM, your blood is hot, eh? Can you calm down a bit? Okay. Mazi has left. Mazi said something that was very interesting. Unfortunately, he has left. He said we come here to talk every day, but we've not been able to find solutions for what is going on. That's one thing I agree with Mazi. I wish he could come back and.
Which Mazi? Yes, Mazis. Which one?
The one in Ghana, the one that was showing us light and
Maxi. Okay,
Maxi. Okay, apologies for that. CM and CM. Let me see if I can put a perspective in what CM said. Okay, to avoid these issues, it's reference to if we touch the senators' interest, they will sit up. I am going to coin it into section 68 and section 110. And it's everybody's laughing now. So sometimes there could be a misunderstanding for words. It can be taken out of context as well too. So someone has to put perspective in things. If we say we are touching on their interest, if I put you on the stand, CM, and I ask you, okay, what is this their interest you are talking about? Is it their company? Is it their whatever it is? Or is it their office? So I will argue that what CM is trying to say is that let's touch their office under section 68 and section 110 of recalling them. not for war or for violence. I will never support war, I will never support violence. But like I said,
No, you can't assume when I'm alive. You can't assume when I'm alive. Do you understand?
Yeah,
You can't
Rudolph
assume.
Rudolph
Okay.
asked you, are you calling for violence?
Okay, I'm sorry, CM. I'm just trying to make peace, to put things in perspective so that we can move
Yes.
from this, so that your word is not taken out of context and AY.
That's a wrong. That's a wrong perspective. I never call for war. He said I'm calling for war. I should go home and start it rather than be in the UK. I mean, you people heard him. He said I'm not putting it. I'm not making it up.
Yeah, I'm not saying
So who called for war? That is the issue.
CM, calm down.
I'm just
we are
trying
not
to.
fighting. We are brothers.
Please stop that. Stop all those. I don't. Please. I don't.
Yeah,
Look.
I'm
I
on your
hate
side
being
here.
patronized.
Okay.
All of you people are here. Even Chim, the way he analyzed my situation, I learned from him. Then he's telling me TM is calling for war. He should go home and start a war than doing this. I'm not ignorant. Do you understand? I'm not ignorant. That's why I'm telling you. You fail to tell us where you come from. You just say you're a Nigerian. That doesn't mean anything. You are not proud of what you do. So what are you talking?
Before we go back and watch
I own the floor, so I'm not gonna.
And so what? But you said I'm calling for war. Did you listen to my own? You said I'm calling for war. I mean, how can somebody supposedly be using very loose word? You are calling for war. War with who and who?
Okay. I think we may have to.
Don't associate my name with war, please. Until I say so, don't put it into my mouth.
Now Rudolph is gonna take a break now. CM, I'm on your side here.
Majek Fashek?
Oh yeah, let's take a break. Rudolph, let's take a break. The temper is high. Take a break.
Yeah. So before that, let me just announce that tomorrow on the show we have Professor Sam Amadi is joining us. Part of the conversation we're having now is also about, we've had people like all of us here who got into government, and still the situation has not changed. So we want to look at the public intellectuals, like all of you here. Well, some of you might get in there one day, just like Sam got in there. Why is it that Nigeria still is not functioning? So that's the conversation we're going to have tomorrow. But it will touch on every issue that is going on across the country now and as we go along. So I wish if you can join us 11:30 tomorrow. We'll have that conversation with Sam Amadi. All right, so we'll take a break. Let me just find if I can find my magic. I'll play. Oh yeah, someone mentioned the Igbo landing. I don't think the show. Hold on. Let me play something else. But anyway, we'll be back and then we will continue our conversation. Tinubu. Hey, yeah. Please, can we kneel down and beg him? He needs to save Nigeria the way he saved Kaduna State. Oh well, I've just been told that it doesn't matter. Even if 200 million Nigerians beg him, the man has made up his mind twice as tall. Wait a minute, who wrote that crap? Who wrote that crap? Anyway, El-Rufai was mad that the National Security Advisor to Bola Tinubu, Nuhu Ribadu, sent in a security report that said that he would be a danger to the Republic if he were to be made a minister. Can you imagine that? A whole El-Rufai. Watch.
An ex-Boko Haram stands having laid his arms and comes back, turns his way away from his negativity. He stands to be a president of this country. He stands to aspire to any position in this country.
Yes, if Boko Haram members who laid down their guns and turned a new leaf could be president, why not El-Rufai? I understood that it was what made the man so mad. Oh yes. Okay.
Okay, let me start the story from the beginning. From the very beginning. What?
Yes, we offered them money. We said, look, if we have to pay you not to kill our people, we're happy to do it.
Is that the only solution that you're adopting to pay them to stop the killing?
That is the only solution we can see. If anyone has a better solution, he should give us.
Yes. Right from that time, El Rufai gave that brilliant answer. He was on Bola Tinubu's long list of ministers. It's not today. And then he gave this genius of an answer to another question. Watch.
Okay, those that are calling for anyone to come and intervene in Nigeria, we are waiting for the person that will come and intervene. They will go back in body bags.
Yes. That was when his name, El Rufai's name, moved from the long list to the short list. Long time ago. So by the time Bola Tinubu visited Chatham House and assigned El Rufai a question to answer, what was the question about? About what? Anyway, it doesn't matter. He was on the top 10 list. And then Nuhu Ribadu entered. And the guys scattered everything. Ribadu, yes. Even El Rufai's new abada, ready-made for the Senate screening, had to be returned to the fashion designer. Poor chap. The DSS on their part sent in their own report on El Rufai. That report said that the International Criminal Court in The Hague is already investigating El Rufai for genocide and crime against humanity. Hey! And that the US has imposed a visa ban on El Rufai. He can't come into America. Now, he is as mad as hell. He's telling Nigerians to hell with your ministerial position. He will attend Oxford or Cambridge to complete his PhD in, what is he studying again?
Check the check.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I and I've been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
Do I still have the floor, Dr. Damage?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that break.
Hold on, we're changing topics. I hope you know.
Yeah, before you change the topic, thank you for that break. I had to have a rethink. And CM, I'm going to apologize for assuming, for you to think I'm assuming for you or want to put this in perspective. But let me draw your attention to one thing. Let me first of all reference Kenneth. There was a time Kenneth said if the Senate, the House, the Speaker of the House in Lagos touches his house or anything, it will do something. He came back and he clarified himself. CM, you have the opportunity. Let me just make this clear to you, given to my discipline. You see that phrase you use, touch their interest. Not until either you clarify what you mean or you retract it, you leave people with no choice than to arrive at any conclusion, and the conclusion they arrive at will be correct. Because when you mention the word, let me finish, I'll give you my time. I'm just telling you now because I try to put this in perspective. You say you are still alive. So I take that back. So you can do that yourself. When you use that phrase, touch their interest, it's a wide word. I mean, phrase you are using. Their interest could also be their family, their businesses, their everything. So if you are saying that interest, either you clarify what you meant by that so that the record will reflect it, or you retract it. I speak from my own discipline. I respect your knowledge, but when you are put on the stand and they say, Mr. CM, what do you mean by touch their interest? It's up to you for the record to reflect it, for the integrity of the channel, even though Dr. Damage have said the channel does not promote war or violence, but you need to clarify what you actually mean. I'm giving you my time. I'm not speaking for you. You don't have to clarify if you don't want to, but I had a rethink. Thank you. Listen, I'm giving you my time.
Now listen. There was a time, I think some few weeks ago, we all were treated to a short video clip of Senegalese, I think in Paris, assaulting one of their ministers. And part of what they are telling him is that, look at the government, look at our situation, you people are not doing anything. Something in that aspect is their interest. They snatched the portfolio he was holding, anything like that. As long as the person will feel a discomfort, whatever it is, as long as the person will, you've touched the interest of the person. Whether the person, you picket the person, is still touching their interest. The word TOUCH is what I mean. By the way, I counted. I said 15 senators, 5 governors making 20. The rest, I said, give or take, maybe 100. 100 people, you touch their interest, where they are affected. That will make them to sit up so that the women selling pepper and granite in the market, everything, are doing their normal business. But these are the people you are going after. When you touch their interest, that's what I mean. When you touch their interest, they will sit up and know that, yes, it's an affront on them that a court says somebody should be free. you are still holding the person. And as a result of that, a lot of havoc are being committed on the person. That's what I mean. I can offer an explanation. That does not in any way amount to war. That
Okay,
does
CM, you
not in
clarify
any
yourself.
way.
Like I said,
It's only a very.
yeah.
I'm coming. It's only a very compound fool
Okay,
or a
CM, I've
demented
given CM, don't do that.
imbecilic
I've given you
bastard
my time.
that we
You've
say CM is
clarified
calling for
yourself.
war.
So
I never call
let's
for
leave
war.
it like that. CM, you've clarified yourself. So just leave it like that. That's it. You've clarified yourself. In my own, what I've always been saying, I think is buttressing whatever it is. When we address the issue of our senators in terms of our legislators, I beg your pardon, we can see what Akpabio did yesterday or 2 days ago when he said you've received some tokens in your bank account. I believe most of us must have watched that video, which is another slap to Nigerians that some tokens have been sent into their bank account for their holiday. And ordinary Nigerians cannot even go on holiday, or some have not been paid. So, that, like I said, and I'm going to repeat it, I don't have much to say on this topic. It's when we start to address the issues of our legislators and to ask them questions, and then we will get somewhere. Thank you, Rudolph. I yield the floor. I don't have much to say on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're moving the topic to something else, and electricity is still on your own top, So, El-Rufai was nominated to be a minister, and he went for a screening. Along the way, the security agencies submitted reports about him, and at the end he resigned. He said he has no interest anymore, that he shouldn't be appointed. That was an opportunity for you, electricity, to move in and get the lawmakers no, but I want us to look at the case of El-Rufai, because he's a very important character in the Nigerian political scene. Let me play this video of him, and then we will go to that. My computer is so slow. It takes time for videos to play, but it'll play.
You may need to increase your RAM. You may need to increase your RAM, Dr. Damages.
I don't know what it is. Are you guys?
The RAM. Change the RAM. Upgrade it.
Oh, okay. Obviously, it's not playing. Anyway, but let's discuss the. Okay. Finally.
Because there is no problem there. But if you fail to supply petroleum products and we say you are failing, you say we are politicizing it. Fix the problem so that we don't politicize it. If you say that there is terrorism, we are politicizing it, eliminate terrorism. 5 years ago, nobody is talking about terrorism in Nigeria. Under Jonathan, it has become an industry. And we should not take advantage of their failings so that we secure the votes of Nigerians in the next elections. There must be something wrong with them. We have made suggestions to the government on how to improve security. They have ignored it. They have set up 5 different committees that have given them recommendations how to address this problem of terrorism in the last 3 years. They have not implemented one. They are incompetent. But they try to blame other people.
So at this stage that we are right now with terrorism in Nigeria, what do you think is the solution, especially on how to rescue the girls?
Look, the government has the solution to this problem. Several committees have given them recommendations. They should just implement the recommendations in their drawer. Okay? As for rescuing the girls, we have seen examples of what countries do when this situation happens. You should have military action on the one hand and negotiation on the other hand. You should not foreclose anything because the lives of your citizens are at risk and you don't want to lose one life. You don't want to lose the life of one person. You don't want to lose the life of 250 girls. So whatever it takes to rescue those girls should be done. If one of these girls was Jonathan's daughter, the story will be different. The only reason why these girls are still in captivity is because they are not the daughter of any important man in Nigeria, and we know it. And if you say I'm politicizing terrorism, go and rescue the girls so that I don't have a basis to politicize it.
So are you in support of negotiation?
I am in support of every option. When you have lives of your citizens at risk, you should not take any option off the table. You should be flexible. You should listen, you should negotiate, and look at the price you have to pay and get those girls out. You should.
Yeah, that's El-Rufai. This was under Jonathan before he became governor and got executive power, and then had to confront terrorism in his state and couldn't do anything. All right. So the question is, what happened to him? Have you seen the last of El-Rufai in Nigerian politics? And how do you assess? I would have preferred that the Senate, it didn't happen this time. I didn't see anything, that the Senate on their own decided that this person is not qualified or is not good enough to be a minister, rather than depending on security agencies turning in reports and saying, oh, because of this report. They didn't even disqualify anybody on their own. And there were some people who just couldn't. Anyway, you guys.
Okay, Dr. Damages.
Oh, sorry.
Are you expecting the Senate to disqualify their member? He's part of the gang. Know that what they are running there is a kind of they are all gangsters, right? You don't expect them to disqualify one of them. They know, these people know how terrorism came into Nigeria. They brought in terrorism to Nigeria. This El-Rufai that you are seeing, sounding like one innocent man, is part of those that brought terrorism into that country. He had 5 recommendations for Goodluck Jonathan, but he couldn't give those 5 recommendations to Buhari. He himself, as a governor, couldn't use those 5 recommendations for himself. Rather, what he was doing was to fund Boko Haram, fund terrorism in his own state, so that the southern Kaduna will be taken over by his own people, the Fulani herdsmen.
So,
right? Goodluck Jonathan, according to him, Goodluck Jonathan was incompetent. What has he to say about Buhari now? Is Buhari competent? Right? See, when I was growing up, let me say it publicly so that everybody will hear this today. I was actually working so hard to become a commissioned officer in the Nigerian Air Force. All my prayer was to become a commissioner. I nearly almost got into that position. The only setback I had then was accident. And my one ambition was to do the exact thing that maybe the Niger military leader did in Niger. And this time, in my own, I wouldn't put them in prison or kill them. I will not kill them. I would jail them for life, and I'm not going to use taxpayers' money to feed them in the jail. No, their family members are going to feed them for the rest of their life. No special medical treatment. Their family are to provide medical treatment for them if they should fall sick in that jail.
So why did you...
All those criminals, both Igbo, Yoruba, I will capture all of them and jail them for life. No mercy. No one will be preserved. But I think the wishes and wizard in Nigeria prevented me from joining that Air Force.
Rodolphe.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not trying to weigh in on. I just want to hear from Garba's perspective. What exactly, in the spirit of one Nigeria, what is going on in Benue? If you can please kind of enlighten us. What exactly is going on in Benue, especially with regards to the killings that are happening right now?
Thank you, Jonaba. So welcome to the show. Before you joined us, there were people who were looking for you. They said there's a new governor in Benue State, and this story is still the same. So
yes,
what's going on?
Yes, Jonaba, welcome. I mentioned in particular so that
I watch you.
I am so happy that you are here. I wish my brother Jonaba is here. So far
I
now,
had,
counting in the last 2 weeks, we have lost almost 70 people.
yeah,
In,
and I had you.
and I was looking for Otom anywhere. I didn't see Otom anywhere in that place.
I had you, and I was trying to join the line live video. I even sent Dr. Rudy a video of what happened there. Yeah, if
Yeah,
you
I can show that. I saw that. I saw the
okay.
video. Yes,
So the interest of my people is always in my mind. Um, the notion that those that have a political affiliation or see things and you are entitled to see things in your own way. I've never said that Otun responsible for Fulani killings. I said that Otun before whether herdsmen, Boko Haram, or any other killing, Otun should pay Benue people. Go and watch the video. All I say to him is that those things that are happening is one thing. Another thing is for him to pay them the pensioner and the government, the state government salary earners. That's what I said. And when it comes to what happened yesterday, I sent a picture. And the reason why I wanted to comment on it is that even I don't have any political affiliation. I'm not interested in. I'm only interested in the masses, how Nigeria move forward. I do not see any official go there after so many hours of the people protesting, block the what you can call highway for hours based on my own contact there. So that time it was already into 6 hours. No governor, no deputy governor, nobody come to approach them. No security agency come to talk to them. So and I say this to those men and women that are there. I say kudos to them. At least it's a sign of braveness and it's a sign that they couldn't take it anymore. Whatever happened henceforth, we will all see. But at least they hold the ground and say nobody's passing through this way. It's also the failure of the state government and the federal government, which is the security apparatus are under. That's all I can say. So I've never said Otun responsible for killing of a. I say Otun should be paying Benue people their salaries. That before even the Fulani herdsmen and all any other thing kill them, for him not paying them, he's killing them. Is that clear to you, KJ? Thank you, brother.
Okay.
All right.
Can I contribute?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. Where am I? I think I was moving from Kenneth to Olumide, and then I think AY, then you. AY, go ahead.
Okay.
AY, can you hear me? Okay, AY can hear me. Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. Thank you, Jonaba. I was actually throwing a banter so I can see you on the panel. So it actually dragged you in. Thank God. One of my pain, and I say this with all sincerity, one of my pain is that those guys were on the road for more than 7 hours. In fact, at the time that I was speaking to a friend of mine, nobody had still gone. And I'm not sure that anybody went. And you see, if that road is the only road linking Makurdi and Jos, so if you are going to travel that direction, you must pass through that place. So for that 7 hours stretching, and the hold up stretching all the way back to the states, nobody came to find out what is going on with these villages. Why is there a roadblock? Why is there a hold up? Why is the traffic so not moving? Nobody. That is how those who think that there is safety anywhere in Nigeria, that you should think again. Okay, because the government don't even care about you. It's not they don't care. Okay, now a major way which we call highway in Nigeria is blocked, and there's no traffic flowing between Benue,
Lafia.
Trawa, or and nobody is even concerned about it to say, okay, let us find out what is really going on, and it's unfortunate. And even at that having said that, nobody's going to account for those people who have been sent to their early, journey, of no return. Nobody's going to account for them, just like nobody has accounted for the one of last week. Okay, and then and in fact, one of the reports that I read said between now and the last 3 months, over getting to almost 500 people that have been sent to their early graves for no fault of theirs, just for living in their villages and their communities and sleeping in their homes. And nobody said anything about it. It's unfortunate. Coming to El Rufai, Dr. Damages, you have not seen a lot of El Rufai. All what you're seeing is shenanigans, just drama of high drama. Okay, remember when they deposed Sanusi, we said it was the end of Sanusi. Now Sanusi goes to Lagos and takes over the waves. Remember, the same Sanusi who was deposed, who invariably do not have any position any longer, was able to go and see the military junta, even took a picture with him when he will not meet with the rest of ECOWAS or even other foreign delegates that were sent to him.
Yeah, KJ, hold on that thoughts. He did not meet with the Sultan of Sokoto and Abubakar. What's the name? The former.
He didn't meet with them. No.
Yeah, but he met with Sanusi.
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
Sanusi has a large following. I've forgotten the name of the group that he has. Along that, there's a large following of what's their name now? That he has a group of youths, and I don't know whether they're worshippers, but they had a large group that he supports, and majority of them are in Niger, and the rest are in Nigeria. So when he was going, those people helped to escort him and arrange for him to be able to be received properly. I had a very useful dialogue, at least according to what he said to the press, with the man, and reported back to Tinubu whatever the arrangement is. And of course, if you glance through, you find out that what you're going to say is that, look, we don't want any war, so we'll try and manage it, which is what I expect any leader, any reasonable leader at this time to tell, tell both sides. And you see, like I always say here, and a soldier doesn't blink an eye when you bring threat, because that's what he's been trained for. That's what you train all your life. So when you come and say you are threatening a soldier who has already signed to die, who is sitting on the position of power, what are you saying? He will take you to wherever you want to go, and at the end, it's either he lives or he dies, and he doesn't care. So, and remember, like we said, we discussed this issue many times before now, and I said something. You don't do multilateral and then unilateral. Okay, you do unilateral and you do multilateral. So you first of all go discuss personally, and if person to person does not work, then you bring other people. But our own, and so far I've seen it in this government, you just throw out the thing in the open and then begin to do damage control, which doesn't work and has never worked and it's going to work. So coming back to El Rufai is just playing his cards. He's like a bride right now, because he's the cleaner man. He's the attack dog of his party or the North. So it's not going away. All he's doing now is going to re-strategize. Remember, he said he's going to go to continue his PhD. But you knew you were doing PhD before you accepted the position, and you even went for the screening before now. So it's not a new idea you're introducing. It's not like you woke up yesterday and discovered that, I have a PhD to pursue. Okay? But the thing is that he just decided, or they have said to play him, power tussle in the government, and Ruvadu had just been able to toss him out. That's what I see. Okay? He's going to sit down, strategize, maybe conduct, have meetings with other northern leaders. Okay, and then eventually he will come back. Maybe when he's coming back now, he may change his name. He will no longer be El-Rufai. He will add something to it. That's what Nigerian leaders do. And you think they're different people, but eventually you find out they're the same people. So the next 2 years,
just like Twitter changed to X. Just the way Twitter changed to X.
Yes, he could change it anyway. Remember, all of them, both North and South, they do the same thing. There was one guy called Evans. When he got to National Assembly, he became Evans. So they all had something or the other to make them look fresh and coming from a new perspective. Eventually, they offered the same they offered before. Thank you.
All right,
So,
thank you.
sorry,
And
Dr. Rudy, please to follow up, and then I'll be out of the way quickly. I want to use this media platform to say to the Benue origin that lost their lives, and those men and women that are caught in that mess over hours. Sometimes they are not maybe from Benue State, but they are all we are all Nigerian. Like I used to say that Biafrans is a struggle of freedom. We are all Biafran and we are all Nigerian. Those you can imagine a pregnant woman, you can imagine someone that have medical emergency yesterday. You can also imagine children that are tested, and all of them are stuck in that road for 7 hours. So my heart goes to them, and I hope they keep the candle burning. Thank you so much.
all right, thank you.
Good to hear. Good to
Can
hear
I
this
say
from
something before
Oga
you leave?
Jonaba.
It's me.
Because I've always been, El-Rufai's issue is something that since he released those two speeches about his religious, basically his religious supremacist position in the country, I felt he shouldn't serve on a national basis. And for whoever has sabotaged his appointment, I really appreciate the work they've done. I really appreciate the work they've done to sabotage, because people like that shouldn't be running any institutions in Nigeria. They are gonna, if he was a minister, the people that will be serving him would know about the speech he has made about being biased towards Islam and this in the faith, and he has to instruct them. I don't understand why we will allow such people to run the country. Other than that, El-Rufai seems to be, in terms of as a professional, he seems to be a capable individual that thinks quite rationally. If you look at what he said about the people that were the people that were kidnapped, the children and women that were kidnapped, he was like, the state should do whatever it needs to do to get them back. He wasn't there accusing the state of trying to, and that was a Jonathan government, was trying to kind of exterminate his people or stuff like that. He was saying the state should do what they need to do to get those people back. And whatever it needs to be done, that's what needs to be done. So on that front, he's quite rational about those sort of things. And he's capable. That's why he's where he is. Also, regarding some of the stuff he was complaining about, that goes to tell you the forces behind what is going on in Nigeria. This stuff started happening even before they got APC going into government. They got into government, they couldn't solve it. This stuff is flying all over their head, and Tinubu now is in office. He too has not made any move to stop all these things going on in the country. They leave our country, our people undefended. These people that do these things, I keep saying it, our people are dying every week, constantly, and they refuse to defend our people. I've watched a video of people getting kidnapped and military people showing up around the area where they were kidnapped, and they didn't want to chase them in the bush. And the people, the loved ones of those people, were telling the military people, give us your gun, let me chase them. That is how bad it is in Nigeria, where civilians want to take gun off military officials to chase people that kidnap their family members. But they refuse to do anything. Because clearly, they know if they follow them, they could get ambushed. They could get killed. They don't have the manpower to deal with this problem. And this problem has existed in Nigeria for a long time. I keep telling people, sooner or later, the chicken is going to come home to roost. And this one is just a sign of what is to come. People are refusing to react to defend this country. Tinubu promised at Chatham House he's going to change the military posture of Nigeria. Is he doing it? None of it. They commissioned a refinery that's not working. These people they design our country never to progress. They pretend as if they are doing something. You can't believe that El-Rufai was talking about this how many years ago? More than 8 years ago. And the situation remains the same. That should tell you something. That the forces we are fighting against here is not about individual presidents or all the rest of it. It's our nation itself. And these people refuse to put our nation in a strong footing. And all these people that come around trying to defy the nation, they are also part of that agent that is destabilizing our society. Who is going to come and invest in a country where people are dying like this?
What kind of country would develop when the situation is like this? You will never get development out of this. It's poverty forever. How is it that this is not common sense for people to fix? It's one of those things. Education, you know, our people, they are very, very good at talking about education. They say education is long-term investment. Economy tends to be long-term. If you care about the economy, you want development to happen, fix your environment, your security, so that people can come in and invest. Nigeria's GDP is depressed by more than 10% because of this insecurity. That is over $50 billion. How much are you going to spend to secure your country that is going to cost you even $10 billion that they refuse to do, so that we'll get that $15 billion this in economic this in growth? But no, they won't do it. It tells you that the forces behind this thing is well above their pay grade. They don't have a clue, and they don't want to do anything. Just like that useless president in Niger that went to invite about 400 German soldiers how many years ago to come inside his country. They keep inviting foreign soldiers, but they don't want to make their people soldiers. These useless people. They keep inviting foreign soldiers into their territory, but they don't want to make their own people soldiers. So it's good for foreigners, but not good for us. And those foreigners, they know they like their security so much, they are willing to export it to our own countries, and we accept it fully. But when you tell our own people you need to do these things for yourself, they reject it. No, don't secure us. Why should you secure us? We hate military. We hate everything. Worry about our food. How are you going to eat if your country is busy killing each other? No, economy is not going to grow until Tinubu fulfills what he said in his security policy. Nothing is going to change. And I say this publicly. If Tinubu does that one, I will forgive all his sins. If you like, let him sell drugs. He can sell drugs wherever he wants to sell. But if he fulfills that security policy that he advocated, because I believe it's going to save far more lives. It's going to create far more jobs than anything he will ever do.
Forefathers, what's the policy? Reminder.
The policy was to increase the size of the security forces. The police, he would at least double it. He will increase the size of the military to up to 1 million. And he will, in all the security agencies, he was going to increase the size. This is something that Aerofy was the one, funny enough, Aerofy was the one that made the argument in Chatham House. And no move to doing that till now.
So we're going to increase it from 130-something thousand to 1 million.
Yes. And that's what PWB wanted to do. In short, all the presidential candidates wanted to do that.
Yeah, Ivo Atiku. Yeah.
All of them wanted to do that, but when they get into office, they just pretend as if they didn't say it. And nobody holds them accountable.
No, it's not that. It's not that. When you see the balance book your account, your bank statements of the country,
but the account is not the issue. They already have the money right now. They said they've saved $1 trillion.
Yeah,
$1 trillion naira, I mean. They already have the money now. And the truth is, Nigerians are actually spending the money already. We are spending it in securing ourselves individually. We are spending it in losing a lot of GDP in terms of growth of the economy. We are just wasting money. When you can spend that money on your security, the very next year is going to give you the reward immediately. Because people will feel more secure in their environment. They can go to farms, and villagers are not going to be getting attacked. All this nonsense that we see in the country will reduce significantly, and you watch the diaspora start coming back. The money they're going to come and spend in the economy. Not to mention foreigners coming in to come and invest. Nobody will come and invest in a country where you have IDP camps like this, where you have people living every week. There's an attack, 40 people, 70 people. Like that. Why would they come and invest in such an economy? This instability is why we don't grow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Paparas. Dr. Remedies, let me chip in something a little to support what Forefathers said now. I think for the first time, I'm agreeing with Forefathers 100%. And electricity, you know, I would like to say thank you. I think you... maybe some people are underrating you, but I think you seem to be a very good lawyer, and this is what some people are not understanding. Okay, now this is it. My happiness, especially, is for John Abba. You know, it is good to see John Abba, you know, sympathize with his people today. And now about Oton's performance, right? I would like to speak for Oton, right? I think Oton was battling with a lot of things, not just the insecurity, but things, some, I would say, aftermath of the insecurity in his state, Benue State. We all know that Benue, the only source of income, I mean, the internally generated revenue of the Benue people is solely on agriculture. Benue State happens to be, I think, a Ukum local government, right? There's a local government called Ukum in Benue State, right? Happens to be the one of, I think, the largest yam market in the world, in the entire world, is in Benue State. And this revenue that are being generated from agriculture were cut short, ranging from Donga to Zakibian and all the way to Takum in Taraba State. This is where you have yams. When I'm talking about yam, no species of yam you will not see in that area, right? So now these invaders, the terrorists, Fulani terrorists, came to this area and were busy killing the farmers. The farmers had to run away, and nobody is there to cultivate yam again. Nobody is there to cultivate rice, and this was affecting Autumn's government. Autumn was actually relying on what he was getting from the federal government, and calling him to pay. Where is he going to get the money from? This man had been crying.
What of the looting? What of the looting? Looting by Autumn.
I don't know if Autumn was looting. I don't know. I don't know him to be, such a person. I'm not sure. I'm not speaking for him on that angle, but I'm speaking on the angle of insecurity now. Yeah. So my concern, my concern is on the insecurity, particularly that they have it, and that is the same.
For you don't talk anymore.
And that is the same insecurity. Yeah, and that is the same insecurity that they are still facing today. So if people like us are talking about the level of insecurity in Nigeria, we've been crying every day. It happens in the southeast. We'll come out and be crying, and some people will be seeing it as if we, the Igbos, are complaining too much. So even say it here that we complain too much. No, we just hate life being taken. We just hate it. We just hate that. And now the people of Zakibia, the people of Donga, the people of Takun, all the way to in Taraba State, they are seeing this every day, and nobody is speaking for them. And I thank God that John Abba has started to speak for his people. So I will urge you to keep that candle burning, keep the flame burning, and maybe the federal government will hear your voice and they'll begin to do something in your state. It's very pathetic that lives are being wasted, rendering the women husbandless, if there is a word like that, rendering them widows, the children fatherless every day. This is the Nigeria that we're talking about. When is it going to stop? It is not today. Long ago, I was talking here when Okija was here, and I was telling you guys that revenue, sorry, I skipped that. I was supposed to infuse it before now, that the revenue generation on the road is both for federal and the state. It is affecting both the federal and the state. To each, when you get, if you apply the federal way, a highway, maybe from Jos through Lafia, Nasarawa, down to Enugu, each produce checkpoint, you pay for 2 receipts. One is federal government and the other is the local, the state government. You must pay that. If you don't pay that, you're not going. So it's affecting both the federal and the state in terms of revenue generation.
All right. What kind of revenue is that? Who collects this revenue? Sorry, can I?
No, from agriculture. If you're conveying things like animals or crops, any form of agricultural produce, you must pay for that revenue before you will be let go.
You pay for it on the road, or you pay for it in an office?
No, on the roadside. They have their kiosk by the roadside, and you cannot pass. Once they communicate to each other. They see you coming, they'll communicate to the next checking point, and they'll wait for you. If you try to pass them, they will follow you and maybe destroy your vehicle. You must pay that.
All right, thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Rudolph. So I want to support what forefather said. I think the government need to take the security of the country very seriously. If you want to grow the economy, you need to start from there. Look at, for example, in the South, what in the Niger Delta, what you find is crude oil theft. In the East, people are losing money. Government are losing money. In the Northeast, Boko Haram, people are losing money. They can't go to farm. Even other part of the country, people can't go to farm. People are scared because of the insecurity. So I think what Fofada said is very important. Then on El-Rufai, what you see playing out right now is just power play, nothing more. These people are very funny. That's why my position in Nigeria, it is issue of the oppressor and the oppressed. What is playing out, they just using the security to cover, but it's power play. We're having new Kaba in Aso Rock right now. So, and the other thing is, El-Rufai, I would say El-Rufai is competent, it has some competence, but will I support him to get a ministerial position? No, because El-Rufai is very divisive. We also have people like that across the country. We need to speak up, not when it comes from our places we support. When it's from somewhere else, we disagree. No, we need to be Nigerians. Right now, what you will find is you will go to the north, you will see people from the north, they will be supporting El-Rufai. I'm telling you, if you go to across board, you will see this is how Nigeria behave. If it's from the Yoruba, they will do the same thing. Most times, if it's from the East, they will do the same thing. It's very common. Even if anybody will defend that here, this is what I know in Nigeria. Sometimes I feel very sad. The only region, I don't, these regions, they are not innocent. The thing is El-Rufai going away? Trust me, El-Rufai is not going away.
So you think
El-Rufai, he is a political leader in the north. They will give him support. Even when he contests for another election, they will give him support. So this is how Nigeria is structured. That is why I feel sad most times. Like, I mean, we have a lot of people, even if the list, the ministerial list, even if Buhari said, Tinubu said, no, I don't need any one of them, he can have fresh people in the country better than them. But what happened with the list? It was political list. The senators, what happened? Look at during the time of screening. Okay, even if you want to let people go, why can't you ask them questions? Why can't you allow them to talk? Ask them questions. Even if you want them to go, at least speak for Nigeria for 10 minutes. Explain to us what you want to do. If you are given a portfolio, what are your plans? What do you want to do? Even if you want to, that was just my pain. And the senators will sit down there, they are laughing. If the person is from Ebonyi State, the senators will stand up and say, oh, we give you support to the person, is this. Come on, we should stop joking. And all of them, most of them did that in all the states. Because they don't believe in Nigeria. They believe in what we get. They believe in themselves. So, to be honest, I think Nigeria needs to be Nigeria. Because we don't have any other country. A lot of us here, trust me, if Nigeria was good, I have a lot of Nigerian friends. I have spoken with people across the country. People want to go back home. The country is not good. People are scared. People have money to go invest in Nigeria. If you fix the security in Nigeria, Nigeria are rich. We have money. If average Nigeria abroad take $50,000 home, they will start investing. They will start doing things. They will start creating jobs. So it's not that we that are sitting here in abroad, it's not that we are really enjoying it. Yes, we getting what we want, but home is home. We want to be home. Even if I'm not staying there, I want to have a house somewhere. I'm able to go there, live peacefully for 1 month, and go back to where I'm coming from. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me go the other direction.
Why is Rudolph?
Is it me?
CM.
So, yeah, thank you. On El-Rufai's issue, the thing is, on El-Rufai's issue, it's a capital no for me. Not because he's not a Nigerian or maybe a capability or whatever, but at times, if you are coming to national office, people should be able to have a trust in you. Imagine the way he ran Kaduna State as a Taliban regime. That is my word, Taliban. That is what I regard Kaduna State under him. So whatever it is, let him just go and take a back seat. He hasn't got the temperament to be a national officer. 1999, he was made a chairman of, I think, BPE and later minister for Abuja. Yeah, then we didn't know his record. He hasn't shown the way it is. I mean, how can you be a governor? You are openly being divisive. Openly. I mean, in our different bedrooms, you can nurse some ill feeling. But when you make it open, that is when people will take you on. El-Rufai is not a good example of somebody who will build or for somebody you need for a nation building. No, there is more than tiling roads or managing a budget of maybe 1 billion naira. You manage it and then you bring change. That one is different. But you are talking of diverse people. You cannot play one against the other. I don't like that. I'm not from Kaduna State. I'm not from Kaduna. But what happened there is a show of shame to him under his regime. He promoted it. Kaduna was the worst state, even if they are killing people in Borno or maybe in Zamfara. But the governors do not sort of pander the way El-Rufai was doing. He was just all over the place, throwing talking anyhow. It shouldn't be. So I do not see. So for them to have a security, what is it called, petition that border on security against him, I think some people went to work. It shouldn't be. The people should feel happy. Even when you even bring under military regime, they can bring somebody from different states to be governor in a different state. Even when they go there, you see the way people behave. But this El-Rufai's own, based on that, it's not a candidate for national office. I think, in fact, to even nominate him in the first place, I think it's a mistake. If they have taken a review, they shouldn't have nominated him. Now that brings me to this issue of screening ministers. Nigeria is long overdue that what the ministers are going to National Assembly for is like a job interview. It's called job interview. They interview you for a particular post. They feel you have the cognate experience, the basic knowledge and education and training. You have the aptitude and you have the temperament and then interpersonal abilities they want to put in. So if they say you bring somebody who is a lawyer by training, you said we give you the portfolio to be the minister for police affairs, assuming they have a ministry like that. When the person goes to National Assembly, there are people there that are retired police officers or people that are maybe lawyers like him or people that have had one thing or the other to do with the police. Then they will raise it and say, look, what if today, if we confirm you to be Minister for Police Affairs, how will you handle the following scenario? They paint a scenario from you. That is what they call job interview. You tell them how you are going to handle it. And not when you come and take a bow. Then later they appoint you Minister for Transportation, Minister for Aviation. Maybe you've not known the problem of aviation. Minister for maybe mines and power. You don't know. So I thought this administration should have broken that jinx. You are at liberty to pick anybody. In fact, before you even nominate somebody for minister to go to House of Senate for clearance, you must have conducted a mini interview for the person. You see the person, there may be different people firing him question. If you find him fit, it's okay. You go there and defend yourself. When you go there, they will ask you questions based on your portfolio. That is the way it is done. Otherwise, this idea of come and take a bow, you roll people in, everybody goes there. You don't know the question to ask. It will just be a case of you tell us how your father said guru or how you were able to pay your school fees. You start to recount the experience. In the end, you come out. After coming out, then tomorrow you become a minister. I don't know what they're afraid of. Bring somebody who will be minister for health, push him there. When we go, we'll be asking him questions based on Nigerian health challenges. Somebody who will, particularly in fact, the purpose of government is to security of life and property. Number one minister, they say, is Attorney General. I don't think so. Number one minister is the Minister for Defense. The way Nigeria is, anybody who designate Minister for Defense, take the person to the Senate. The person will be drilled. You know you're a defense. What experience have you got in managing crisis? even if you're a civilian, even if you're not a retired military officer. So let us know your temperament, how you are going to, handle some issues. But when you send people, we don't know we don't know who will be Minister for Defense. We don't know who will be Attorney General. We don't know who will be Minister for maybe Works and Housing. We don't know who will be in charge of Foreign Affairs. So that you ask him question on diplomacy. So it doesn't all go well. To me, it's a no for me. They should stop it. It's either they appoint them without clearance, or if you are sending them to the Senate, give them portfolio. When they come there, it will be a proper job interview. You interview them and take a feedback, and then whatever decision you reach, you put it in a sealed envelope, take it back to the president. So when the now reads it say, well, you failed, they didn't clear you, or they cleared you, then you now go. But if we are still doing all these things, it's like it sounds so childish to me. So on that basis, that's why every time we go there, people will say, okay, take a bow or this thing, or Festus Keyamo goes there with all the nonsense he was saying before. They just allow him. So okay, we stood it down. They cleared him. So all these things to me, it doesn't wash. To me, Nigeria is yet to start in terms of military screening. As for Rufai, he's not fit, given his performance in Kaduna, to smell public office. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, CM. Let me.
Please, can you promote this link so that they can go?
Let me just talk about that. Please, if you're watching us now, please, can you subscribe to Iroko Post TV? It's our sister channel because we are having problem with YouTube and we don't want to lose this channel. So we want to have a backup channel so that if anything happens to the Dr. Daniel's YouTube channel, we can be on this Iroko Post TV. So please, just a click to subscribe. That will help us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we have 546 watching, and the subscribers on Iroko Post TV is showing 174. So if we can get it to 200, that will really be good. Let me refresh and see where it is now. Right. Yeah, only 2 people have subscribed so far. It's still outstanding 543 that have not done anything.
Can you
please
post it on the? Can you post the link on the comment so that some of us can copy?
I posted it on the main comment, and I'll post it on the back channel too, so that we have it all both ends, and I'll post it on the other side again.
All right. So thank you guys for subscribing. It's very important so that we don't get to a position where we won't be able to see you. You won't be able to see us. It could happen anytime. Again, let me just announce that tomorrow we have Professor Sam Amadi joining us on 90 Minutes Africa. So if you can be part of that conversation, we need to. I actually met Sam Amadi when he was at Harvard. So when I heard that he was going to be part of the government, I thought that, okay, finally we got our people there. I want to know what happened, why nothing changed afterwards. All right, so I have to take a break. I have to leave. I'm sorry, I have to take care of something, but I will hand it over to forefathers to guide you guys and describe.
Dr. Damages, before you go, you actually touched up on a subject which brought me back to join the forum. You talked about the Igbo landing. So
yes, I
sent you 2 video clips. I'm just looking at the origin of those things.
Yeah, I have that video too. But maybe we can talk about it another time because it needs kind of a backstory. Just don't play the video. But I will. Maybe next Saturday we'll talk about it.
Rudolph needs to go eat a bar.
No.
No. All right, that's fine. I yield to that, but I just want to mention that yesterday and today, that event is actually taking place in Georgia, and that was actually by virtue of an edict, the state of Georgia, that event is taking place. It's something worth looking at.
Where in Georgia? Where in Georgia?
It's at St. Simon's Island.
Okay.
All right.
The Coastal Historical Society of Georgia.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. Rudolph, I didn't see my bitter leaf soup.
It's not done yet.
Mr. Rudolph.
It's not done yet.
Hey, Rudolph, I saw you actually.
When it's done, I will show you. All right. Take care, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, it's to 190 now. I think we should just hold on until people stop, because when we are talking, they listen to us, so they don't go and subscribe. It's 190, so 14 people out of 513 has moved. They are still watching us. So let us get to 200 first. It's not too much to ask now. It's 500 and something. We should be asking for 500. You know, from 174 to 90. That's 16 people or so. That's not exactly a lot of people that have moved. So
take it to
let them
250,
keep watching
250,
us.
250. Forefather, take it to 250.
I just
Get to 200 first now.
I take it easy with our fellow Nigerians.
Step by step.
I don't really
250, 250, 250.
Each time we
If
should
you
be
are
doing at
pressing
least
on
20
press,
something.
press, like, share.
It's barely moving. It's
Share.
like about 10
share,
seconds
share,
ago, it's
250,
191.
250, 250.
They don't
It has
can
moved
make it
again.
250. 250, 250, go.
It's still
Go to
191.
200 first now. Which one you did? Achievement 200.
Maybe I take
Yeah,
and
let
go
me put
now.
the
We
link.
still
Oh,
need
now
them now.
they're asking me for the link.
Niger man, I believe you walked. I believe you walked in the motor park before. One more people, two more persons.
to go.
One more people, two more persons.
They've not moved though. They just started there. It's not moved at all. They've not moved. It's still 191. For how many seconds now?
In one of the motor park, the guy said, one more people, two more persons.
Please,
one chance.
Wow.
Let's take it.
191. This is stubborn, man. They are not moving anywhere. If you are wondering where the link is on the screen.
200.
You can type it on your browser. It takes you straight there, and you can subscribe. So it's right there, and it's still 191 after how many minutes now? People are not moving. They are just like
take a bar and go. Take a bar and
go on strike now. There's no point talking. If they are not willing to do anything, let's go on strike and just leave them. Let them watch people staring at the screen. What is that? What? It's still 191. It's not moving.
Beg them, please.
Yeah, now 192.
NSC or ASU, which strike?
192.
That 192 was me. I'm the one who went and made it 192 now.
Can you imagine? A panelist had to do it. Okay, now it's gone to 195. They are beginning to start to move now.
Oh yeah, now please.
So you have 5 more, and then we'll
like, share.
Yeah.
Drop your, how did they call it? Drop your offering. I've been this thing.
196. Hi, it's like we are begging them. Yeah, it's like 500, 480 something that there. Unbelievable.
Wow, so poor.
So forefathers, you are doing okay. At least you are actually appealing to their. Listen,
I hope you realize that some of them are still expecting palliative. So subscription is not on their mind. It's not bringing money.
I think they have gotten there now. I think 199. They've gotten to this. Oh my God! One person unsubscribed. Who just? I think some people are clicking it twice. Maybe you are unsubscribing. You have to press it once, and because it went to 199, I went back to 198. So it's only once you press it to subscribe. Don't do it twice. Back to 199. So it's not 200 yet. Let's see.
So forefathers, I was actually in a meeting yesterday, and the comment I made at the meeting was that if you call a meeting and people answer you, thank God, because there are so many meetings taking place these days that if your own meeting is answered, say hallelujah. That's all I can say.
Okay, a moment ago it got to 200 and it went back to 199. I think, please don't press it twice, because when you press it once, you subscribe, then you unsubscribe again. You see this one? I unsubscribed because of electricity. Why would you unsubscribe?
Electricity went and subscribed, and he came back to see
they will subscribe. They will subscribe now. Breaking news. Oh, Niger be invaded. Niger be invaded. Oh, yeah, make them subscribe.
It's 200. It's 201 now. At least they can't unsubscribe to 199 again. You know. All right. So who is next? Let's commence the show. Thank you for subscribing, and we've gotten 25 people extra.
Actually, it's I wouldn't use the word. It's my tongue. Before you think I'm a Miloko.
A Miloko.
No, I'm not. I wanted to just refer to my brother John Abba. It's good to see you again. I'm a believer in what you may call monuments, if you so desire, markers, historical markers. My friend Emmanuel Ogebe from Benue, your area, actually one time was talking to me about how pained he was to notice that a particular gongoro or a particular machine that he used to see when he was growing up, and he went back, he found out it has been gone. So and I encouraged him that what we need to do is to go and find where that thing is. Instead of being made a scrap metal, that it should be brought back to the place so that that particular marker, it becomes a monument that people would refer to in due course. So with that, I sincerely believe that the subject matter which brought me back in is actually something that is taking place in Georgia today. Not just because I'm an Igbo, but because it's an experience of those who were brought back here by force through slavery. And they came. And they actually, for the ship to dock, they decided, no, instead of we landing there, we are going to up, and they all perished. So if you permit me, I'll just introduce the subject, and then next week we will have a full scale of it. Because with that conversation with Emmanuel Ogebe, teacher Akuma, who actually was the founder of Igbo Village in Stanton, Virginia, he sent me the information on the Igbo landing situation. And I went back to look at it. It's there at igbobasics.com anyway. It's a signboard, and you can know what a signboard is. And he says that to me that the Coastal Georgia Historical Society has dedicated a historical marker to Igbo landing, an uprising of captive Africans on St. Simon's Island in 1803. And this was by Benjamin Payne. Benjamin Payne is of GPB Press in Georgia. That's the reference. And just briefly, it says that more than 200 years ago, after a group of captive Africans willfully drowned in coastal Georgia, the uprising known as Igbo landing finally has a historical marker to commemorate the harrowing act of resistance to slavery. So I followed that, and in my own community, we are debating about the kola nut. And I talked about 4 kola nuts is what you bring out when a situation is at hand. For ceremonies, you put it in what we call the akwa, which I often bring out here. And then it's either you bring it out in 4, and I reconfirm with my friend, Dr. Mohene, that it's actually 4 or 8. It's a multiples of 4. Of course, if you bring 1, that's okay. It will be eaten. There's no amount of kola nut that you bring that will not reach everybody. So in the community debate that we're having, when I made that statement, some people never heard that there is number that you have to bring, present. Now I looked at the video that was trending for the Georgia situation, and there was the king from Igbo land who was actually Golofo, who was doing the celebrations. Look at that plate, and what's there is 4 kola nuts. So I now posted that back to my community forum to say, even though we have written this on this subject matter in Igbo Basics before, if I go back, I'll pull out exactly when we address that particular subject, how many kola nuts you're supposed to bring. That's native kola. But these days, I go where you go find, you go use goro. We wrote extensively on that particular subject matter before. So to that, I'm just saying that with what has been happening with us here at Dr. Damage's show, I'm going to just land with, when you talked about the El Rufai thing that we are, isn't El Rufai the chairman of same faith ticket, Muslim ticket? That's what the man said worked for him in politics. So it is not surprising. Maybe what has just happened now, do not be shocked. The man has retreated to come back with a stronger force in a different perspective. Maybe he's going to come back like Donald Trump Maybe you haven't noticed that Donald Trump has changed his hair color from the golden color to now a silvery color, right on our face. So for the ministerial people, my friend, what's going on is a game. It is a game. If we expect anything other than the big bucket that they have now poured in, the one from my own area, Ben, the local government, KJ's here, that one is called in Kiro, Nyajocha and stuff like that. I'm looking, wait a minute, you're just recycling the same. Does it mean you don't have younger ones to come and take up this whole process? It's about time for the old soldiers to go. Even though soldier come, soldier come, soldier go, Barak go remain. But it's about time for these folks in the National Assembly to actually quietly begin to get themselves out. The same way that T.O.G. said he wasn't running again. He bowed out. Let's get the younger ones in Nigeria to take up the mantle so that that country will change for the betterment of all. And that's my case for now. That's all I came to share with us. If you have a chance, with work that Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenze and the rest of, if you see the video of what's going on in Georgia, the event used to take place every year at Virginia, in Staunton, Virginia, Igbo village. But this year, because of the significance of that story, of the historical marker in Georgia, they moved that event just for this year to that place. And their overall objective is that they are going to try to buy that real estate property. The Igbo people are going to buy that real estate property and cement it so that it be there for posterity's sake. That is where we are. Thank you for giving me the opportunity once again to speak, and I have to go back to work.
Thank you. Gongoro, I think that language is long time I've heard it. No. And I will take that one. I will take that one from the.
What about Maurice Minor?
I don't think I knew that one. The Gongoro is something.
Maurice Minor was such a die-hard vehicle that it wasn't dying. You buy one, it will continue to ply the road. I entered a few of them in my lifetime. And when the British Leyland, who manufactured it, realized that nobody's coming back to buy again, they made the next one. They called it Maurice Marina. Of course, Maurice Marina was the one that can die the next day, and then you have to come back again. So Google Maurice Minor. You will see a vehicle that almost every part can fit into. It was more like a competition to the battle, Volkswagen battle. So Gongoro is there. First class and second class is also found in Gongoro.
Wow. Gongoro is lorry now, isn't it? I thought it was a kind of...
Gongoro is not really lorry. Gongoro is the one that carries Ibu. And it can also
carries load and stuff, isn't it?
That is the real Gongoro. Yeah. But because the Gongoro that is covered now is the one that has the first class, the second class, the third class, and then the tailboard. Ochichanoke, non-ime moto. Ochichanoke, non-ime moto. Okay, bro, driver. Ochicha plenty snango sega. That's... That's you understand that song.
Thank you. I think I've not heard Chim actually have his turn ever, so you only interject. So please go ahead regarding Erufai, and I like the points he made regarding this would all come with portfolio when they are being screened, and they can't be asked any question regarding what they are going to be doing for the country. That's a bit of a shame. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute. I think one of Nigeria's major, if not the core of what is ailing us as a people is institutional. Institutional in the sense that whether it's the executive or the legislature or the judiciary, nobody seems to understand properly what their sphere of authority is and asserting their authority and doing their jobs as the Constitution would require them to do. For instance, I see no reason why members of the National Assembly, whether it's the Senate or the House of Reps, should constantly fall for this executive demand to determine who is going to be the Senate president. That is where these issues all start from. You understand? So the moment you corner who is going to be the leader of the Senate or the House of Reps, you've put them in your pocket. So when people are coming there, when they send you a list, they will send you a list as they want. But my belief is that if we have altruistic legislatures, people who genuinely know what they want to do and are on the side of the people, before the president even sends the list, you would already, when he sends the list of names, you would throw it back at him to say, Mr. President, sir, can you please attach offices to these names? And if you are not going to do that, then we're going to have a standoff with you. We will not be, interviewing these people. So, but right now, we all know that Akpabio is there at the prerogative of Tinubu. So he's not going to do any pushback. As far as I'm concerned, I'll be honest with you, I think they're playing games with us, and they successfully do this all the time. You know, I go back towards the election to make my buttress my point when everybody said that Buhari is trying to make sure that Tinubu does not become president. I laughed. I was in a forum.
Sorry, can I just ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Why didn't they put it in the constitution that you have to state the portfolio that you are appointing ministers for? You can't just appoint ministers and there's no portfolio.
Fantastic.
And because in the UK here, in the UK, the opposition parties have what they call shadow cabinets. So they already know who is going to hold what before they even get elected.
Yes.
Here in the UK.
Yes.
But
Even in the US.
Even in the US, that's what it's supposed to be.
And in Nigeria, even during the screening, they don't tell you what you're going to be doing. It's some crazy stuff.
Yes. So, for further,
why didn't they put it in the constitution?
Now, first of all, I'm going to be honest. If anybody has read the constitution properly to that extent, they can let me know if it is there. I don't know if it's there because I haven't read that much to know. But I will say, based on where I am, I don't think it's enshrined in the constitution. Now, there's a second leg to my point, and that second leg is what we're doing here, and the institutional bodies called civil society organizations. Those civil society organizations are also people who will be making points and pushing for some of those changes in the constitution to say, Senate members, House of Reps, we are bringing this motion or bringing this bill that you should add to the constitution, adjust the constitution to say that every president henceforth should attach names. So you see, our civil society organization, I know some of them have tried. I don't want to be unfair and say everybody, no, some of them are not doing well. Some are trying, some are pushing for these institutional changes, but we haven't had enough voices from without, the society in general, to force our people. Look at the changes to the Electoral Act that gave rise to the Beavers and co. It was when Nigerians really said, put their foot down and said, no, we will not agree. And because they had already passed the law to say they wouldn't do that. But people started, forcing them, and then they had to retrace themselves and put in that law that says, henceforth, that electronic transmission and everything, although INEC sabotaged itself eventually anyways. But so we need to be making this voice, fighting consistently. That's what I expect us to do. But back to our Senate and the list, which is where we are talking about right now. Because they are compromised, and any compromised leadership cannot offer any service. You can't offer what you don't have. I hear people tell me that, with what is happening in Niger and our president falling for the Western, because he's not a man of himself. They have him. They have something on him. And that's why he will do everything to please those people. I'm not saying I support coups, no. But I'm saying there would have been a rational way of looking at this issue, a pushback that you say, you know what, Western world, yes, coups are not right. We don't agree, but let's go and see how we can solve it. That's what I expect our Senate to do. If our Senate was doing his job very well, I can bet you certain names will not even get to the Senate, because even the DSS are supposed to do a screening before sending that name to that place, will do their job thoroughly well. How do you bring a candidate, a nominee that has forged certificates? How did the person scale SSS or DSS or whatever I want to call them? But it's because these things are not being taken serious. So my point is, our Senate needs to go back and begin to realize, our senators, first of all, need to, next time we have a change of a leadership election and they want to elect their leaders, they need to start putting their foot down. Tell Mr. President, no, sir, you can suggest, but we do not necessarily have to accept whoever it is you are suggesting to us. That's the only way the independence of the Senate can be accomplished. And if you look back, every time any class of Senate has insisted on his leadership, go and check it. Whether it is when Tambowal and what is his name, Ihejioha, were in the House of Reps and all that, you will see there was a pushback. Even when Saraki was Senate president, you see the way he aligned and they pushed and they kept the executive accountable. But anytime the executive manages to have his way and get his own candidate in, forget it. Nothing is going to be accomplished. Those guys are going to go there and do the bidding of that president. And then finally, let me rest on this, on El Rufai. It's unfortunate what Malam El Rufai has turned into. And I want to use the word advisedly. When this man started back in the days of BPE, I had just left university and started my career back in Lagos. I believed him. He was like a ray of good hope. But all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. He went through a transformation. Maybe he was pretending, because we have a lot of people who pretend when they want to come to national limelight, and the moment they have that portfolio, they switch. El Rufai is a technocrat. He did well in BPE and then did well in Abuja. I still remember when he had to pull down Amadou Ali's house in Abuja. I mean, we are children of history. We remember this. Yeah. And everybody applauded him. I mean, they said Amadou Ali built a house on a green area, an area in Abuja that was designated to be green. And he pulled the house down and heaven didn't fall. Yep. How he suddenly has become this bigot that he has become today is a wonder. And honestly, I align my views with every other person who has spoken. We don't need bigoted people running national positions in government, because they're just going to create more harm. We've had enough. Let people go there and have the best interest of Nigeria. Listen, if people have been doing this, all these agitations we're having will not be there. Someone has said it. Nigeria should be a place like the Igbos will say, let everybody have a fair opportunity. I really don't care who's Nigeria's president, whether it's an Igbo man, a Northerner, or who. I don't care. What I'm concerned is when the person goes there and clearly you can see there's an agenda to, sideline another group or oppress people. See what has happened in Benue State, based on what John Abba has been telling us. We've been seeing it. It's painful when you see every week people are dying. Pregnant women, you bring out the children from their stomach. And our leaders, people like El Rufai or the president will not say, no, it doesn't matter whether it is my ethnic group that is doing this. This is wrong. This is inhuman. So because they are getting away with it, and that is why, call it a conspiracy. In Nigeria, conspiracy news is what is thriving. Everybody has a belief that there's a jihadist tendency. Some people will deny it and say, oh, it's not there. But hey, if you're the president of Nigeria and people from your ethnic group went into Benue State and were committing havoc, and you couldn't even say, no, not on my watch, I will not stand and let this happen, then yes, if we begin to come up with conspiracy that you want to take away our ancestral land, are you going to blame anybody for that? No. So I think if we want to kill all this conspiracy, if we want people to have faith in Nigeria, our people need to begin to build strong institutions. Honestly, we don't need strong men. We've had enough of strong men as leaders. We need people who will be... Look at, in America, and I end here, please. When Donald Trump appointed Bill Barr as his attorney general, the moment there was a case against him, what did Bill Barr do? He set up a special counsel to investigate it. At that point, even the president cannot remove the attorney general anymore, because yes, you've appointed him, but the moment you appoint him, the constitution protects him and enables him to even investigate you, his organ. Is that the way it doesn't happen in Nigeria? It doesn't.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to build strong institutions, not strong men. Once we have strong institutions, I can bet you. I live in Canada. When I look at things happening in Canada, I tell people, I say, there's nothing special about this country. There is absolutely nothing special. Yep. It's just that people are focus-minded. Canadians will break traffic lights if you give them a chance. But why are they not breaking it? There's a consequence. If El Rufai knows that there's a consequence for utterances that he's been making, and then so DSS agrees he did it, but why didn't they arrest him? Is it enough to punish him without giving him political office? Why don't you arrest him and go and try him? And if he's found guilty, let him go and spend 30 days in prison if that's the constitutional punishment. But we don't do that. You cannot say this kind of thing in any world, in any nation. You say those kinds of comments, and the official, the state security will not take you up on it. You can't go scot-free. But we have people who are larger than life in Nigeria who will say things, do things, and they go scot-free. So once we start building those institutions, I can bet you all these agitations, Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, it will all go away. What is happening now is that people don't have faith in Nigeria. People don't have faith that the law will have its course and be seen to have had its course. I rest my case on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a lot of people want to react to your
No, it's my turn. It's my turn.
Okay, it's your turn.
Man of prestige.
So should we go with turn by turn or allow people to interject? Because a lot of people want to.
I've not really spoken.
Okay, let me interject. Let me interject.
But I need to ask
first of all, let me say, as a policy, if we have 3 or less women on the panel when we have 10 people,
but hold on, everybody here has spoken.
Hold on now. Let me make my point. I want to remind people, just in case if he tries to interject, I will prioritize her over everyone else. Because
okay, my
as
turn.
a policy, if you have 3, let me finish my point and let me read policy now. So everybody else on the same page. I don't think that it's unfair.
Is it because of our fire hair?
No, it's a policy because women don't contribute a lot on this panel. So if you have 3 or less women and we have 10 men here, they have to be prioritized so that it seems like they seem to have a life. When they come, they go. They come, they go. And so let them interject and get on with whatever they want.
I have not said anything since morning, since 6 hours, since the beginning of the
I get what you are saying, but
I wanted to continue where Mr. Chin.
I'm supposed to speak before man of prestige.
Jonaba has said something before. Man of prestige has not said anything.
When Rudolph started this discussion, he said this is my turf, and I have not spoken. But I'll give Ife the floor, like if that is the policy.
I think because I've not heard from man of prestige before.
Man of prestige. You see, this is the problem.
Okay, further, can you just make up your mind who you want to go for?
Okay, man of prestige, please go ahead.
Well,
okay,
the marginalization will never finish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody calm down. Okay, please. I'm just going to stop where Mr. Chin, started about, the so-called democracy we practice, even in America here, they break the law and everything. Because I don't live in Florida, but I'm familiar with the storyline. Like this DeSantis, he tried to manipulate everything, suspend the duly elected Attorney General, the black lady from Tampa, and the other guy, Democrat, he suspended a long time ago, but people are against it, or what he's doing in Florida right now, saying that the slaves, they benefited from this, the black, they benefited from the slavery. What an utterly nonsense is that? So people are pushing back on him, So, but the point I'm trying to make, even in America here, they break the law too, but there's consequences for whatever you do. He was supposed to be running behind Trump. Look at where his poll number is right now. He may not get elected. They're supposed to think that he's the next messiah of Republican, but nothing good is happening for him right now. What am I trying to say? It's because of his utterances, So when you make a statement, it do affect you, but when you come to Nigeria, it's a different space. So what am I trying to say? I'm talking about El-Rufai. So let me pivot back to Nigerian space about El-Rufai. El-Rufai pedigree is 2 versions. The good and the bad, but in my opinion, the bad outweigh the good, regardless of his pedigree, which is somehow good because when I was in Kaduna, he was good. He has the infrastructure and some of the he has. I think his IGI when he first took over, he was like number 13. He went to number 16 IGI. 53% increase. He did well in that regard, but his utterances when it comes to religion. And what he did to the Southern Kaduna, the atrocity. That kind of overwhelmed any good that he has done. But all he did, is for his own political gain. That's all he's doing. So in my own opinion, him losing the whatever ministerial position is a blessing in my own opinion. I'm not saying the ones Tinubu, appointed is going to do better. But when you have somebody like him, in my own opinion, he's the worst among the least just because of his utterances and the atrocity he has committed. He may have done good. I don't know. He's probably well qualified, I think he went to Ahmadu Bello University. From what I read, he started his religious bigotry right from the university. Everybody can find out about that. He's just that kind of person. He's not, he's a bad human being when it comes to that. So everything he's doing for his own gain. Him and Wike is probably the two worst in my list. I mean, they may do better than all this because the problem with Nigeria is the captain that is steering the ship. That is, everybody's going to behave like him. So it doesn't matter who Tinubu put there. They're going to behave like him. Tinubu is the captain. I mean, we all know Tinubu pedigree, his antecedents. So and nobody there is going to, is going to be different. So let me go back and stick with El-Rufai. I mean, he claimed whatever went on with the scream, which is nonsense in my screaming. If he know he wasn't going to approve him, why let him go through all that, all that crap? I'm sorry to use that language. The SSS claimed that he didn't pass the security test or whatever. So I don't really know. According to what he said, he said there are some people behind him. So I think he talked to Tinubu before he left. Right now, he has gone. He's supposed to go pursue his doctorate degree. He's in Egypt right now, so he'll be going to Netherlands to pursue his doctorate degree. That's what he claimed. So there has to be something going on. Did they treat him bad or good? It's up to them. I mean, I don't really care about all those ministers. Like I said, they're all the same thing. You need to look at the captain of the ship. It's Tinubu. Nothing good is gonna come out whomever is there, whether good or bad. But I just want to make that comment about him. I never really liked El-Rufai. Okay. I'm glad he's not there. Wike should be gone too. So I mean, let's have less evil because all of them are evil in my own opinion. Thank you very much. I don't care. I mean, they're all
hard to get rid of him.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're all evil. I mean, they're not going to do anything. Look at who is the captain. Like I said, look where the country is right now. Nothing is working. I mean. The America probably have something on Tinubu, that's why, he's, pandering to them. So let's go forward, please. Thank you.
Ladies first.
Please, Niger man, please go next. And if you want to say, okay, if you want, okay, fine. Should we, Niger man, you want Janaba to just say something?
Please, Niger man, let me give.
Janaba, hold on. Please, with due respect. With due respect, forefathers, you said there is a Janaba. I'll come to you. Sorry. Forefathers, you said ladies first. Why don't you just let her go first? Then you switch around to others.
Electricity, don't worry. Uncle John, go ahead. I'm so disappointed with you today. No.
Disappointed in me. I don't want. I have one in my house. I don't want
Uncle John, go ahead. Go ahead. Electricity, don't worry. Go ahead, Uncle John. Bye.
Okay. Don't say disappointed in me. Say let me go. Don't say that.
No. Bye, John.
It's okay. Let listen. Okay, go ahead, Janaba.
First of all, I'm sorry if anybody is disappointed in me. We are all Nigeria. We're all disappointed in ourselves anyway.
Don't take it personal. It's nothing personal, please.
No. It's nothing personal. Nothing personal. It's personal. It's between you and Paul. You know what I mean? This is the issue. I'm trying to summarize my thing and I'll be out of here. The last time I was hearing, because I was watching from background, the studio was full, and they were saying that even Paul Biya is nervous. Paul Biya is, when you have a common sense and you know what is going on around you, then you'll be nervous. So let us not say Paul Biya is nervous. Maybe the people that are benefiting from his regime are nervous, but not Paul Biya. Paul Biya doesn't, if he cares so much about Cameroonians, and Cameroonians, in as much as I believe that we are all not supposed to where we are supposed to be, I don't think Cameroonians, they should do better. So let us not go there. We know who are worried. When it comes to the issue of El-Rufai, El-Rufai, just like everybody, have a good and bad of him. But let us not read so much meaning that whether SS, all institutions in Nigeria are corrupt. So there is nothing you cannot say whether EFCC or SS. There is no institution in Nigeria that have any credibility to condemn person. It's not what you know or the school you went to. It's who you know. So there is nothing in Nigeria that work on merit. So let us not fool ourselves that, oh, this person, I'm glad this person did it. This person that did that to person, if you are, even if as qualified as you can be, if you are not their inner caucus, they will kick you out. So that's what we are talking about. Strong institutions that I do not even, if I put my social security to run for a credit in a bank and how much I earn, and they check it, they will award me the credit, whether I'm black or white. So let us build an institutions that another human being for his own selfish or for his own tribal or for his own religious bigotry will not condemn it because he think you don't belong to him. If we were going to be going this cheaper way of anybody making sense in Nigeria, it's just a baloney. I'm so sorry. There is no institution in Nigeria that have any integrity. So let us press. And to the youth of Nigeria last week, I couldn't say it. Nobody, personally, I will not apologize to you. You have a tools like we'd never have in your disposal. Go ahead, organize it. You can, even when you are sitting in the toilet, you can talk to the whole world. So go ahead and build that institution. Our times are running out. The world is in your hand and you can make it a better place for you. And if you are looking forward for those or to apologize to you for what I have done, it's Nigerian legislators. They will never apologize to you. They will always take advantage of you. So go ahead. It's your time. It is your turn. Build an institution. Mobilize yourself. Speak sense to each other. Look for a way forward. World is becoming a global square. And you can even bring other people like suffering in another nation. And you can start from one nation to another nation while you can make Nigeria a better place for you. But for you to think that, oh, we are come here to say, oh, I appreciate those that want to learn, that, oh, somebody has to apologize to you where you are. Every generation faces a different fight. And those people always overcome it at a point. And there are many ways you can overcome your challenges. Don't leave it back for those people. As I summarize, one of the things that make Idiago was a very disciplinarian person. He say, from me down, you can erase us. You can wipe us out and build another institution. And that is better for you, that all Nigerians are corrupt. So that is all. If you think you are not corrupt, then do something and work on it. It's going to take a long time, long walk to freedom. But where there is will, there is a way out. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is Niger man. Whenever you want to talk, you can go ahead. Niger man, please.
Miloko.
I just wanted to go through KJ. I can see you. I wanted to go through so that we can start taking it easy because some people have. By Maxwell has been waiting, has not said anything for a while, and so Niger man, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on where you are. Yeah, I just want to weigh in on Rufai. Rufai, that is his character. Maybe because many people doesn't know Rufai. He made that statement, that video that Dr. Damage played earlier. That was in 2015 when they were looking for power to chase Jonathan out of the office by every means. It's after 8 years. Why doesn't he make that recommendation to Buhari for the 8 years to fight all these things? Those are old video. For the ministerial list, when the Rufai came to the Senate, there was a senator from Kogi who raised a petition, so he brought a petition against him. This man, Senator Sani, he was in Arise, he was in China before he came for the screening, the first day they announced his name, was in about 4 even Daily Trust. So he said many things, that is from the constituency of Rufai. So he said many things that Tinubu should not appoint Rufai. So he brought what he did during Obasanjo, what he did during Jonathan, during Buhari, and what he's still going. If Tinubu appoint him, he will still do that same to Tinubu and Shetima. We bring them to fight. So he said many things. So from the constituency, so many people, many of them, and even Vice President of Peter Obi, he said before that he have a petition against him, and they said they have in Kaduna they have almost 300 petitions against him. They are just waiting for his tenure to end. So they have many court case with it. I think maybe all those things, that is why it didn't pass through security check. But I don't still believe that is what holds him. But if Tinubu want to pass him, they will pass him. Or maybe he doesn't want him in his ministerial. After that, he's not granting interview. No, it's Tinubu that was begging him more than 10 times to come and work with him. But he's begging, but you come to the Senate for screening. Now, but he said he doesn't want anymore. You have said, you said he doesn't want anymore. He's going back to school. So that is our Nigeria politician. So we cannot trust them in any way. Tomorrow you can still see him be there. Their eyes, their way. They are full of trick and demon and satanic. But for people believing in APC to deliver, but sometimes I'm still wondering. I don't know the faith they have or how, the way they are believing it. Because anybody that know APC before they come to power in 2015, you should have known these people. Why is this surprising people about Tinubu? Look at how Tinubu is antecedent in Lagos. There is nothing. These are the same lie. They have been lying for the past 24 years. The same lie they will lie, they come to power, nothing. The same, they will still come back and lie again. Who is it? Who is here? No politician in Nigeria there. They don't think they're going to promise you that it's going to come. Nobody should believe that. APC is not going to deliver in any promise. Never. You will see this one, even though they do 8 years there. Never, nothing. All these things they are doing. Before it's going to 870 now. I think they said after this one, their product finish, the next batch will be 870. So they have already been news. So that is what dollar is going to almost 1,000. They said the dual window for what? So I don't understand where we are going. 950 and be 970 $1 now. So when you tell people from beginning, they thought maybe you hate these people. No, we are pouring out our hunger. We know these people, our frustration, our disgust about this government. APC is not going to bring one thing. Nothing. Nothing. Believe me. I always tell people, write this day. I've said it in many platforms. APC, unless, I don't know, maybe many people doesn't understand those people, those politicians, or mostly APC from 2015. APC, they don't have any templates of what they want to do. All is just propaganda, lie. That is what they will start. Now you start hearing investor is bringing 20 million. This is coming. They want to open this. They want to do this. You will never hear date. You will never hear when.
Where's Niger man?
Okay, who is next? I think he's dropped out. I think Electricity wanted to say something earlier on. I had to hold him back. Electricity and KJ, both of you can interject as you see fit.
Okay, Electricity, go ahead.
Chim, you were in your story. I just need to apology in your argument. You stated, I wrote something down here that when Saraki was Senate president and you mentioned Tambu and one other person, they did push back on the executives. Am I correct? Would you mind highlighting the pushback they did? Do you know what exactly the pushback were?
Okay, so let me mention Saraki's own. So when the EFCC chairman before this last guy, you remember the fellow? Magu, fantastic. When Magu's name came up for confirmation or for screening or whatever it is they do, the Senate then under Saraki turned him down and wrote to the president to say this guy has bad DSS records, that they cannot accept him, not even on acting capacity. And Buhari refused. Buhari insisted. And because Buhari insisted, they said they would not approve the guy. So Magu was never approved. Magu was acting until he was removed. That was because Saraki insisted and said, look, there's a bad record on this guy. The DSS that is working for you. Remember that DSS, EFCC, these are all under the executive. And that's why people were saying then that Buhari's government was a disorganized government. Each arm of government against itself. So DSS said, this guy has a bad record. We can't approve him. And he remained on acting until the day he was removed because they refused to approve him. That was because that Senate insisted.
You see, why I asked this question is this. Even Saraki himself is not a saint. Do you know that?
No, so don't get me wrong. Let's stay on issue. One, I am not saying Saraki is a good man or is a perfect person. No. What we're saying is we're talking about building strong institutions.
It is, yeah, I get your point. Why I asked.
Can I just end here and then I'll use the floor back?
Somebody's mute. Why I asked this is this. I will say this to you personally, for you to understand that when you see some certain things going on between the executive and the legislative arm, it's usually, in most cases, in the Nigerian context, it's usually personal.
Okay, so electricity, can I just say...
Let me finish, sir, respectfully. Okay. You see, it's usually personal. Just the case of El Rufai right now. I don't know why there's so much hypocrisy in people who condemn El Rufai. Because there is... even Akpabio is not supposed to be there. Let's be honest with ourselves. Akpabio is not supposed to be there. Most of them are not supposed to be there. So here is the point that we miss, that I think we are missing out. Let me use what I think we're missing out. If they could be able to bring out something about El Rufai and he stepped back, it means, and I keep saying, we know what is good to do, but we often refuse to do it.
Agreed.
So El Rufai or no El Rufai, I've already said that. What is El Rufai looking for? What is Wike looking for? These people have been governors. What did they forget?
Before we lose our trend of thought, can I?
No, we are not losing. We are not
losing.
Me,
for instance, before I lose my trend of thought.
Okay.
Because you've said
Jim,
no, I can ask a question.
So that we restrict it to KJ because
I just want to say I'm going to respect the next person. It's not my time.
I'm the one still. I still have the floor. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is,
I didn't finish my time. Father, you pushed me out to.
No, I didn't try to bring that point up somehow.
Your submission was okay. You mentioned the civil society. I'm not going to weigh in on that because you mentioned the people in general. I've often argued that the people it's left to us. Like what Mazi was here earlier, he's gone now. Mazi said something which I buttressed. He said we come here to talk every day, but we're not doing anything. And I buttressed this point, which that's what I take from everything he said. It's down to us. I will say this and I'll say it over and over and over again. It's down to us to do something at the end of the day because these people are not going to change. Further, you said you will forgive Tinubu if he fixes security. You forgive him for his drug. First and foremost, you are not in the position to even say such a thing, to be honest. Sometimes I don't understand how you say. You see, I need to understand you guys when you talk about fixing security first before economy. I'm still struggling with that argument because let's get this thing straight. To fix anything in that country, what you and I are using today needs to be fixed. First, electricity. To fix anything. Now,
security is more important than
listen, AY. You need electricity to fix security. Take it or leave it. That is just the truth.
Actually, it does. We have enough electricity to fix security.
Hold on. You need electricity to enter the data into the computer. You need a steady electricity.
Yeah, but why do we always like to see things as binary? They are singular. It is binary. You need some electricity to fix security. We have enough electricity to get the security we need.
No. I disagree with you.
To say that we have zero electricity is false.
No.
We have enough electricity to build security.
We don't have
so
enough.
Are you telling me that North Korea had more electricity than we had in 1960 something when they built all the built?
Forefather, we are talking about the present right now. I hope you understand what we're saying.
I'm also talking about reality. It's not a zero-sum game where we keep saying, oh, it's either electricity or security. It's true. You need some electricity, but we already do have enough.
Let me make a
whatever
point.
we
Let
need
me
to build
make
on top of our
let me make
security.
one point. Listen, people, for
you
example,
guys should let me finish now. Honestly, I don't understand.
Can I quickly? There
You
was
guys should let me finish now.
Okay,
I have not
please.
finished. You guys, I only asked Chim for clarity to be able to clarify so that I can finish my own thought. You guys have not let me finish my thought throughout today.
Go ahead.
So listen, in a place where you don't have constant electricity, in Europe, where we are now, we have the choice to switch off the light. Some of us don't leave our outside light on for a reason that we don't want to pay bill. Not that we don't want to switch it on. We don't want to pay bill. But we have the luxury to say, the light is there. I can switch it on. I can switch it off at any time. Now, for the fact that that presence, that light is there, even people who want to steal said they will think twice because there's light everywhere. You are seeing everything. I believe in security. But the truth be told, you need a constant electricity to fix that security. We don't have enough to fix that security you are talking. I am not against that security you are talking about. Like I said, the reason why you and I have that privilege to sit down here today to talk for 6 hours, the last time we spoke was about almost 24 hours, is because we have that constant electricity that we are enjoying. We can access our bank account through what? Because there is electricity and there's internet. I can be walking on the road. I have my phone with me. I won't think of charging. I know that I can get to a place, I can plug my phone and charge my phone. I am not against it. But look at any system in the world where there is no constant electricity. You can never. GlaxoSmithKline, over here, GSK, are living in Nigeria. Why do you think they are living? Because of security?
Partly.
Is it because of security?
It's partly because of the insecurity.
Can you explain to me what security did they highlight about?
Because insecurity, it means that the environment is not conducive to their operations in the country. Insecurity bleeds into the lack of electricity.
When you say insecurity of what?
Insecurity bleeds into the decay you see in the Nigerian space.
Yeah.
If you have insecurity in one end, you have power failure in another end, you have corruption in another end. So many other aspects feed into their decision making. And besides, it may not even have that much to do with Nigeria. Maybe they're just moving their operations to Asia. They wanted to move out of Nigeria.
That's an argument you are making, but that argument does not hold ground. The economic situation in Nigeria now, like I said the other time, it's okay we manage with that fuel price then. Things were not good because we can still afford the fuel to power our generators and whatever we have, we're powering. For crying out loud, if it's not sustainable right now.
Okay, let me give you a simple scenario that everybody that is viewing will understand. Let's say you have 24/7 generator working in your house, and you open your doors, your windows, go to work every day, letting everybody know all the wealth and beauty and stuff you have in your house and everything. What makes you think you are going to live on to be successful in life with that kind of scenario? In other words, leaving your door open, your gate open, letting everybody know your flat screen TV, the cars and everything you have in that house, go to work every day, come back. Without security, that power supply and all the rest will be completely useless. Because the point is that you will end up.
Your analogy does not fit into what we are talking about.
It does, because you are saying security and the power supply comes before security.
Let me make.
You can have have that scenario, have power supply. Let's see how well you go on to do.
Can I make a point?
You will not do well. You become poor and you lose that power supply.
If he is not happy with us, so we have just
electricity.
If he go to
hold on, electricity.
Let him answer it now. It's a straight question. If he can answer it, let him answer it.
No, he asked me a question. Forefather, let me see if I get your question well. I have 24-hour generator working, correct?
Yes.
And I go out and I leave my door open. I leave everything open without putting security in place, whether somebody will not come and rob my house. Would that be correct?
Yes.
First and foremost, I'm against generator in the first place. So therefore, that your analogy still does not fit into place.
Okay.
You are
However
talking
you
about
generate your power
24
supply.
hours generator.
However you generate your power supply.
Let me finish answering your question. You asked me a question.
Okay.
You are talking about 24 hours generator in this day and age. Which world are you living in?
Okay, let's say you prefer solar energy. Okay.
We are not talking about solar energy in again, please. Don't insult our intelligence here.
Just choose whatever you prefer. You are not dealing with the point. Choose whatever power source you prefer.
I yield the floor. I can't be bothered going
You see
back.
that? You see how they work for?
I want to answer your question. You are not allowing me to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead and answer.
Let me make a point.
Can I say something?
Let me make a point. Hold on, King. Let me make a point. I think it's a binary, in my own opinion. What we are discussing is binary because you can't do one without the other. I mean, let me. What am I trying to say? I mean, you need electricity, and you need the security. Both of them can work. You have to have both of them simultaneously. Because if you send the farmers to go and farm, they need security in order to be productive. And you want to have electricity. Nobody's going to come to this country and invest. All this investment and everything, they're not going to come. They're not going to depend on solar energy. They need the constant electricity.
Exactly.
So
You're talking about solar energy, talking about generator.
In my own opinion, it's binary.
Where you are right now, what are you using? Are you using solar energy?
I mean, this industry. Let me make a point.
Let's change the argument. Use power supply from the mains as much as you want.
Let me make a point.
Go deal with the argument that I made.
I understand what electricity is saying. Let me tell you something. Long time ago, I took a study on this. I realized that if you light up the whole of your community, even the small thing they call witchcraft, you
won't see it again.
We all go away because
it will go away.
Lit up, and everybody can see everybody. So,
but that is not my argument.
In the order of preference, and I agree with him totally. Electricity. Once you have electricity in a location, it is easy for development to come. It is easy to have security also. Now, why do I say that? If we have constant electricity in Nigeria, I can buy clippers 5, 6 and send to my relatives and say, open your barbering shop, open your hair making shop, open this, open that, because they will not have any need to go and buy generator. They will just be looking for how to buy. In fact, you can put chair outside your home.
KJ, you are very, very smart. You know full well that's not my argument. So why are we arguing over electricity? Electricity is just a scenario.
Let's move on and not over-label the issue.
Nigeria needs constant electricity. And that is what
they are trying to, you know what they are doing? They are trying to shut down the key argument. What they are doing here, you can use the main all you want. Hold on, let me finish my point.
Don't say that.
Let me finish my key point. Let me finish my point.
Listen, you make your argument, but don't make unnecessary allegation that we are trying to shut down a key argument.
Okay, good.
I need you, please, with due respect, retract that statement. We are trying to shut down a key argument.
I retract the statement.
Thank you very much. I yield the floor back to you.
Let me make my point then. Hold on, please. The point I'm making is that let's say you are getting electricity for the mains. Leave your door open, leave all those things open. Let's see how sooner or later you will be able to afford that electricity.
Okay, so
can
I say something? I've been trying to say something based on one. Sorry, AY. Please don't be offended, please. I don't intend to dominate the ground. Go ahead. One, there are some. My last conversation with electricity, there were a few things we've left unsorted. But on this issue of electricity, I hear where electricity is coming from. I understand. I also have an understanding of a little bit of what Forefather is trying to say. But my own view, and this, to be honest with you, I'm not trying to balance the equation. The truth about the matter is there are certain things we can do side by side as an economy. Yes, electricity is critical. I hear that. I mean, like the angle KJ just came from, there are a lot of ignorance that if we had a well-lit nation, you will just be shocked. Some of those things we hold on to that we call cultural will just dissipate and go off immediately. Because electricity is one aspect of development that has a strong multiplier effect. You understand? I live in Canada here, and I see how some basic things back home. You know, we used to pray. You'll be praying, "Oh, NEPA, bring light," and sometimes you think it's NEPA. You think God heard that prayer.
I don't know what kind of juju they did to our people. Where they always see everything upside down. The conditioning is upside down. You are not going to get that 24/7 power supply without security. You will never get it. We've been trying to do it forever the other way around when we should be doing it the other way around. That's what every other people did. Other people, they put their security first before they put power supply in place.
No,
not the other way around.
It doesn't have to be security.
You're wrong on that.
No, it's a secular thing.
Is number
it
one.
Can be
no, it's not.
What can you do without electricity?
You want me to show you examples of this?
But let's not go there. Like if we have
what kind of conditioning, what kind of witchcraft they did to our people to be thinking like it's only us that think like this.
Hey, listen, again, I just
security
want to interject a little bit. I just want to interject.
Electricity.
When
was it
invented? Now, security will not provide jobs as much as electricity will provide jobs. You see, if you have an electricity in place, all this army of youths going up and down
and criminality
will get themselves employed without you or even looking for them with a job. They will get themselves. Look, you can become welders, you can become hair barbers, you can own salons, you can become laundry man. You can have your laundry and have your iron and wash and iron for people.
Let if he has privilege, let her go. Let Ify go now. Some other person has to talk.
It's now you realize that if he has privilege after because
she has she's raised her hand now and she wants to talk now.
If now you have security,
electricity, chill out. Electricity, chill out. She raised her hand. I am calling on her because she raised her hand. What are you going on about?
Security for you now. Go ahead.
Ify, can I quickly use a few minutes to address one thing and then I'll yield the floor, please.
Let Ify go ahead, please.
Okay.
Let's allow Ify go ahead.
After Ify,
Forefather, what are you even arguing about this thing? I remember maybe sometime last month we were arguing about nuclear power and electricity.
Yes.
Remember that argument?
Yes.
And you keep saying that we need the first thing we have to do is to build a nuclear power plant before we can even build electricity.
No, I didn't say that. Actually, I didn't say we should build a nuclear power plant first. I didn't say that.
You said that, forefather.
See, you can rewind it all you want. I didn't say that.
Oh my God.
You can. I'm telling you, I didn't say that. If I said it, why would I not stand on it? I didn't say that.
Okay.
Because I know I've discussed this several debates. I've never said that.
Before
we worry about electricity.
You did say that.
You see now you are saying
you did say that. You said that.
What did I say?
You said it. I remember.
Hold on. Nuclear power station first.
You talked about other countries.
Bye.
Can I say something to you, forefathers? Let me remind you what you said.
You didn't say nuclear power station or become a nuclear power.
Nuclear power. That's number one thing we need to do before even we talk about anything. And everybody jump.
No, actually. I didn't say that. I've always see if you know anything about me, you understand that I see this in duality. It's not only one way.
Okay. That's by the way. Disagree. That's fine. You didn't say
yes.
That. But you can't do anything without electricity. Argue with your if you want, argue with your keyboard. There is no country in this world. Me and you are talking now because of electricity. There is no communication in this era you can do without electricity. Even if you're using your phone, you still need to charge your phone. So I don't understand your argument. We don't know exactly why this pharmaceutical company is leaving Nigeria. We don't know exactly what the reason. We are just speculating until you hear directly from them. But what I'm telling you is that our economy will do better when we have constant power. You're going to attract investors to come to Nigeria. Before you even talk about insecurity. Okay, so I don't get it. I've said it here over and over and over again. That electricity? I gave you an example when I traveled to Turkey last year, and I said we met a lot of Nigerians there, and they're not doing anything. And one of them, I said it 100 million times here. One of them said, if P2B wins and just give us common electricity, we will all go back. Because I know that Nigerians are the most hardworking people in the whole world. Argue with your keyboard if you doubt what I'm saying. So what electricity we do for us in our economy, I mean, it's unimaginable. What about industrialization? How can we develop our economy without constant power? Have you ever thought about that? If you look, I'm currently sitting in the dark because we have a lot of light.
You don't have light?
On and off. Okay? But I'm just looking, very soon now they're gonna bring the light, because if it doesn't, you're gonna hear breaking news, because a lot of people cannot survive without electricity. Not in Nigeria, because we don't care about it, they don't care about us. So you're telling me that security, some people living their life based on the electricity. They are breathing because of electricity. So, I mean, I don't understand your argument when you say that, you know, we're going to have security before anything. Okay, bring in security.
Okay, let me make my own point. So, Ify, are you done? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, Ify. So here is my point. First of all, for the purpose of education, nuclear power plant, that is electricity. If you have that, you have electricity. It's gonna, in fact, it's the best form of electricity, power generation right now. That's one. The second thing is, I think we actually underrated security. When you are talking about electricity is made up of three sections. One, you do with the production, transmission, and distribution. In all these aspects, you need security. Why I personally believe electricity and security, they are equally important, but I will go with security. If you, today, for example, let's say you want to expand Nigeria electricity to remote areas. Even with the security we have now, you want to build a substation somewhere. Let's say, take for example, in the core east where they are having a lot of crisis, or northeast, you can't build it. You can't go there and do anything because you need the infrastructure. You need security to build infrastructure. I remember, no, anybody can disagree, but this is just my own point. I believe security, we are directed security without, look at common farming. We can't go to farm because of insecurity.
Oh, sorry, AY, the thing is, you know, the concept of the chicken and the egg and, you know, and pork and something. The truth about the matter is that insecurity you're talking about is because of a broken economy, and that broken economy, it can be factored into the electricity. Now, like if he has said and electricity has said, once electricity has a multiplier effect, there's a lot of things it opens up. It's like somebody who you're trying to, you know, release the pores of your skin. Your skin is blocked. Once you open it up, there are a lot of things that just kind of open up. So electricity has a multiplier effect. It is because the economy is down. That is why people go to Third Mainland Bridge and they're removing the panels on the bridge. But if the economy was working, the person who was trading is his focus. You know, I mean, we say an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Once people are gainfully employed, doing something productive, nobody's going to be bothered about. Do you know that kidnapping is a risky business? Not even for the people who are kidnapped, but for the person kidnapping people is a very risky business. So once people have jobs, people have focused on the economy, somebody is able to do business, and Italian is coming to Nigeria to patronize you, who will have time to go and kidnap anybody? And then with that, the security ultimately settles itself. The focus on security right now is because the economy is bad. People don't have jobs. The factories are closing. And that is why people are getting into criminality. And even Peter Obi said it. He said, listen, some of these people who are into 419 and co, because the economy is bad. Sort the economy out, clearly, and then you see what is going to happen. You just open up a lot of things. So I don't think that security is important. I'm not belittling it, but it is not the critical thing that we need to focus.
So let me give you a typical.
Okay, let me just say something. Let me just respond to it.
Let me give you a typical example of electricity.
I think I started first, so let I go.
Let me give you an example.
I go first, then man of prestige, then I'll respond.
Let me tell you how important electricity is. About last year in Texas, we have a frozen weather. And we lost electricity in my house for 8 hours. Then where I work, we lost electricity for 6 hours. Where I work. That day, every company that is in Texas with the company I work lost over 300,000. That is what each place filed for insurance. Because we lost all our insulins, We lost all our drugs. We're talking about Humira and all those kinds of drugs. We lost them. Guess what? The company spend equivalent of that amount to put things that is in place that if electricity ever break down again, that we will save that money. We have these huge batteries that we put on top of our refrigerator to protect those drugs. That is how that there's nobody that went and robbed anybody because electricity, because insecurity. But because of electricity, lives were in danger. People that sleep with CPAP couldn't sleep. People that are in the hospital that use electricity to sleep, lifting their bed up and down, cannot do that. That doesn't have anything to do with insecurity. The only reason why we have insecurity in Nigeria, young minds in Nigeria, Nigerian people have bright minds that they are so innovative.
We are talking about Nigeria. Nigeria needs security first before anything you are saying, not in America.
And he forgets that America is highly secure. He forgets that America is heavily secure. That's why you have electricity. It's okay. Man of precision. America is very secure.
You say KJ, then somebody else. Can you control?
No, I think it was you next
please?
after
I haven't
Ike.
finished on
Okay.
that.
Can I? Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man of prestige. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know. In my own opinion, I can see the point about electricity coming first. It's still binary in my own opinion. Because they can't do one thing without the other, like I enumerated earlier. But I think most of us are missing the point, regardless of maybe some of them may come due to lack of electricity and investment. Do you know how much foreign bank loan to our country? They own about 40% of our reserve. Foreign bank, Goldman Sachs, all of them, JT Morgan, and some other
American banks
own about 40%. Right. So we are not getting out of this deep hole shit we are, and I'm sorry to use that word. We're in big trouble. I mean, some of them may stem from, because we are not exporting nothing. I mean, we are lame dunk, in terms of exporting things. So,
man of prestige, sorry for interjecting you. Could you, man of prestige,
the predicament we are.
Man of prestige, sorry for interjecting you. Could you highlight why reason behind for us not being able to export things out of the country, please? Could you highlight that? Thank you. In your argument.
Like I said, it's binary. I mean, we don't have electricity. Being able to produce nothing like in the farming and some other things, like the palm oil. I mean, women can't go to the farm because of insecurity too, and we don't have the light to process it. I mean, everybody's using generator and all that kind of things. You can't even hear it mess up your brain. This is why Nigeria orientation. Everybody, when you go to the bus stop, people will be shouting. I'm even shouting right now because Nigeria has made me to be shouting because my wife is saying, calm down every time I talk. I said, look, Nigeria messed me up. Okay, this is why I talk so loud. I mean, this is Nigerian mentality, but I guess I was just reading something about our foreign reserve, about 40% being owned by foreign country, but it stems from non-productive. This is all the products, all the problem we're having. I mean, everybody's right. I'm not going to say nobody's right, but it's both. Maybe electricity will come first or security. Either way, but it's binary. But if I had to choose one, I would be very honest. I think I have to choose electricity. If there's a choice, if I have a choice. But I believe we can do both at the same time in order to be sustainable. But if I have a choice, let's assume you are given two options. I have to choose electricity, so there's no doubt about it. I just want to interject on that front. Thank you.
Okay.
Can we go back to a few years?
Can I respond now? Everybody's interjecting. I think I'm supposed to speak after.
Let me interject.
Okay, Henry, I will allow you to interject so I can be able to respond. Okay.
1 minute. We are talking about electricity. Those people who are going to farm, do they have security to go? They don't have no security there. Electricity is the second. Both are useful. The first place is security. Those women who are going to farm, they don't have need electricity. They cannot go to farm to plant their crops or harvest their crops. First of all, we talk about security, then comes light. But people are just here talking because of other countries have developed. Nigeria is not yet where they have dam, where they have light there. The people still bulb. In Nigeria, we need security first before investment will come to that country.
They still transformer oil in Nigeria because the systems are not secure, and you think you can create a system that is not secure. Everything will decay.
Without
let me respond now. We've all had our say. You had your say before, KJ. You've had your say. Yes, you have. You are the one that they put it in this direction where you talk about your village and all the rest.
I didn't
let me have my say. Are you not going to let me talk? See, we already have our turn now. Come on, let me talk. It's only fair. Let me. No, you will say. You will speak after I speak. I'm not going to stop you from having your say. We have time. There's no rush here. So you see, I said it earlier on. Security needs, in this modern age, also needs electricity. I didn't say we start from zero. If we have zero electricity, you have to, as a matter of fact, if you have zero electricity, you still need an element of security to survive, to build whatever you want to build on top of it. Even people in a cave, if you put people on a boat now, they end up in an island. Are you going to be saying, let's get electricity before we protect ourselves from the tribesmen or whatever is there? No, you protect yourself first. And secondly, we have electricity. It's not like we are starting from zero. We have electricity enough to build upon it. When I gave the example that if you have 100 naira to protect and somebody wants to come and steal it, you have to put security so that it will cost them 500 naira to come and steal that 100 naira. That is how societies work. You can't have a situation whereby you don't have any form of security and you expect to build wealth on top of it. What you are doing is that you are building wealth for other people to come and take. That is what is happening, and this is why we've never succeeded. And somewhere along the line, during the colonization and everything we've been through, we've been told this lie that security is not important. And many of our people are conditioned to think towards economy. They love their security so much that they export their military to our countries. Switzerland doesn't like security.
Can I weigh in?
Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. Switzerland, as peaceful as it is, has more bunkers than we have soldiers. Why do you think they care about their security so much? But we don't. Because somewhere along the line, we become conditioned to think that, electricity comes first, economy comes first. Without security, everything you are doing, you are working for some other person to go and take it away. I've done a course where they told us that, civil engineers are designing stuff for us to go and destroy. Because there are levels of society. There are levels of reality. Some realities are greater than others. If you prioritize the ones that are lower, you are going to still have problems, because the ones that are of a higher priority will always win over the other ones. Security, somebody that has security will always be somebody that just has economy. Economy is not good enough for you to just survive just based on economy, because in the end, that bully will come and take the stuff from you. You all learn all this when you are in your school playground. And I'm not let anybody get away with this one. The example I gave was, if you have a property and you get you get electricity coming in, and let's say that electricity too needs security, that power station would need security. Remove all the security in the power station, remove all the security in your house, remove security. Let's see how long you're going to have both of them. Your property, you're going to get poorer. That power station is going to be compromised.
Let me challenge you. Chim, hold on one second.
Question for you. Okay, let him take it on. Let's allow him to take it on.
The power stations here where you are, exactly where you are. Do you see any physical presence of security like army or soldiers there?
They don't need that there. They have police officers and they have military protecting their country.
Do they police officers or they have CCTV cameras there?
They have it all.
Police officers guiding the security firms.
They have security.
They
have security. They have national security too.
No. You don't get what I'm saying.
Forefather, please.
Go ahead, Jim.
The Soviet Union, the defunct Soviet Union, they had security. They were one of, at that time, they had probably one of the second best security system. Why did Soviet Union collapse?
Because nations do collapse and they still remain strong.
Okay, so let me help you. I won't waste time. Let me help you. Soviet Union collapsed because of the economy. The Western world crippled the economy. Once that economy crippled, that their security infrastructure became useless to them.
No, you see now, you see what he just did? He just twisted something that is not true.
No, there's nothing twisted.
Soviet Union is still strong. Russia is still strong today.
They had to come back. Remember. Forefather, I said the
4 years. We have been doing it for 70 years.
Wait now, forefather. Let's take things in context. I didn't say Russia. I'm very clear. I said defunct Soviet Union that included Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, all those countries.
Who founded them? They were founded by Russia, just like America founded NATO.
But what I am saying is this: that country, that empire collapsed and broke into fragments when their economy was dealt a big blow by the Western world. It was a deliberate intention.
No, it was a competition, and one side will always lose.
All right, no problem.
And the West already has an advantage. Hold on now. The West already has a natural advantage because they had empires. They had us that they are milking for power. The Soviet Union didn't have that. So let's not conflate two things. And besides, you see, that's another example that you should learn from. Soviet Union collapsed. They had a drunkard president, Boris Yeltsin, going to Washington to beg money, begging them for money. Hold on now. Let me relate the history so you know the true history of what happened. Okay. Boris Yeltsin was going to Washington to beg them for money regularly, and there was a speech where even Clinton was laughing at him because he was drunk while he was making that speech. After that man died. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. It's not going to take 30 seconds.
I won't argue.
I think the viewers deserve to know what actually happened.
Yes, maybe but I won't argue.
Give me 30 seconds. Come on. Give me 30 seconds. After Boris Yeltsin passed on, Putin came to office. Within 4 years, Russia was where it is now. Why?
Good. But the point
we've been doing it for 70 years. We are not here.
But the point I'm trying to make, listen, Soviet Union did not collapse under Yeltsin. That's a wrong impression. Soviet Union was already on the collapse under what is his name? The guy that took over from Yeltsin. That is when he collapsed.
Gorbachev.
Perestroika and glasnost are economic and political policies that he instituted intentionally. Let people like Reagan and the people who are under the ground building these things. Listen, it's a fact. Sit down.
What has that got to do with the trajectory of the argument? Sometimes we just want to argue minutiae details. Boris Yeltsin was the one that took over from Gorbachev. Is that not true?
See, listen, if Nigeria collapses today, as much as I don't like Tinubu, it will not be Tinubu. That's the truth. The groundwork has already been laid.
We need security.
I don't know. You are shifting the argument. You are waffling and shifting the argument. We are talking about what Russia represented as the weak nation. You are shifting the argument. Russia remains strong, whether they collapse from Soviet Union or not. They remain strong till today.
I just want to weigh in on the issue of GSP. GSP did not leave.
I think it's KJ's turn, please. Let's be fair.
Just one moment.
No. Sorry. It's KJ. KJ, please go ahead. You have to wait your turn now. Come on. Let's KJ talk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Olumide, just hold on. Now I'm trying not to continue in the trend we are going, because I think it's neither oranges nor apple, so I'm not going to go there. However, there was a question Maxis asked, and which Electricity tried to answer, which is that we have been gathering here to talk, and nothing is happening. I don't know if any of you read that book by Olarotomi. I think Olarotomi, he made it a bit popular, called The Holding Talks. You see, when you hold talk, doesn't necessarily mean that you are the one who's going to activate what you're talking about. But you're selling ideas to the public, to the people who are listening, to whether they're in government, whether they're individuals, you're helping to shape the narrative out there. And that will lead even to a greater understanding of the issues you're facing, or the way to go about being able to execute it. So our meeting here is not necessarily because we just are looking for places to just gather and begin to talk. We're also selling ideas out there. And anybody who is willing can actually listen and make better of what government positions is holding in Nigeria. We have talked about here in this platform how we can move Nigeria forward without all this unnecessary rancor that is in almost every aspect of the government in Nigeria. And anybody who is willing to look for a direction can equally look at it. We have talked about politics here, which Electricity have led for those who want to use the constitutional amendment to effect a change. So there's so much to take away, when you come to this platform, if you really are interested in developing Nigeria any further. So I will not take it that we are just gathering to just talk. However, I want to take us back to the issue of the El-Rufai. You see, I knew El-Rufai when he from BPE, and I have friends who work closely with him in that place. He was quite good, but you see, some of what he's displaying now was still there also, even at that time. He was still there, but he wasn't at a national level because at that time he was still looking for his feet. But remember that after that, when he was made minister of FCT, he became a monster. Someone talked about his being able to pull down houses that were in green area. Yes, but he also used that opportunity to pull down other people's houses that were not in green area. People like Zingina, who was then a senator, and his house was not in the area, but he wanted that land. He wanted the place to be given to other people. And Zingina was a political enemy, and so he went far off the road to go pull Zingina's house down. Who was also from Kaduna State like him. So what am I trying to say? He has always played this politics of religious politics and trying to look for political enemies to mow them down. It's not going to change. And like I said many times now, the politics of the North is, you see, if you have taken your turn, go and relax, watch the scenario. They will repackage you and bring you back again. And you play even a much bigger role than you played before now. Don't be surprised that El-Rufai may be the one they will throw up in 2027 to come run for the presidency of Nigeria. Nothing can be taken away. And because we Nigerians have accepted that they should keep rotating these individuals, we will just take it. We will take it and behave as if there's no other intelligent Nigerians who can lead the nation. We'll just take it. And whoever they throw in there, we'll just take it. And so, Sarah, what will be, will be. Power belongs to God. He gives it to whoever he wills. Those are some of the interpretations that are not necessary, that are not true, Because if you read, and I used to be a Catholic, if you read the history of the Catholic Church, you find out that there was a time a lady took over the papacy and made her son, Pope. And when the son didn't succeed, she made herself Pope. So these are not things you as ordinarily out there, except you dig in. And does it mean that the will of God for such a thing to happen? No, it's not. Because you can actually grab power, you can take it, you can run with it, you can snatch it. Those are things that are done, and we have seen the result of it, and we continue to see it in Nigeria. Just like the former the Liberian president said, until we come to a place where we know that individuals, civilians like you and I, also do coups through politics. We organize coups. We cheat the people. What's coup? It's your ability to take power, without the lawful means. It does not necessarily mean that you must be a soldier man. If you also take power by rigging yourself into the place, you are illegitimate and you are a coup plotter. So it doesn't mean that because you're not carrying AK-47 doesn't mean that you are not a coup plotter. And this has been the bane of Nigeria, because you find all through our elections, the best candidates never win election. They never win. Somehow they don't get the required numbers. And when they're able to get the required numbers, it's just remaining small, they will win because they keep playing that game, and they're going to play it again. And so I hear some people saying they're waiting for the Supreme Court the appeal court judgment. They will judge it and nothing will happen. We will move on. We will adjust. Okay, we will adjust. Didn't you hear Akpabio's statement? They will send you prayers. They have sent themselves prayers. Which one are they sending to you? The people who are rigging
I get
them.
my prayer already.
Yeah, which one are they sending to you who have rigged them to power? None, nothing. Okay, that is always the plight of the Nigerian people, the citizens of Nigeria. And I wish we can wake up and know that it's not about it's not going to get better except to check our destiny in our own hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman and a lady.
Moderator, if you wanted to add to it, you can go ahead if you want.
I want to leave. I just need to make my submission, please, if you don't mind, please. I sent a request.
Let
Okay, that's fine. Let me just confirm from Olumide if that is okay. Olumide, can you just allow electricity to, since he wants to
Yeah,
leave?
I was going to make a contribution towards what electricity said, and
But
what both of you
Come
were
for that, be fair.
discussing
Let
about
Olumide go on.
security
Okay,
and
go
Let
ahead,
electricity.
Olumide.
Olumide
I'll
on.
be
Be
patient. Go
fair.
ahead.
Come on.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
what I
come
was
on,
going to
be a
say is that
gentleman now. Yeah, Jesus.
there's
Okay.
nothing wrong in security, in having security and electricity. You can either say it is there nor here, like what KJ said. But the reason why GSK left, just to clear that one, in Nigeria, is because it's purely because of economic reasons. GSK does not have a manufacturing plant in Nigeria. They'll import. It's an innovator company. They have their own brand, and their brands are very expensive. They import these products after they've been manufactured from neighboring African countries where it's cheaper for them to manufacture, from Europe. But the moment Tinubu removes fuel subsidy, they knew Nigeria was going to go bazooka. They can't afford, things will go. They just wanted to cut their losses before Nigeria finally kaput. That's purely economic reason. So it's not because of security. You understand? So like I was saying, neither there nor there. Indices of a civilized society. Nigeria is not even civilized. We are not there yet. Before you begin to talk of security, electricity, I just want to define. I just want to show you that, quickly show you that definition.
Olumide, tell
From
them.
a civilized society or country has a well-developed system of government, culture, and way of life, and treats the people who live there fairly. Is this not what we experience when we come to these foreign countries? They treat us fairly, like they are own. But our own country, have they done that? And he also goes on to say that it is deemed a fair justice system is a fundamental part of a civilized society. When people cannot get justice, when people get tied and their loved ones are looking for answers, and for years and years and years there's no answer. But forefathers. So when you talk of security, it's a very broad term. So what exactly are you referring? Are you referring to military might? Are you referring to internal security? Because there are some places where, like in these developed countries, only certain people can work in certain areas, like the fire department, because they have access to all the nook and crannies of the city. They don't just employ anybody. It must be people that are, in fact, that are more vetted than even the military or CIA, because they have access to all the nook and cranny, underground, everywhere. When any emergency comes, they have access. So Nigeria is not even, we are not even a civilized society. We are not there. This is what we've been clamoring and asking for, and this is what we've not been given. You understand? So when we begin to talk about all that security, electricity, and all that, and that, I just wanted to add to that. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, electricity, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. I take KJ, thanks very much. I respect to highlighting the book Ola Rotimi wrote, but I want us to put things into context. The way we are talking here is the same way they talk in the United States. It is the same way they talk in Canada. It's the same way they talk in this country we are referencing to. Am I correct, KJ? Good. So they talk, they act. But our own problem is, both here and at home, we talk. We don't act. Last week, we had a discussion here about how a Scottish parliamentarian was recalled. The same section we've been talking about, 68 and 110, they have their own section. Only for what? Due to COVID-related matters. For her to say, just because I think she tested positive and she went to take a train, which she's not supposed to take, it's a COVID-related matter. And she was recalled back. You see, they talk, but they equally act. It's the people also that act. It's the constituent that recall her back to say, you know what, you can't represent. She didn't steal money. It's not. She did not steal money the way it is in Nigeria. She didn't steal money. It's a COVID-related matter. They talk in the US too, and today Donald Trump is going through this court issues and over. They talk just as we are talking, but they also act. That is the point I am trying to. So we need to put it into context that yes, we talk. There's nothing wrong in talking. People buy the idea, say that they take it. But in the context of Nigeria, look at Akpabio insulting people, insulting the poor, making mockery of them. The most recent one, sending tokens. And yet, we laughed about it. We turned it into comedy. We turned it into drama on YouTube. Everybody just take it like that, and we just go. Look at Tinubu says, Emilio come. We turn it into comedy. Do you know the gravity of that statement? Do you know the gravity, both religious-wise and political-wise? So I am not saying talking is wrong. Neither did Mazi said talking is wrong. We are saying, what I was saying is that, yes, let's talk. But at the same time, there has to be a corresponding action. That is the only thing that will bring about change. The people on the ground, to be honest, I got a text message from someone yesterday, say I'm dying. And I said, what? I said I'm worried. I said, about what? My health, I'm dying. I'm dying gradually. Listen, I don't know whether forefather, to you in particular, whether you have touch with people back at home. I really don't know. I have to be honest with you. Because sometimes from where I sit, when I listen to your argument, it appears to me that you are out of touch with issues, with things are going on the ground there.
Submission, take your submission and go. Don't attack his forefather here, please.
I don't understand this man.
Henry, what is wrong with you?
I don't understand.
Come on, what is wrong
Okay, I need to share something so that we can understand some annexes.
I really don't understand. Honestly, I don't understand this guy.
Okay, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's have a little bit of
I really don't understand, to be honest. You misbehaved last week.
You try to
jump
to other topic.
Like
okay, let's have a bit of a break.
To develop its industry, we would miss a historic opportunity to solidify.
I thought you had some sense in you. I didn't even know that.
Days later, he led
Stop that. Stop it.
No, there is nothing to stop. Don't talk to me. I'm not your wife. Neither am I your girlfriend.
You better not be my wife.
Forefathers, no wonder. This is where your ideology is coming from.
After a pause, he sought to dissuade China from taking this path. He wanted them to focus on economic development, pointing out that the Soviets had already provided them a nuclear umbrella. The Chinese insisted, and in the end, Khrushchev and the Soviets agreed.
So the idea was to shed some light and also stop the forward and backward that is going on. You see a situation whereby there was a moment in time when they offered the Chinese, oh, you have our protection, what about the economy? They said, no, security first. And look at where they are today. They are wrong? You tell me. And there are many countries that have replicated the same thing. This is not me making it up. Go and research your own history yourself. That time, China was very, very poor. They were basically an agrarian society, which means they are just living from hand to mouth. But, it's just what it is. I think, KJ, I see you, but Paul hasn't said anything yet for, he's been here for a while.
Think you're not. You didn't even let electricity round up.
No, I thought he had finished now. They were arguing. Okay. Take it easy. Okay. My bad on that one. I apologize for electricity. Please go ahead. I'm not very good at this thing. So please, go ahead.
Stay on your point. Don't respond to anything. Please stay on the point you're making and let's continue.
I am staying. I mean, even the forefather I mentioned I wasn't attacking forefathers. I was asking if he has touch in terms of this security and the way people are feeling back at home.
Electricity, go ahead.
Honestly, I can't anymore because Like last week, you insulted a lady here. Everybody called you out, but it's very clear that you will never change. I'll be praying for you anyway. You will never change.
It's okay. Electricity, go ahead.
Please, can we not bring God into this conversation?
Forefather, there was something I was going to respond to electricity earlier that I have not been allowed to do.
That is like you too.
Can you allow me to do that?
You don't have respect for women. You don't have respect for anybody. I just don't know.
And here is your turn. Can you let me respond to something electricity?
I know it's Paul's turn. If Paul decides to hand it to you, then that's fine. Paul, do you think Shim should go ahead?
Okay, yeah. He put me on the spot, so let him go.
I agree. I'm not going to contest that I didn't put you on the spot. I did.
I have to try, man. I can't just be, shoving this in because Paul might not like it, so I have to ask.
No problem, Paul. Thank you very much, and I promise to make it very short. Please, thank you. So remember earlier on in the conversation about El Rufai, and when I talked about the independence and strong institutions, and I made reference to some Senate leaders and a set of Senate and reps that came and had leadership that was selected within and not influenced by the executive. There was a question electricity asked me, and in the course of that, there was a little banter, but I didn't finish. One is, let's be realistic and not be idealistic. I don't want us to dwell on utopia. There's some form of utopia sometimes we deal in. We're not going to get 100% honest Nigerians in politics. Let's never forget this. We're going to have people who are going to have one or two shady things one here and there once in a while. But the point is, as citizens, then civil society organizations I always refer to, whenever we find any set of maybe legislators that want to go the right way, even if there is something wrong with them morally somewhere, let's help them. Let's help them, because this is on those, when we start standing on those pedestals, we start making progress. So, for instance, when Saraki, we knew he is part of them, but he was trying to become Senate president, and the executive was trying to influence who would come there, and he wriggled his way and he got in. At that point, he had declared war against his party. But what I expected is Nigerians to back him and use him, ride on him to get good policies. That is where we miss it as a nation all the time. We seem to be always wanting to get these 100% clean, morally clean people. It's never going to be happen. It's not going to happen. For instance, Peter Obi came, and people started saying, oh, he's part of them and all those kinds of things. Yes, Peter Obi was a politician, but he was going to be in a party. In that party, they may have 100 people, 90 may be thieves, and 10 only be clean people. Are you saying because 90 are thieves, then he shouldn't stay with them? So those are some of the things I want us to get clear. I remember a story, I don't know how true it is, that Bola Ige was part of those who formed PDP with Ekweme. And he left PDP. Why? Because when the military boys started joining PDP before the election, he told Ekweme, I can't stay with these guys. These are people who have been fighting all our years. I don't know how true. It's one of those conspiracy stories we always hear. And Ekweme said, please, Bola, don't leave me in this party. Bola Ige left and went and joined Shinkafi and formed AMPP, wrote the constitution. The same military boys came back again, and then he also left again and went and formed AD. But the question is this: perhaps if he had stayed in PDP that time, who knows, maybe the moral ground he will bring to help to resist those people. And that is what I see. Once we have one or two clean people that have at least a modicum of cleanness, let's back them. Let's not expect that people and angels are going to fall from heaven. No angel is falling from any heaven anywhere to come and build Nigeria. It's going to be with the dirty people, some clean people. All we need is those of us who believe that we're clean enough with our voices, with working with civil society, putting pressure on the system, we'll begin to make progress. If we have enough of this, I bet you, even the worst president we have will be on his toes. But the problem we always have is we just have this blanket we use to spread across everybody. And even whatever the good person is, he becomes lame. He is unable to do anything. So that's the little thing I wanted to suggest. Unfortunately, electricity has left because he was trying to ask me, is it this Akpabio or this Saraki that had a bad? Saraki may have had his wrong side, but at that time, he became a conscience on the government. He became a thug. He became a thorn in their flesh. And all he needed was a little support to stand and move. Who knows? So, but I will end there and I'll allow Paul to continue from where I've left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Paul, please go ahead.
That's a very good submission. I'm happy that I gave you that chance. Talking about this electricity and security, I just want to touch on it a little bit, just like way of like during those days when we were learning debate in school, doctors and teacher, which one is better? You know, basic arguments, doctor, teacher teach the doctor. You understand? Doctors, the teacher needs the doctor to also survive. In excess of it, let me bring it to present day. The TV I'm using in my house, in my living room, is over 1,000 plus. But I broke the remote control and I bought the same remote control back for $11. That's how cheap that remote control can be. But if that remote control is not there, I will not even enjoy 80% of that TV. You see how things work together. So we don't really need to argue these arguments. Everything are useful in their own way. I always talk these things all the time. We from the South, we are the one that always said, oh, if you see a good Northerner, a good Hausa man, they are very good people. They will trust you with money. They will leave their money for you, which is true. I have my bureau de change, an Hausa guy that I can just tell to send 10 million to my account without me sending the dollar. He will send the money. I have not sent the dollar. 10 million, he will send the money. You understand? And I will pay the money. But guess what? That is the height of trust. But I don't fit to play, go talk to that man, say I like one of his daughter. Hey, let it work. That is red flag. So everything have their own red flag. In as much as he can trust me with so many things, he himself too trusts me. That's why he can give me his 10 million before I give him the dollar. But he cannot trust me with his daughter. We have to understand that part. Then I want to sing one small song. I just want to give all these stories, and they run away because I'm dozing too much on the StreamYard. I just came back from work. You know, my parents of blessed memory, my father always said this to me. He said during their own time, that was when they enjoy good songs, the Bongo Zikwe and the likes. They enjoy good songs because their songs come with meaning. So during my time, somewhere late last year and early this year, there is a song that was every year. They say, let the shake and the shake, Baba will know when, the shout it will come. That song have good meaning, but we refuse to understand it. The song have good meaning. But you know how funny it is? The people where they're from Niger, they are not Nigeria, where they go vote Tinubu. Tinubu don't deal with them. They're from Niger, and they first get voters card. People, they cry for Lagos. People, they cry for Warri, Delta, everywhere. People are crying. They couldn't have voters card. They say, sorry, we can't extend it. No voters card for you. Students who closed from school, from campus to house, they couldn't vote. They deprived so many people. But the Nigerians, Buhari said that they ain't go retire to. They use connection. They give all of them voters card. They vote for Tinubu. Now Tinubu is dealing with them. That song don't get meaning. They get meaning. And Niger now vote Tinubu. Now Tinubu they won't go war with them.
Look, that's why
I'm telling you.
That's why Tinubu won't go there now.
Now they vote Tinubu now. Now they vote Tinubu now. Tinubu won't go war with them. So this is the type of people we have. It's high time for us to change. We don't need all these many arguments. We can find one thing and try as much as possible to work on it. My coming to America, how I landed from my work and every other thing, I may not be the best, you understand? But the people that I work with now, suddenly we all just find ourselves to become one of the best. It's so funny. Sometimes I quit to pride myself. They ask me, how long have you been in America? I'll say 11 months ago. I say, Paul, you crazy. You know why? Because they are waiting for you to say 10 years so that they'll say, oh, America has done so well for you. So I'll quit to say, I'm here 11 months ago. I'm here 7 months ago. Because I know where they are going. You know, because our system, we didn't put system in place, makes things so difficult and terrible. But when we find where there is system in place, we just excel. So this is what we need to start thinking. We need strong institutions. You know, this Igbo man, Yoruba man, Hausa man, and everything. It will not even take us go far at all. The Igbo man we will call Wayo man. American man, they see Igbo man as Wayo man. The Igbo man, they love him for America. The Yoruba man will call Wayo man. American man don't see him as Wayo man. They love him because he's doing his job. You understand? But when we get to Nigeria, we will do this funny thing. There is a tribe in the East that they don't allow their first daughter to marry an outsider. But you know how funny it is? That is the next village, and Enugu person will not marry an Anambra girl.
You
But
still
if,
gonna
if,
need a visa to come to
but,
Biafra.
but if Paul is coming from America, they will allow Paul to marry him.
Paul, you
If
still gonna need a visa to come to Biafra.
I go use diplomatic passport.
Paul, leave my sister alone.
I go use diplomatic passport. That's my submission. I go use diplomatic passport.
I have a question, though. I have a question.
Can I respond to Paul?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask him a question, but go ahead and respond.
Okay, Paul. You see, you keep making this reference of Anambra people. Even the Anambra people don't even allow other Igbos to marry their daughter. So why? What is the problem?
Yeah, but if I come from America, now they go allow me. Is that not funny? The one where they chop the same akpu, they chop the same open salad, they chop everything. They did allow him.
Agree, Paul.
Now if you never see dollar, make you look my face, look my pocket. Now there the business day.
So, Paul, I wanted to ask you though, if Tinubu decided to take military action against Niger, what do you think will be the repercussion from northern Nigeria and to his presidency?
Obviously, they'll start working tremendously. They won't even allow these kids to go to Supreme Court. this appeal court, this tribunal is where you will lose the election. They won't even allow it. I'm telling you, that is where you will lose the election. I can tell you that, because we know this battle is not our fight. Let us tell the truth. This battle is not our fight. They are the one that is telling us that our country is broke. Do you know what it takes? You want to go restore a government. Do you think that people will give you this man back? No, they will not give you. So simply mean if you take those guys out, you're going to conduct another new election and put somebody there and protect the person. It will cost you a lot. And this is your fight. You are the ECOWAS chairman. It is your battle. And we are broke as a country, as a nation. It would not really work. Still, I'll say the truth. It would work. So we don't need the fight. And then it will also be good for us to use this medium to send a better signal to the West. You understand that the days of being a pauper is almost come and gone. It's time for us to start sending this signal across. You understand? We don't need to be strong like that. Remember that America will never, ever, whether be France or anything, they will never, never, never come to that place. You understand? See, the loan that China is giving to Africans and everything. Do you know why China is giving all those very low interest loans and everything, apart from some other condition? They give the loan because China now want to play the real game. When they go for UN for votes, they need Africa to support their votes. This is what China is doing right now. You understand? So China now, when they say China did this, China, what's this tribe? I forgot that tribe in China. The Christian people in China that they are punished. China will remind them, African Americans, that you kill every day. You understand? China will remind them. They want to play the real game. Because the real game right now is the media war.
The Uyghurs in China.
The Uyghurs. The real game right now is the media war. And everything. There is a department in America, one of the strongest departments you can think of. It's called CIA. You understand? It's called CIA. Can you try anything like that in the US? If they hold you for espionage, my brother, you will live long in prison. Don't even try that kind of thing. Or they'll put all these things. Now they'll go there, now they'll go start sharing Indomie and macaroni. All those guys are all CIA. They'll collect information, they'll create damage and control and the likes. We don't really need all this thing. Man, it's time for us to wake up, my brother. You don't know the punishment that we are going through. For father, I don't know whether you have kids in abroad. Even sometimes our own kids, they laugh at us, they bully us with this our accent. They look down on us. Sometimes your own kid might even ask you, Dad, do you used to eat this type of food in Africa? When they call the Africa self, you go shave in Africa. You shame because they've told them so much that they want to answer, do you guys really eat this food in Africa? So it's time for us to stop and then wake up, like the Chinese have wake up.
Yeah.
So we don't need this fight at all. We don't need this
We
fight.
can wake up. We can wake up per se, but the problem and the fundamental issue is that the people, this one maybe 5% of individuals, cannot give this 95% opportunity to wake up. Why? This election that passed, it wasn't Tinubu that came and carried the ballot. It wasn't Tinubu that write the result. He paid somebody. It was the youth, the same youth that are clamoring for change. It's the same youth that did what they did.
Ike, just hold on for a second. Let me just confirm something. Odineze, I think he's a lady. Can you sit up? Policy doesn't allow us to put you on like that. I don't know whether she's asleep. If she's asleep, can you like sit up? We can't see Odibeze.
Odibeze, you need to sit up. That is the rule. If you can't sit up, they can put you.
Yeah, there are not that many women here, so it's good to
Okay.
bring anyone that shows up. But I have to take her backstage.
I want to make my contribution. Here is what I will say. First and foremost, I'm one of those. I love to study the politics of the world, politics generally, and most of my time is spent on listening to following news, and I try not to follow the major news outlets because they've all been bought over. And one of the problems that we face in Nigeria is the news outlets. They will always take the narrative of the government and run with it, even when they know otherwise. For instance, when the Macaulay incident happened yesterday, I expected that NTA, Nasarawa State, that is just about less than 40 minutes drive to where this incident was happening, would have gone there with their cameras, but they never did. Neither did the NTA come from Macaulay. Neither did any of the other news medias go there to verify. So, but tomorrow, when the government says, "Oh, it is Fulani herders clash," that is what Shehu or Kumbale will say. That's what all of them will say. In fact, sometimes that's what even Arise News will say. Nobody ever really cares to go behind the news to get the real information and put it across. Why am I saying this? That's the reason why a lot of things happen the way it happens in Africa. And we also do not help it. When our children say, "Oh, I'm from Africa," I tell my son, "You're not from Africa. You are Igbo and you're from Nigeria." Okay? Say, "We're not Americans." You get what I'm saying? Say, "We have a culture. We're Igbos." He keeps telling me, "Yeah." I say, "Yeah, we're Igbos." And I deliberately play Igbo songs, Igbo language, because it doesn't speak much of it. I say, "That is your language. We don't do these things like this because we have a culture." Okay? In our culture, this is what to do, this is what to do, this is what to do. We don't speak this kind of language, we don't speak this kind of language. Because I want people to understand that, you see, because these people don't have culture, we can't be the way they are. They don't understand what it is to be, to have culture. And when they see you in your traditional regalia, they marvel at you like, "Man, where is this guy coming from?" You say, "Oh, this is my traditional clothes." They say, "Really? Oh, wow." So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm trying to say that narrative we're trying to sell is only us that will sell it. But our government is not helping us to sell it because they dance at the drum these people are beating. Imagine you being a president and a vice president of a nation calls you and say, "This is what we expect you to do," and the next minute you are calling a meeting and even sending your planes to go and carry those who cannot make it and bring them, and at the end of the day you issue a blanket statement. Where else have you been done in the world? Without even meeting the people who you say have taken over the government of their country. And you even decide to go ahead to ask the army to meet. This is what we are dealing with. If it's some of you who have lived in the US who is now leading, a nation like Nigeria, and they call you up, you're not going to be afraid of them. That's not, you have seen everything that needs to be seen. They're not more intelligent than you. They're not more strategic than you. They're not more. So you are able to match them, with every form of ideology they're going to push to you. You know how to hold back. Now, again, you see, the reason why China is buying, not necessarily because China needs your support, but China is also looking for a new territory, just like all of them are looking for new territories. I was opportune to know that Bill Gates has almost most of the fertile land in Kogi State. There's a particular place where they they farm a lot of cassava. I've forgotten the name of that village. I was there to do the story. So if you doubt me, I can send you the pictures. Anyway, he was there and the chiefs were all lined up. All right. The chiefs all lined up and those lands were given to him. And so now I don't know whether it's GMO they're going to be farming there or they risk.
Of course, it's GMO. Don't say you don't know. It's GMO. Period.
You see, my brother, I don't want to say it. So now, this is where I'm going at. We are talking about Erufai, but we all forget that one guy who want to say is a sympathizer. I just don't want to go out forward to say he is. He's a sympathizer of Boko Haram. Was our minister of digital economy. Digital economy for how long? For almost 8 years. He has all the data of Nigerians. He has all the data of you and I, all our BV and all. Okay, and these things have been given. Only God knows who will show up one day with my BVN number or my data as a Nigerian. These are some of the things that you cannot see in other nations. Just like somebody have rightly said here, there are particular jobs they will never give to you except you are in country, somebody from their country. They will never give it to you, no matter how qualified you are. And even if they find out they can't do without you, they'll give you what is called a temporary clearance. So that temporary clearance restricts you to certain places. Okay, the system has been made to work and nobody's fusing about it. Unlike our own, even for you to collect your own money, you go to the bank, you spend hours waiting on the teller woman to just give you back your money, your own money. Okay, and they make it look as if they are doing you a big deal by just crossing taking your check and cashing it out for you to just move. Who runs a nation like that? How long shall we continue in this order? How long? It's getting worse and worse and worse. And I want to say something, if you want to know the real politics, because you see, I've heard people quoting Donald Trump, Biden and all that. There's more intricacies behind what you see. Okay? If you tell me that, there's none, then tell me how come somebody has a laptop from hell and that laptop never showed up and he sat in one of the biggest offices here where they investigate crime and he never showed up until even this moment. And even when it was discovered that the thing is real, he's still not being able to garner enough publicity. It is all, manipulation and show. Okay? And that is what we lack in Africa. Instead of us to come together and develop our nation, we are coming together to fight each other. They are fighting each other, and not because they are fighting to take power and do something good. They are fighting because somebody wants to have more money than the other person. If we are talking about Akpabio here, tell me any nation that the country has head, and the man says we are sending you prayers, whatever he calls it, and they will come back to that house. Will they come back to that house? But we are taking it to make drama. We are making drama. We're laughing about it. Okay?
That's what Fela said. If you know if you cry and I laugh, you will laugh.
Those people making drama are going to go home and sleep without food. Or if they eat for that night, they don't know what they eat the next 2 days. But their elected officials are sharing the national cake. And nobody's thinking of them. Nobody's questioning. I watched Shehu, and I'm not taking Shehu because, he's doing his best. I mean, I could have done maybe what he's doing if I was in his position. But he was asking them, you ask as if you don't know the truth. The people are lying to you. You can't even call them out and say, Oga, this one you're saying is, we know the truth. This is what it is. Call it for what it is. Instead, you help them to hype the people. You help them to sell the lie to the people, what they are saying. And the people will accept what you are saying. Look at what is going on. When the Nigerian media is reporting the coup in Niger, They say the junta took over and is holding the president hostage, and that's not acceptable. You know, that's not. Who told us not acceptable? Who told us not acceptable? You have never. None of them have ever gone to Niger. So okay, let us go and see the people. How do people see what is going on? Are you in support of this? How do you want ECOWAS to come in it? But no, they will sit in the studio and just pick news from CNN, from BBC, from this, and then put it together and read it out to the Nigerian people. Little wonder we are not a society that's built to change. Okay? And so my submission is simple. It's simple. If you want I listened to a group called ACLJ, ACLJ, American Center for Law and Justice, is a group of lawyers who do pro bono, okay, around the world. They take on the UN and all that. So sometimes I see their analysis of world politics very balanced, okay? Sometimes they need to call out their favorite person. They will call that person out without necessarily hiding what the person has done. But listening to it gives me, more insight. When people are trying to spin the news, spin information and all that, they try to just cut through the cheese and get to the real facts, which helps you to have a clear mind of what people are doing. Look, the Nigerians, we are in a mess. Anybody who tell you we're not in a mess is deceiving you. We're in a mess. Okay, we're in a mess. And we are 210 million people or more. Okay, right now we can't even say whether we're able to pay the next 3 months' salary or not. That's how bad it is. Okay, so let's keep praying. I don't know what else to say. Forefather, I give up.
Forget about the prayer thing because
KJ, the only gain I have now in Nigeria is that the girl that I was talking to for many years that didn't agree for me now I have $1. If I send her $100, she will receive almost 100,000.
Don't worry, KJ, they will survive. Some states paid. They were paying 10% of the salary.
Forefather, please. What I want to say is this thing, all the time we bring God in the conversation.
Forefather, can you hear me?
We need to remove God from the conversation of Nigeria. I'm sorry to tell you, God have left over there a long time ago. I know that KJ will disagree with me. The reason why is that all this prayer that we are praying, somebody have neuropathy. He says it's God. If somebody carry
no. Ike, me, I always tell them that.
Brothers, can you hear me?
They have their own God. There's God of Nigeria.
Yes,
God of US.
I can hear you.
Is God not in America? Not in
There's
London,
God of America.
Not in,
it's my turn to talk now, right?
Have you gone to church in America?
Yes, they are having their to and fro as Olumide is accustomed to.
I went to church in Nigeria, 3 hours. We haven't even get to where we need to get.
God of Nigeria is God of wonder.
So to me, Nigerian problem is not God. God have given us everything for us to sustain ourselves. Give us the natural resources that we need to make our country a better place. But unfortunately, the lunatics are running Nigeria and they are not giving good people opportunity. Good people, somebody like Peter Obi who have done well, who have shown what it is to be governing your people. If Peter Obi would have become a president, believe me, a lot of people will be in Nigeria today trying to change Nigeria. But we are not going anywhere. Nigeria is, there's no way we can fix Nigeria.
Thank you. Let's let Henry
Ike, just to let you know. Sorry, 1 second. Just to let you know, Ike, even devil self don't leave Nigeria. Because we don't take devil life self. Devil don't come what you have for Nigeria matter. Would they use devil light too much? Devil said don't leave Nigeria.
Okay, Loco, say what you need to say. I think Henry hasn't said anything. Henry, please just hold on.
No, hold on. No, I just want to address. I
can hold on, but people don't see this. When I keep quiet, people talk. People don't see
this.
Henry,
they will see this today. They will see. They will see today.
You can go on.
No, Henry, I just want to say something before, but I'll go back to just now. Why I'm saying like something play here not quite long that and I didn't like, as it's just very disgusting. It happened like not quite long. I just felt okay, no problem. But later it happened again, and at least we are all mature here. You understand? There's no point you using some negative words or insulting some people here. That's bullshit. Nobody here will not correct. Everybody feel trigger. You understand? Not quite long. I was listening backstage. There was them. I don't know. Was it CM? You understand? He said something, and probably maybe what's it called? AWAP misunderstood him and said he's calling for whatever. And CM just triggered, started using word like foolish bastard and what's it called? Unpredictable words. You understand? Who was he referring to? For what? If he's make his own opinion, if he misinterpret you, hey, that's not what I said. This is what I was trying to say. Not using words that you're getting angry for. Who? Why? Did anybody force you to come here? So we see him, we just trigger as if he has personal beef with anybody here. That's bullshit. That's nonsense. You understand? Everybody can trigger if you want to trigger. But while you think we are civil, we are mature, we can. If some people don't appeal to you, keep quiet, say what you want to say, or leave. Not coming out to yourself like, well, what's wrong with you, or this and that. Then it happened again just now, and that's why I came in. You understand? Forefathers were talking about security and electricity, whatever. You understand? It depends on the causes you're arguing for. CM just talking in there like, come take that back and this and that. You are living out of touch. For what? What will those words for? You understand? Henry was even trying to say, okay, Lucy, say your sister stop attacking forefathers. If you just jump in, what is wrong with you? Why are you talking as if you don't have sense? Why? What? I mean, where all this nonsense coming from?
Yeah,
is that what we're here?
Yeah.
Is that what we're here? People are watching us. People are watching us out here. People are some kids are even listening because I think they can learn from Nigeria, trying to go back home. And somebody's coming to you. You get use negative word like you don't have sense. You are talking as if you're from the streets. This one you are the bastard, whatever. For what ground? If somebody is saying something that you don't like, if you want to come here and moderate, if you can't tolerate it, leave. When you hear this scam, you can come back. It's not by force you must reply somebody. You understand? People are watching that for granted. We're not the only people here. You understand? If you have what you say your say and leave. If you can't tolerate anybody, keep quiet. Nobody's forcing you. If everybody has his opinion, if you don't know where it's coming from, keep quiet or simply ask him, oh, I don't agree with what you say. Please, where are you coming from? Can you please explain further? Simple. Why are you getting worked up about somebody's opinion? I mean, now because you come here. So please, this is like one to everybody. Please stop it. I don't like it. Other people are watching. You don't need to use negative for somebody. If you don't like it, leave or keep quiet. Please, that's why I came. I've listened to the back. That was just why I came to tell everybody. Please, you understand? Thank you for that. Take me to the backstage.
Thank you.
Forefathers, can I come in now?
To the point whereby Loco doesn't normally talk about these sort of things. I think it's Harry. Harry will lose it. Harry he's got fire and he's been very nice today. Let's not get him going.
Harry, make you talk.
It's just to one right here. I could just go because sometimes people think they're smarter than other people here, or they have a loud voice than other people here. It's so quick for Fofana to keep me backstage. All the time. Your friend, or that lady there, she cannot say nothing. I just watch people here. Sometimes people are scared to tell them the truth too. Thank God this brother came to tell you people the truth. This is how it is. It's as I was saying.
I'm gonna be bored too long.
Can I speak right now?
He's indirectly talking to you, Mr. Henry.
Olumide has started laughing now. He's laughing. I think he may have to go backstage to finish his laugh because once he starts, he doesn't stop.
Henry, are you done saying? Henry, are you done talking?
I'm gentleman, you don't be bored too long.
About all. So anyway, as I was saying.
We can't hear you, Henry. Your audio is cutting in and out.
Let me move my earpiece off. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear now.
So, as I was saying, we Africans, we always believe in prayer first. If we want to have electricity, we have to pray. May God give us light. May God give us good government. The God you call every time, give you Peter Obi. Some senseless people refuse to vote for Peter Obi. Some senseless people refuse to talk about Peter Obi. Some will say, let's move on when we have case in court. Peter Obi is not going to be the Jesus Christ of our time, but it will create some paths that will make a good governance in that country. Because Nigeria, what we have now in Nigeria is a lawless country. Look at the judiciary. Some bunch of corrupt people. bunch of corrupt headers. You see, every system that's working, like I live in Germany here for more than 20-something years. When you came to this country, the first time you came to this country, you will adjust because the system will adjust you because the system is working. Look at the Fabio of a person who owns this NDDC, whatever. He's in charge. Corruption everywhere. He become Nigeria's Senate president. Look at Tinubu with a lot of baggages. And some people who live in Western country who will be supporting Tinubu. And look at what Tinubu costs to Nigeria right now. This is the worst I ever seen in my life in that country. Look at euro now. It's almost 1,000. We don't need to go to Niger right now. We don't need to go to Niger. We have war in Nigeria. Nigeria is at war in that country. People are dying. We are the military, so-called military. We are so gallant. We are the best in Africa. But they have barrack very close to where the bandit is. They will come, take people down. After they finish, the military will come. Come on, man. It's the same country, Nigeria. They will rehabilitate Boko Haram to the society, then give them taxpayers' money, give them VIP, collecting money every month. After putting people down, rape people, they will say they are changed, they are repentance Boko Haram. It's never done anywhere in the world. I'm sick to see these so-called senators making jest of Nigerians. When I saw this Fabio making something, come on, when Nigeria, they can also pay 30,000 naira for minimum wage in Nigeria. But look at this bunch of idiots. Sorry for my language. They call themselves lawmakers who don't have interest of Nigerians. They are not patriotic Nigerians. If they are, they travel everywhere in the Western world. They see how things are done. When they came to Europe or America, wherever they go, they adjust themselves to the system there. They don't go around with a siren. Why they cannot change things in that country? It's so difficult. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science to change things. Just like everybody have their own family right now. You tell them they play according to your rules. This is how it is. Our judicial system is corrupt. They need to reshuffle this system because I cannot be imagined a corrupt person will be holding government offices. The corrupt people will be walking around freely. When somebody steal a Gary, they will label him or put him in jail for 3. I mean, come on, man. People like Fabio should be in jail. Look at all the people in the Tinubu's governance. Minister. Come on, you guys saw it. Are we moving forward or backward?
Yeah.
It's so alarming. It's so annoying when I see the way things are going in that country. We don't have business going to Niger. The Niger citizens, they love it. They should look what led to that coup. They should look what led to that coup. Who's going to pay all this unwanted war Tinubu is going? Who's going to pay for it? The hungry Nigerians who cannot even eat 2 square meal a day, they're the one going to pay. It is time for we so-called, these our so-called military men should put their head in order to tell Tinubu this is not how it's supposed to be. We don't go to other country. We have our own war at home. Which was more worse than the one they have in Niger? The Niger citizens, they love it. I'm sorry to say, if these things happen to Nigeria, the military come take over, right? I will be very happy right now. Because tell me what since the military civilian take over, what have they done? Infrastructure. Tell me. There's nothing. Democracy, on the name of democracy, it's not working. The only hope I have is Peter Obi. When he come in, he know how to change things. This is what the only hope I have. If not, I'm done.
Let's hope that there will be, better hope. The problem, 23 years of democracy, isn't it? And you can't say that the Nigerian state actually built anything really magnificent out there. Although the second Nigeria bridge is there, the construction is coming along.
What Henry is saying is true. Let me tell you, when the military were in government in Abuja, when you land in the airport, there is light, the street light, not one bulb, not one goes off. All of them are on all the way from the airport till you get into the town. And as you get into the town, all the street lights, I mean it. Because I went to school in Abuja, so I know all the street lights are on. The only place where you don't have street light is from the airport road going to Gwagwalada. Every other part of Abuja was lit up and the light was there. Okay. The Transcorp Hilton then used to be Hilton, yes, the Hilton. The hotel, the rooms were excellently maintained. The Sheraton Hotel was excellently maintained. Okay. But today, you go to the Hilton, the Transcorp, as they call it now. Okay. You go even the C-Rat for your room. Okay. That's how bad it is. It's so poorly maintained. And this is supposed to be the 5-star. In fact, there was an organization I was in, and we're asking them in a meeting, why don't you use Nigeria as a venue? Instead, you're going to Senegal. They're telling us to meet us in Senegal. And they said to us, oh, you guys don't have any 5-star hotel. I mean, okay. To my utmost surprise. So all of us shouted, what about Hilton? They said, oh, Hilton, it's not a 5-star hotel. So it has even been downgraded. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
It's a 2-star hotel. 2-star.
All the roads in Abuja were built during the military. The flyovers. The only one they've added is the one now that crosses to Uye.
Which one did Aerofy do now? Because I hear he did some more.
Yes, the one, I'm telling you, the one Aerofy did now. Aerofy did the one that crosses to Uye and developed the part of Kado Estate.
KJ, sorry, if I may add a little bit, because I lived in Abuja for a while also. I agree with you, the military did a lot of development, but honestly, Obasanjo is one man with all his baggage also. He did a lot, and it was under him that El Rufai was working. There was a lot of additional infrastructure under Obasanjo's era.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm calling the area that El Rufai did. No, we can't take it away from Obasanjo. And Obasanjo has a way of getting his things done. Okay? Even at the end of the day, many things also went in the wrong way, which is, especially from the BP end, we'll later discover that.
And power generation.
Yes, we are. But the truth remains that majority of the infrastructure today standing, whether be it in Lagos, Abuja, we are built by the military. The petroleum, 4 petroleum refineries, it's still the military. Okay? If Buhari had been able to activate it, we would have said, oh, Buhari, even though as a military man built it, now he's the one who republished it. But that didn't happen. Okay? And I still stand my ground to say, if they go to the east and take those guys who fabricate parts in Onitsha, take them to those places and show them what they need to fabricate, those guys will do it. And those things will run. They don't do it. They don't want to do it.
They don't want to do it. That's the sin of this our current leaders. I think TA hasn't said anything. TA hasn't said anything. Don't start now. Don't start TA. Anytime you come in, it's your topic we'll discuss at the end of the day. Don't start now. All right. Go ahead, TA. Welcome.
Wow. Man, I got nothing but love for you guys, man.
Can I go on? First done.
Are you? I thought we were done. No? Okay.
Oh, you're not done yet. Okay, yeah.
Talking for a while.
Harry, don't finish.
Harry, round up.
Give me 30 seconds. Let me just round up. I'm going to bed right now. What I just need, if they cannot even change things in order, let the military come and take over. I'm done with this Tinubu because it's annoying. I'm done with Tinubu. Either Peter or military. That's it. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for coming in. Yeah, I fear that if he goes into that country, Nigeria will become unstable very quickly. Yeah, if he's not careful, he's going to have the Agui Rosy treatment. He has to be careful about doing, because you can't have a whole tribe in the north and you are fighting a country that is also part of that tribe. You're just going to have a lot of problems. Personally, for that reason alone, I think he's not likely to go ahead. This military action that they are trying to do, because if they do that, the
Forefather is
consequences
not
are
one tribe, it's three tribe. Three tribe.
yeah,
They have three
Fulani,
tribe. Yeah.
Hausa, and anything. Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be a
the
lot of trouble.
Kanuris is also there.
Yeah, you see, massive problem. TA, yeah, please go ahead.
First of all, for I was just thinking that look, I think it's high time we start bringing northern people into this conversation as well. The people from the north, because mainly the only one I saw the last time was is it Mohammed or something?
Masca,
Mohammed.
Yeah, something like that. Let us because sometimes we seems to forget that there are also a lot of people in the north. Paul, I was coming in when I was, when I heard you talking, and you spoken well. I respect that. And Mr. KJ, it's good to see you again as well. We have people everywhere that can do manufacture things as well. You always talk. See, guys, let's start talking about the east, the west, the south. Yeah, let's talk about people, Nigerian as a whole. Just say that. Look, if you bring those stuffs to Nigerian people, they can fix it. Look, if any guys get caught up in the Western world, they don't say it's from the east. Yeah, they don't say it's from the west. Just that unity, please. Nigerians, just say Nigerians can fix it. Not, take it to Anambra, take it to Onitsha. No, let's stop that. Let's love one another, please. We have the same blood. We breathe the same hair. So why not just, please, let's forget about. Am I making sense, KJ? I know you're my man.
100%. 100%.
No, you're making sense.
I don't think so.
I don't think so because the Igbos are the only persons that have done one Nigeria. Igbos are the only people that have done one Nigeria.
That is the one Nigeria is preaching now.
I'm KJ. Let me answer you. Let me answer you, Mr. TA, my friend. Listen, I've spoken here extensively, and I've spoken on different parts of Nigeria what they can present at a time. And some people who have been here can bear me witness. I said here first and foremost that if you want creativity, the major hub of creativity in Nigeria is Plateau State and Benue State. This was where it all started before it now translated to Lagos. So I have talked about different parts and what they can produce. And on that day, I remember talking about how to move Nigeria forward. And I said, anybody who wants to move Nigeria forward can use this, these parameters to see what each place can present and be able to harness it.
One Nigeria.
Now, why do I mention Onitsha? Onitsha is a place where people go to fabricate their parts. I have some friends who had some, automobile they imported, and they couldn't get the parts, and the one they have wasn't working. So those mechanics in Abuja came and removed the part and said, "Oga, let us take it to the place where we know it can be done." And they took it to Onitsha, and it was fabricated and brought, and their vehicles have been working since then. So what am I saying? I'm not saying that because I want to promote the Igbo this thing. No, that is a place where there's a hub of fabrication. And tomorrow. That's why I mentioned. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that if I'm just a new person coming here now and listening to you, I know you said you mentioned it in the past. I'm just a new person now. TA just came in. Maybe the T stand for Tochuku. Yeah. Because some people have been trying to guess what my name is. So now you talking about you take it to the east or you take it to, just say Nigerians. Yeah. Nigerians are the best around the world. Be it from the east, be it from the west, be it from the south. And you have the bad eggs as well. That's putting the country's name, to shame. You understand? But for now, you're an elderly person. At least, because looking at you, I know you're not in your 40s. You should be in your 50s. hopefully. So when people are joining, just
Okay, sorry, you say 50s are elderly now. Calm down, no.
Yeah.
You're making a mistake. The youth, the APC youth leader is almost the same age with me, 50. I'm 53. So it's not as if it's, so 50 in Nigeria is youth. Please. Okay, let's not miss that.
For politics purpose.
Please don't say that.
For politics purpose.
That's the truth. 50 is a youth wing leader. So which are they talking about?
So KJ, what wing are you in your village meeting? Are you in the youth wing in your village meeting?
Unfortunately, I don't do
Now you don't dodge that part. You don't dodge that part.
No.
You will not get red cap. You will say it for youth for your meeting.
No, I've always, I've never done those things.
Ike, answer now. Ike, no, like say no yet. You'll be 52 self.
No. This youth thing, so they put me in youth stuff. I tell them what is the definition of youth because I thought I don't pass youth. But Oga said that 50s are what did he say? Like we are what was the word that he used?
What is the life expectancy in Nigeria? It's 50.
We're not talking about Nigeria. Life expectancy.
Nigeria.
I don't see how 50.
I
don't know how 50 can be a youth in any climate. How can the 50-year-old man be a youth? There's no way, man. It's only Nigeria.
You have been following Nigerian.
No, but he says that
youth leader in Nigeria from 50. What are you saying?
From 50, that's a bit.
KJ, in America, a 50 years old man, not even woman, I can say almost 60% of a 50 years old man is a grandfather in America.
No.
Yeah. I can say so.
Well, that's true. That's true.
In Hispanic community, is great grandfather in Hispanic community.
I don't start.
No, because they
Yes.
have kids in 15-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old. They start having kids. So in the community where I work, 50, my age mates are great grandfathers already because their children have kids already. I'm being honest.
Not a grandfather, like great grand. Come on,
no, their children have to be sincere, their children have children and their own children have had children in my community where I work. I
don't know this thing where they are saying like youth is 50 years because if it are being 50 years, maybe the old people they are playing a smart game because if youth is 50 years, the 60 years is middle age. And then you have people like Tinubu saying they're just elders. They are not really old. They're just a little bit elderly. They are grandparents. 50 years is middle age.
We don't know his age. We don't know how old he is. So let's not bring him into the conversation.
Yeah.
Now, guys,
at least he's 70, 80 now. We know.
So if you look at, for example, now let's look
Tinubu is in his 70s. He's in his 70s.
Let's look at the past president of Nigeria. Yeah. Those people that ruled that ruled Nigeria back then, they were in their maybe late 20s or early 30s, So talk of the likes of Buhari, Go on, and the rest of them, IBB and stuff. So they were
really young compared to now.
So you guys seeing 50s as young. Well, anyway, I'll leave that. But what I'm trying to say really is that. For I'm going to send you something now on the private chat. If you want to show it to people, you can as well. It's about on BBC. Somebody just sent it to me. There was a guy in Ogun State. The guy is he says, "I'm not rich." He said, "Nigerian man single-handedly built bridge for his community." So now. That community, they don't have bridge here. When rain falls here, they don't have people to cross through, to and fro. But this guy, on its own, he's not a rich guy, but just because of the love that he has, he said he saw some kids, because I listened to it, I said, whoa, he saw some kids, they're trying to cross, and it was raining, and there's no way. You know, so I'm going to send if Fofana wants to, even if you just Google it, you know, it's some BBC and stuff. It says Nigerian man singularly built a bridge for his community. The video is there, you know. But I was really surprised that look, this is. I'm not going to bore you guys with the love.
Is that the Yoruba guy? The Yoruba guy who?
Yeah.
Is an alpha or
Forget
something.
a Nigerian guy. Forget Yoruba.
No. Tia, I get you. See,
okay.
Bro, see, I wanted
you should be afraid to mention.
I have that video. That's why I
mention the ethnicity now. I mean, there's
no,
nothing
see,
wrong
because in America, did they mention ethnicity?
They talk about I'm from Oklahoma, I'm from Texas.
That's the state.
I'm from this.
That's the state. Yeah, so see, we're trying to copy the American way. Yeah. So
they are more homogeneous. They are more homogeneous in America. But even at that, American society is getting more diverse now. You've got Latino, you've got
African American.
You've got other minorities.
Actually, we get Nigerian American now. Forget about that. So we get Nigerian American.
Even Mexican Americans.
So even within the Nigerian American, yeah, you have the Eastern American. You have the, so, but anyway, now, so looking at that guy here, you see that it's because of, having that compassion for his community. And he did it by himself. And there's a woman, an elderly woman, a disabled woman. That woman was praying for this guy and said, look, what this guy has done, and some were in tears. I was really shocked. And I said, this is what you call love for your own, for your own people. There are people like that everywhere, where not because of what we get, because sometimes I just wonder that, look, death can come like this within a thinking of an eye.
But what about the one happening in Benue? What is that one?
What's happening in Benue?
The killings.
See, killings has been back, even before you were born, way back.
The killings in Benue that they killed 70 people yesterday.
Listen.
Who knows how many will die tomorrow?
There's some people, their heart here is wicked. You know what I'm saying? And this is where I don't want to talk too much about love. That if you love one another, you're not going to kill. Because I know if I start doing that, sure it's going to come for me. A lot of people are going to start coming for me again. Hey, the love man has come again. So I'm going to drop that. But what I'm trying to say is that, look, now let's look off the way forward. What we can do. If every one of us here say, okay, guys, let's start contributing some little money and say, okay, which state, doesn't have a borehole, or which local government doesn't have a borehole, which one needs it most, whether it's the east or the whatever, bang.
But what happens to the budget?
It's every local government, bro. It's every local government.
What happens to
every local government?
The local government.
Let me just say something off from where you left off. I love this love angle you're bringing. There's nothing wrong with it, because it takes love to care for your fellow human being.
Thank you, Chin. Thank you very much.
You're not doing anything wrong. But I had a conversation last week. And we're trying to talk about the way, and it was on my local community WhatsApp page. I made that contribution, and this is what I said. If you look at the colonial era, the Western world, Britain, France, all those superpowers, they had a need. They were trying to find raw materials for their industrialization. And that is why they started going into other territories like America and then Africa, and then getting those raw materials that kickstarted the revolution of industrialization in their economies.
Yeah.
Now, you saw that when Lord Lugard was taking those things from Nigeria, he wasn't going to his private pocket. He was sending it to the crown government, and they were using it as resources to fuel the development of UK, France, or wherever. My question is this, and I'm saying this based on experiences. Now, my local community where I come from in Abia State, the first time electricity came to us, it was not the government of Nigeria. It was not the government of old Imo State before they split it and created Abia State. It was our local community putting resources together, and then we brought electricity.
That's what I'm talking about.
But even at that, sir, even at that,
Yeah.
there was a lot of corruption. People stole money.
Agreed. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know.
So my question, my poser is this: if the tables were turned today, and Nigeria was a superpower, and we had to go to any country that had resources to colonize them, will Akpabio, as the district officer representing Nigeria as a crown, collect those resources and send it to Nigeria to be used in development in Nigeria, or will he put it in his pocket? And my answer is that if it was Nigerians that were colonizing the world, Nigeria will still be underdeveloped because our people will be putting those resources in their private pockets. That is where I have a problem with us.
Correct.
We do not seem to have this perception. See, forget what you say, colonialism, racism, those people love themselves. They took the resources to go and develop their societies. Our own people take the resources to put in our pockets. My local government chairman, rather than developing, putting roads, is going to build borehole in his private house. This is
buy Range Rover
for developing the society. So that is I want to leave that for us to chew a bit, because there seems to be a problem when it comes to the way
you know, TA, just to just a little bit what I said. The thing that shows that you have developed in Nigeria and as a government, each time they come, is the size of your Land Cruiser and the ability for it to have a bulletproof, and the one that you have to have for your madam, and the one that have to do you as a backup car, and the one that you have to have an open pickup for the police or mobile men, as the case may be, that will lead you to and fro, clearing the road for you. This is what governance is all about in Nigeria. It's not going to change until people rise up and stop that nonsense. If you calculate how much has cost Nigeria right now to start this new government, and how many of the Toyotas that have been imported, the Mercedes that have been imported. Did you see the video of Akpabio going to work? Did you see the video?
No.
It was like, in fact, you would think that the Russian president.
I want to take you up on a challenge. You are from Ogun State, Abby.
Okay.
You are from Ogun State.
Hold on, let me finish. Before I take him up on the challenge. Because, okay, now, when I saw that video, I was frightened, because this is a man who just become Senate president. He has two, of Maybach. Okay, you know the Maybach.
Yeah.
Okay, and the people were machines that people running and following him. Okay, a convoy that is unprecedented. Now, this is just a Senate president. We have to do that for the speaker. We have to do that for everyone. So, you show that you are in government. You show how much of your the money or the property of government that you can take over, and then how you can eat fat. The new cows in your house every day to feed everybody and feed yourself, and make sure. That's what governance is all about. Until we curtail this high cost of governance in Africa, especially in Nigeria, we ain't going nowhere. Okay,
that Akpabio guy, at this rate, that guy, he could cause more trouble than even Tinubu, because the guy, with this let poor people breathe thing, then he's talking about the money is gonna be put in your mailbox, and all kind of like the level of, it's like the guy. I don't understand. It's like they are just rubbing it in people's face. Like, look at us.
He's a criminal, and that's
like,
about it. He's a criminal, and
this kind of stuff that can lead to a coup, and people will be jubilating on the street.
Because
look at how you are treating people.
In a society that works, Ogati, private citizens should not be building bridges and should not be creating boreholes. You understand? 100%. What is the chairman of that? We should be asking. Chairman of that local government, the budget that you collected for this month, tell us what you do with it.
100 million naira minimum.
And we want to see
minimum.
Okay, now you said
I want to help vulnerable people back home, but not do the work of government. I don't want to do the work of government.
Some people say, I want to do this because I don't want to do the work of government. The underground that we're using right here in UK was private owned before. before it was taken over by government. You understand? Say, look, we only come into this world once. You understand? And whatever money, this is what baffles me. When you see people sitting on millions, of dollars, and you can't use that to help the common people, when you're talking about infrastructures. You understand? So that money, what does it benefit you? That you can die just like that. This is a poor man just doing his bit. It's not about common sense.
But the government, when the government can afford to build and do better, why would you want him to use his own money to do that?
That's where the selfishness comes in.
Sometimes you have to react. Both of them. You are right, Olumi. The government is supposed to do it, but in the meantime, if somebody can lend a hand to sort the problem out, if you can do it, don't just say, "Oh, let's wait for government."
That's fine. That's
people will suffer.
I think the perspective should be government does its job, and then people can do social responsibility.
That's how it's supposed to be. But the people don't do that. They don't necessarily hold government accountable, like to come and fix the road or build that bridge.
I don't know any of you know this gas station that called Tony Mas. Do any of you know about Tony Mas gas station?
Oh yeah, I come from Abia State. I know Tony Mas.
So the man in their hometown, my mother is from their hometown, single-handedly build about 4 to 6 kilometers of road in
where is the bridge now?
In his hometown. So
sorry,
people,
Ike, sorry, I'm trying to find the bridge. There's no bridge.
No, there's a video. Hold on.
Is there? I have the video. I watched it. He built it.
It would be nice for people to see the bridge.
He
actually, you know what is possible for an individual to do. Sometimes it's good for people to see it.
That Tony Mas road was something for people to emulate. Some people in Anambra State started emulating what he did, because rather waiting for government. At the time, they started comparing him with.
Ike, let me just share this example of another woman fixing a road. And
road in Kogi State. It's actually a federal road. It goes from Kogi to Edo to Abuja and so on and so forth. So that road has allegedly not been fixed in 30 years plus. So this road is so bad that you actually cannot drive through. Drivers of regular cars apparently spend days on this road, while truck drivers spend weeks just trying to get through this road.
I spent almost 5 days here. People going to Abuja, to Lagos, spend many days here.
It's not just filled with mud. We're talking about sinking mud. Because of this, armed robbers and kidnappers frequent that road, especially the places that are bad, knowing fully well that the drivers, the passengers, cannot escape.
The 1.4 kilometers Igara-Ibilo-Lampese portion of the Kogi-Edo boundary road was regarded as a death trap, having been left abandoned by the government for years. Motorists and commuters spent days on the road with attendant loss of man-hours, damaged vehicles, exposure to kidnappers, and a host of other dangers. It was indeed a traveler's nightmare.
Guys, this is a federal road. I'm like, how? Who? What? Well, guess what? has fixed the roads. Whoa.
But the story is different now, thanks to the efforts of social activist and politician Natasha Akpoti.
On that road, they robbed some of our people.
People abandon their vehicle, abandon their bike, and trek to the other side.
And we met hundreds of other vehicles, fallen trucks, containers were lying about, and everyone seemed comfortable.
Hey, you need to see how the people of the community in that area celebrated this woman
by conferring her a chieftaincy title.
I'm like, wow. You know, I wish that I could just drop the mic right now, right there, you know. And this
in a position where you can make an impact, please do not hesitate. You don't have to be in office. You don't have to own the position of authority. You can make an impact of service on a project.
She said that it took 3 weeks just to clear the abandoned vehicles on that road, many of which had been there for months. She said that when they were clearing, they found 5 containers that had fallen over when the trucks tumbled. Also, among the vehicles that they pulled out in that 3 weeks, they pulled out 2 of Dangote's trucks. It's not all in one spot, but there is at least 1 kilometer that is completely bad. So altogether, about 1.4 kilometers was really bad on that road. I said again,
it's very interesting they mentioned Dangote's truck there. Why did Dangote not decide that, you know what, my trucks, my business is not flowing, let me just take care of this? No, he didn't do that. It had to be this lady Akpoche to deal with it.
are you saying anybody can fix a federal road in Nigeria without any wahala? And she said as soon as she started fixing the road, that some officials showed up.
Forefathers, do you know this lady?
Give you the permit.
She was the one that Yaya Bello dug the road so that she couldn't win the election. She's a politician. I'm commending her efforts, but she's a politician. She was the one that Yaya Bello dug the road in Kogi so that electoral materials couldn't get to our local government during this last election. So she's not just a random lady who woke up one day and said, let's fix this.
Oh, no, she ran before then she lost. And it turns out that the place where she's supposed to get the vote, from what she said, that the state where she's elected, she's running for, the road is not in that state. So in other words, she's not going to even get vote for it because it's in a different state. So
I don't know. I'm just saying to put perspective to it that she's not just.
Let me leave that out. I don't want to overshare because it's not our video.
I won't even use that one as an example. She's a politician. She wants
don't say no, not always like that. The politicians we have are not doing anything. So
I'm not forget the politicians we have are not doing anything. She know how much she go make. She go make that when she gets there.
Don't calculate it like that. They said she was stuck there for 4 days or so. A vehicle was stuck there for 4 days, so she had the experience herself.
Olumide, let me say something. I come from Abia State, and I don't know any other person who comes from that state. I used to say at some point ago that we probably are the most unfortunate state in Nigeria because we have not had one governor that came and was doing something. At some point, people used to even wish that this Tinubu that is president now would have been the governor of Abia State because of the way he produced the fashioners and co. But you see, for every society or locality, there's always a context. So if this lady, with all we have against politicians, has done this, well, then let us commend her for this effort.
Exactly.
It doesn't still change that we'll have our perspective about them, but at least he has done something that is worth.
Even if it's Erufai that did it, I will still say thank you. I'm not supporting for holding office, but I'll still thank you for doing it.
I understand where you're coming from. She was looking for something in return. She's contesting for election, and she knows how much she will make from that.
Don't think. You see what I'm saying?
See, people give every day. People give every day. There are people who are involved in businesses who make money, who make profits, and they give out of their profit, not expecting anything back. Build hospitals, pay for people's school fees, give people scholarship, but don't come and tell me one politician.
Is very cynical. I get your point that you're thinking that she's going to make more money out of it, but she already ran for office and she didn't get into office when she fixed this stuff. And I don't think she's still in office. I don't even think she's still being elected.
She was using it to win the votes of the people.
Let me ask you
how many? Why not just use it to bribe people? That money is better than used to bribe people.
I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's anything wrong. It's left for the people to now vote for her or not vote for her. You understand? I'm not saying she did anything bad.
The way she fixed the road, the voters are not in her constituency.
I'm not going to use that analogy to say that she did.
I'm still on the floor. Let me finish my,
Okay, go ahead.
So, thank you for showing that. There are a lot of millionaires in Nigeria. Now they showed Dangote's truck being stopped there. He's a billionaire. Which road has he fixed? You understand where I'm coming from now? So
his vehicle is there for weeks, and he didn't bother to think, okay, maybe it's good for my business for this road to be fixed.
It was on this chat forum, that I heard about what's it called? Ekere Wandu. That the stuff that he wanted to do for his daughter, there was an allocation. being given to him to establish an hospital in his hometown. His hometown.
Kidney hospital.
Kidney hospital. I don't know who said it here. Yeah, somebody said it here, and I was like, are you for real? You understand? Because that is pure wickedness. Do you know how many people is going to get from that? Kanu Nwako, a footballer, he went through heart transplant. Yeah, while he was playing for Arsenal. What happened? He brought doctors from the Western world to Nigeria.
That is what you call a good deed. He wasn't expecting anything back in return. He
Olumide, let me finish
sponsored
now.
so many surgeries. I'm not saying, but don't compare that woman's
A good deed is a good deed on his stance on his own. He doesn't have to, whether he expects return or not. It's still a good deed.
It's a good deed. I don't argue against it, but she wanted something back in return. That's it.
The question is, what's her track record? Has he done it in the past? If you look at her track record over the past 10 years, has he been philanthropic as such? If so, then that's who she is. But
sorry, can you come back again?
Let me land, guys. Let me finish now. Let me finish. See, some people will say, what's the source of the money for Natasha? Has she done it in the past?
I don't even care.
Now, listen, guys.
Just
look
in
at how
case
many lives.
I said the TA is going to come here and the topic will change. But go ahead.
Look at how many lives this woman has affected. Look at them trooping out. Look at the extent of that road. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the guy that I talked about is a poor guy building a bridge.
So she did a good job doing the federal government's job for them. She did a very good job.
Listen, look, federal government or no federal government. That's why you guys will start talking about America.
Why will I do federal government's job for them?
Listen, and that is why the former president of America told them,
when they allocated money to fix the road and somebody chopped the money.
Now, Olumide, do you want to talk?
Yeah, Olumide, let him talk now, Olumide. Let's stop harassing him.
So, until American president asks the Americans that, look, don't be thinking of what the government will do for you. Think of what you can do for the country. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's where I disagree with you.
Ask not what the government is going to do for you. Ask what the government what you can do for the government. Nigeria is the opposite.
Why is government driving SUVs and going all around? Then you'll be asking me what I will do for them.
Minimum of one Prado Jeep with the bulletproof is almost 70 to 80 million naira. And one person having about 10 of them. Okay? And their side chick have two.
See, Ike, I don't disagree. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't disagree that the government is corrupt. I'm just talking about what impact that we as Nigerians, can start doing to our people, start, making people's life better, and see, I'm not signing anybody that, the government, this government, that. So even some people want to try and fix the road, and the federal government will start saying, look, that place has been given out as a contract, so you can't touch that road and stuff. But when people are started buying on that road, a lot of people will have bought already, which Natasha fixed. Olumide, I'm going to ask you a question. Imagine somebody comes to your pharmacy, and you say, look, I'm dying of this cold. A beautiful lady comes to you, dying, that, look, I need medication. And in your heart, you say, look, I can afford it. Why don't I save for life? Let me save this woman's life. And you give the medication to this woman without pain.
Actually, he cannot do that.
Okay, no, let me wait. I'm just saying.
There's a law that mandates him not to do certain things.
I know. I'm just saying, hypothetically, you understand? Now, you've done a good deed to that woman, but other people will see that, look, because that woman is beautiful, Olumide is maybe interested. So you have something there I want to think in the back. We shouldn't be thinking that way. The foolish thinks that way. You understand what I'm saying? If you read Proverbs very well, I start listening to Solomon when he's talking about, look, the deeds that you can do to people. You know, you don't have to have something back in return. You can do it and you forget about it and let it go. And that is it. And that's where I'm coming from. So guys, anytime I talk about love,
I know exactly what you're saying, but there's so many people that are doing that already. Some of the organizations here in Africa, Nigerians have here, they are fixing where they went to elementary school. That is government job. They are fixing where they went to college, secondary school. That is government job. But a lot of people are doing that. But what we did by doing that is enabling the government to embezzle what they are embezzling without holding them accountable. So that is what somebody like me, every year I do head fair. Nobody give me money, my own, because I'm blessed. God have blessed me.
God will bless you for that.
And I do that. But when we neglect what when we are doing what government's supposed to do for them, we enabling them to continue doing what they are doing without holding them accountable. I understand where Olamide was coming from. Yes, we don't know her history. Probably he's a good person. Not everybody that are in politics that are bad. There's people that are in politics that are good. But unfortunately, the ones that are bad have overshadowed the ones that are good. Because if you say a politician now, you're a politician in Nigeria, I'm running away from you. You can be good. I don't know you personally. You can be good. But to me, you're a criminal. I know one of them. In his child wedding, he drove by himself from one state to another state, driving himself with no entourage. But as soon as he left this country and arrived in Nigeria, the media showed him, do you know how many cars? He just get into one. There is about 50 to 100 cars that is driving him. But when he was here in US, nobody knows who he was. So my point is this. Unfortunately, because once you arrive in this country, nobody gives a damn about who you are.
I think the thing is this.
I think let's be fair. Let's be fair to Will. Will ask a pertinent question. Does she have a history of doing similar stuff? Because history sometimes matter in these things. And Will, let's use the opportunity to also invite Will to the discussion. He hasn't said anything. So before Chim can go, Will, welcome. And what do you think about this topic? Clearly, TA decided that we have to do something different from what we were discussing. TA, you came in, we were talking about something else, and you started talking about something else. Next time I will check you on that. I will check you deliberately on that.
I want to push against that because it's to where
I just like to follow along the line of TA. I know that same line about the lady, what she's doing. I mean, it's commendable. Can't deny that.
That's good.
And I think sometimes she's rich. Many people are rich as she is, and they're not doing it. So I just want to say that
thank you.
Good people in this world hard to come by. Most people are bad. Let's be realistic. So when we see good person once in a while, it's hard. When they do good deeds, people look at them in a funny way. But that's the reality. Good people are hard to come by, and so is good leadership in Africa. Look at that. For example, Nigeria. For example, I want to go back to Nigeria now. Look at Nigeria.
Okay, the kind of good deed that the Koremadu did now that brought the child to.
That's what I mean. I'm just.
Olumide.
Please. My point is that good deeds are hard to come by, and good leadership. Sometimes a very good leader, a patriot. They don't come. They come once in a blue moon. All of us. Do you remember a few weeks ago? There's a video that came out on the internet. This white guy is a professor who was saying that the Western world, including China, they have interest to keep African down. That because 70% of the raw material of the world are being supplied by African, that as long as Africa is down, that they will be able to get those raw material at a very cheap rate
So that's their interest, that they have that interest, that vested interest to keep us down. And looking now at our history, Nigeria, for example, whenever we have good leaders, people that have ambition, like Murtala Mohammed, when they come on this picture, the first few months, they're gone. You know, and the Diaspora was there, gone. Good leader, when they come, they're gone. And look at this election now. Look at Obi. Look at Obi. When I heard about Obi, I didn't know initially. Earlier on, I was this guy. I was Showore guy, following Showore last year. And when Obi came to the picture, I didn't know him, and I heard that one thing that attracted me to Obi was that I heard that he left his state with 67 billion in covers. He left it behind. I look at who does that in this age. Not 600 million, 67 billion. He left it down for the next person to come over and continue the success. And for that reason itself, you know, I just joined the bandwagon. Like, this is a guy for the moment of this time. And we know before the election that Tinubu was just losing. People had the momentum. We thought that it was going to be a landslide. I remember there was one video that came out in Ibadan. They were interviewing people, old women, Yoruba, not people. They were interviewing them. They were saying that we are tired. Obi is the guy. I thought to personally that this guy would take everywhere, southwest, everywhere. But when he lost his election, and within a few weeks, we see these people coming overseas. Donny Blair came to see Tinubu. British America congratulated him. So you know that these white people, this Western world, we are there now. Thank God we are here. They have interest to keep us down. They saw that this would be with agenda of, we were saying that production, consumption, we have to produce to grow. If you are buying things and buying, you'll be poor. If you are not producing. So they saw this guy, once in a blue moon, they come like that, the picture. So I think this Western world, they have interest. I suspect that they will be behind this, Obi. And let's not open this tribunal. It's a done deal. They have interest in us to keep us down. They know that if Nigeria is liberated, Africa will be liberated. And they saw this guy, a guy that left the state with 7 billion. I had an agenda. I believe that we are in trouble. We have to wake up. These people were in their country, they have an agenda to keep us down. And it will continue like that. Since the colonial time, they want to keep us down. And of course, right now, Tinubu will be there for 4 years. Let's be realistic. We have to move on now. That what's the next thing? Otherwise, we will be shouting and saying this 10 years, 20 years. People will be down because that professor in America, a professor, said that's their interest. They have a vested interest and they are working on it. Even China, Russia, to keep us down. And that seems to be the case.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Okay. So
Willie. You see, when we say these things, sometimes it's like we're not telling ourselves the truth, and that Professor Chidi Odinkanu, he was able to activate one of my thinking faculty, which is that maybe we should now stop telling the story and tell ourselves the story. Stop telling the story as others have been telling it, but tell ourselves the story, and then see what we'll get with it. Because we have been telling the story of people trying to keep us down. Is it not your government that is keeping you down? Is it not your government? It is our government that's keeping you down. Is the government treating you as other nations treat their citizens? How long does it take you to get a simple Nigerian passport? How long does it take you? When you get to your embassy, do they treat you like a human being or they leave you to stand in the queue? Have you gone to any other embassy and you see people queuing up just to get official, treatment, for them to be attended to officially?
Let me just interfere you quickly. I said that initially that most people are bad. So people tend to be bad naturally. We tend to be bad. It's easy to do bad things than good things. But once in a while, when you have a good leader that comes on board, I'm not saying that we are still responsible.
No, even with that, what
you steer the ship, my brother. All this things you are saying, corruption, all these offices. You remember 1993? This is Ijamo regime. People were killing. People follow suit. When you have a good leader, when they come on board, these people, they have a way to get them off the stage. People that will steer the path in the right direction. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
Okay,
we are not.
I think you are misunderstanding me. What I simply meant by mentioning the word queue is that when you go for an official engagement, you see lines lined up in the embassy.
Yes.
People waiting for hours just to get simple service. No nation treats their citizens that way. No nation, when your citizen go to complain or when there is an infraction with the other government, the nation, your own country, Nigeria, goes to why that person should have done that. You are rather defending the other country instead of defending your citizen. No nation does that. In fact, one of the example that comes to mind is when an American young lady, they flew into Russia and she was arrested. Donald Trump was in this thing. Donald Trump made sure that lady was returned, even though they said she had committed this thing. He didn't want to hear that. But our people will tell you, when you go to nations, you respect the law of those nations. You can't go there and begin to, you're not in your country. In fact, those people are right. They are right. Whatever they do to you, they are right. That is what we have seen in Nigeria. It does not give you the leverage to exercise patriotism because you have nothing to be patriotic about. That's the truth. Okay, so let's not start. Let me tell you something. You even got me totally when you mentioned Murtala Muhammad. Is Murtala Muhammad a patriotic leader? Well, go to your history. Read your history.
KJ, you have even hit the nail on the head.
If
the
I was
70 people that died yesterday, do you think the kids, the orphans they left, the children, the girls, the boys without fathers and mothers who were murdered, how do you think those children will grow up to be? Knowing that the killers of their parents were not apprehended. There was no justice.
I didn't want to
and you
bring
will tell
up
them to come and love Nigeria.
I didn't want to bring up
If I may quickly step in, KJ quickly, because I need to go. Olumide quoted what the late American president said, that ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I've always argued against that particular, axiom every time a Nigerian uses it, to literally hoodwink people, and I'm not saying TA is trying to hoodwink us here, no, but I know he means well. But the point is this.
Not at all.
Yeah. But the point is this. That saying, even before that man said it, the American government has, like you've rightly said, KJ, has always backed its people, even when their people are clearly committed an infraction. They defend them, they protect them. And I say to people, how do you protect people and provide for them and they will not love you? When the Americans are singing the national, look at the girls who went to the American team that went to the World Cup. You see the way they are dissecting them because they didn't show patriotism. That is the typical, because that's not how Americans are not known to, speak ill about their country. But these other ones who were trying to use the American team to project themselves went to this World Cup happening in Australia and New Zealand, and they were bad-mouthing them. But the point I'm trying to make is this. The day the Nigerian society starts defending and taking care of its own, the level of patriotism you will see Nigerians exude will be very great. Nigerians love Nigeria. Unfortunately, the Nigerian society is failing Nigerians every day, and that is why you are seeing people getting frustrated and tired and bad-mouthing the society. And one other thing I was going to add is this. There's a difference between genuine charity and tokenism. A lot of things most of our politicians and so-called philanthropists do is tokenism. They steal a lot from you and they give a little. Unfortunately, because of poverty, we see our people, praising them. Look at the Tinubu we're talking about. Every Salah, people will come to the gate of Bodilon to go and receive rice. This is their money. And that is why those who are supporting him are supporting him. And people don't sit down and ask yourself, come, this man that is exhibiting this, where did he get the money from? So there is a difference between genuine charity, genuine love, genuine giving, philanthropy, and the tokenism that I see a lot of our people do. We need to distinguish it. I'm not saying this because Natasha did this. And I don't know Natasha too well, but I know she's been a politician. But I also know that apart from the short period she stayed in the Senate, she's been one person who's been struggling to break the bad politics that has been in Kogi State. I think I from afar I can say that about her. So maybe she's
I totally agree with you on that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe she's genuine.
Just to let you know, yeah. You're from Abia State, aren't you?
Yes, from Abia State.
Yeah, because I'm always kind of have a kind of special attraction to people of Abia from Arochukwu, because one of my ex was from there, and she made an impact in my life, you know. So anytime I hear Abia State, well, it's a long story. So anytime I hear about Abia State, I always give it to her, you know, that look, I've met some ladies, and I mean, she's good. You know, this is a girl that, you know, when it comes to the heart, you know, true love from the heart, you know, and stuff like that. So anytime I hear people Abia State, I always look at them like, wow, well, respect. But now, just to break it down, like I always say, I'm not a fan of Tinubu anyway. You know, the way the country is, we should stop badmouthing Nigeria. People from outside. We know everything that is happening in Nigeria, no doubt. No matter how, right here, either in UK or in America, they start talking bad outside. You know, it's good that we talk among each other and they try, you know, like I always say that, look, forefathers, you guys, just let's come to a conclusion that, look, we know everything is bad. What is the way forward? Let's start bringing ideas, you know, things that can be done. You know, I know some people still say, no, Nigeria is bad, or Nigeria is this, or Nigeria is that. You understand? I still believe in Nigeria. I'm not going to lie to you. I love Nigeria. It's my home, you know. So either you like it or not, there's no place like home. Even though I'm British, it doesn't matter. I love my country, Nigeria. I'm not going to deny that. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, when I watched, you mentioned the football, yeah? When I watched this girl, these mixed race that played for Nigeria, and talking about the reason why she came, you know, back to Nigeria to play, you know, with the Falcons, I was really, really impressed. You know, she's a good player. She could have played for the English team, but she said, look, home is home, you know. So before I go tonight, yeah, I just want to say, look, wherever we've come from, whatever we do, let's see ourselves as Nigerians. Let's not talk about the East, the West, please. Yeah, I'm see right now I'm begging that, you know, let's come together. You understand? Nigerians first before any other tribe. I think that's the way forward. You know, Nigerians first before any other tribe. Whether you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, whatever, I keep on saying that. You know, and another thing, forefathers show you guys that are anchoring. Please, we need to start hearing from the people from the north as well. Let's look for a way to bring them in. Let's hear their perspective, you know. And when they come in, do not let us, you know, shut them down. Let's hear their view. You know, people are hungry, fine, but let's hear their view as well. Let's love them. You know, let's show them love. You understand? I know there's a lady that's always been on my case. This Fumi or Fumi, whatever, I don't know who she is. Anytime I come up, she quickly jumps up. Look, I'm a married man, you know. So whatever you say, I don't give a damn. You understand? So you're your own. So whatever you say to me, I don't give a damn. Whatever, if you're truly Fumi, you know that you don't disrespect people. You did that to forefathers the other day, you know. So look, I don't care. You understand? It doesn't move me. It doesn't change anything. So whatever you want to write, keep on writing. So guys, yeah, before I leave here, my lovely brothers from the house and those sisters that, you know, sleeping, I'm out. Peace. One love.
All right.
Thank you for coming in. So you want to?
Yes, I want to say something about TA. TA, we heard what you have preached, and I also want to let you know that, you see, before you start saying that we should start talking about Nigeria, maybe you should talk to the government to remove state origin from our forms and stop calling people by the different nomenclature they've given the country. In other words, north, south, north, east, north, west, north. Then we know that we're becoming a nation. But since we have already, there's segregation so far, and since that nomenclature has continuously to remain and plays an important part, then I'm not sure that what you're saying is going to make any impact, not on me right now. I think that's my position. I don't know about others. But, generally, what you said about love, it looks to us that you are thinking we don't love one another. No. The great Sadhana of Kodos, let's not forget about our diversity. Let's understand it. That's the only way we can move forward. You understand where I'm coming from. I understand where you're coming from. I know how you want to feel as a northerner. You know how I want to feel as an easterner, and we respect that boundaries. Based on that, we can be, but we cannot be one people. We cannot become the most the northern Fulanis can never now become Igbos because their culture and tradition is totally different. Okay, diversity, people keep saying is the strength of the nation. Diversity well managed, not diversity where one set is put down and the other set is lifted above. That diversity does not produce any result, any meaningful result, and it has never been able to do that. Diversity is a challenge, and so and then we're not saying that there wouldn't be problem, but we're saying let's understand the difference. So when next you come, please don't change our topic. Allow us to deal with the one we're dealing with. Don't bring your own topic, and when you finish it, you jump out. Yeah.
Actually, everything he was saying, I think I'm sorry to tell him, the Igbos have shown the love in every aspect of the country. The Southeast people have shown love. They go to different aspects of Nigeria to establish themselves and build a community in that environment. It's the only Igbos that will go to another state and buy a land and build a home. So Igbos have done that, but it's the only Igbos that other ethnic groups, if somebody pisses them off, they go after the Igbos. Things happen. If somebody do something, it's an Igbo person that did it. Then they go after Igbo business. They go after Igbo's way of life, the Igbos. I have asked that question in this platform. What have Igbos do to the rest of Nigeria? Look at what happened now. 48 ministerial position was allocated. Only 5 people in Igbo land. Why other states we are getting 10, 8, 9 other aspects? But guess what? They say, okay, the law says only one person, one allocation per state. If it's one allocation per state, it will be 36 states plus FCT. But unfortunately, he put 48 people, even though 45 was approved. But at the end of the day, what did they do? They give Igbos only 5 ministerial positions. And you tell me that we are together. You tell me why Igbos are always disenfranchised. What have we done? What have we done? If somebody want to do election, carry talks, the target is the Igbos. Case in Lagos, if you go to Kanu, if you go to North, people, Igbos business people, they destroy their businesses because somebody make comment about Muslim. It might not even be an Igbo person that did it. They go after the Igbos. So the question we're going to ask, who have demonstrated that we want one Nigeria? Even though what they did to our people during the Nigerian Civil War, what they did to our people, Nigeria have never answered that question, have never accepted the responsibility on what they did to Igbos. But we still show love. We still go different places and show love. What happened in Lagos during the election? because they felt, oh, Igbos were voting in certain way. What do? They go after Igbos. When it comes to of Igbo, they remake the rule. When it's Igbo person's turn or Igbo group turn, they change the rule. So to me, preaching one Nigeria, it's difficult for me to accept that one Nigeria, because it's the only Igbo ethnic group or Igbo group have shown one Nigeria. How many Hausas have built houses in Igbo land? How many Yorubas have built houses in Igbo land? It's not like it's restricted for them not to build house. But if you north, if you go to south, if you go everywhere, Igbos have established, build, and stay over there and manage their life. But what they get back,
I think because one is everywhere, it's a good thing in terms of the action of integrating the country. However, when you are traveling and your interaction with the people, the locals, is not very good, it leads to the kind of consequences we have seen in Nigeria. And that is even more devastating.
Igbos have not done worse than any other ethnic group in Nigeria.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that because I was addressing the point you are making, that the reason, because you are asking why is it that Nigeria does something to the Igbo people. So the idea behind it is that as much as you travel everywhere and everything, if your relationship is not good with your people around you, it's very dangerous game to play. It's extremely dangerous.
Give me an example of that we do that is wrong, that other people, that is dangerous to all, rob other people, ethnic groups.
It's dangerous to the Igbos. That's what I'm saying. And the reason why that is, it's not what you do or it's not what they do. It's when the relationship breaks down. If there's a breakdown of relationship in between, while that is happening, then you see the repercussion that you are talking about. That's what tends to happen. It's not about who is right or who is wrong. And it tells you that somewhere along the line, communication broke down. And that communication needs to be in place all the time. And nations have to have that.
Only Igbo man that a Yoruba person will charge 50 million for one plot of land. And that Igbo man will take 50 million to put sand before he start building. And tomorrow you tell him leave Lagos. Who buys the land?
But that's what you are not seeing now. You're not seeing the other side of the fence. That's the breakdown. It's not about fault now. The breakdown, and you have to, as an Igbo man and as a Yoruba man, as anybody, you have the responsibility to keep. We all have the responsibility to keep communities together, because if we keep it together, like TA said, you put Nigeria first, you're going to find that you have a better outcome. So the idea is that it breaks down and we start thinking along our own corners.
The old Igbos that have put Nigeria first. I keep on repeating it. The only Igbos that have put Nigeria first all the time. But what did we do? Because Igbos are not developing their own homeland. They are busy developing Lagos, Abuja, all these places.
But what you are doing now, you know what you just said, it's only Igbo that put Nigeria first. Is doing that same thing that I was talking about, where we are seeing things too much from our own point of view. Everybody feels that way, the way you are saying right now. Our people will say they put Nigeria first. Yoruba man will say they put Nigeria first. After all, Yoruba people, if you look at the history of Nigeria, they seem to be, whenever there is upheaval, they get punched in the nose by both sides somewhere along the line. And then they still have to take it and carry on as if everything is all right. The South, they too have to take it, get punched all the time, provide all the resources for Nigeria. So everybody will give you their own narrative of what they consider reality until all of us as a group realize that, okay, it's not going to be perfect. And I don't think this thing that we expect things to be even close to being perfect. In the UK, there's a lot of, differences with the different regions. They are competing all the time. And I wouldn't even say they're competing. One side are completely defeated the other side. And you look at him, sure he's like smiling. Like he knows now. He probably lives in one of those areas that are probably governing the UK constantly. So it's like that. Some part of the UK have completely dominated the other side. So we have to. Nations have these peculiarities. The important thing is that it should be functional.
because when nation is functioning, most people don't care about politics. They really don't care. They just want to raise their families, enjoy their religion, party, and Nigerians like to do a lot, and they want to do those things. That's what people care about. They don't care too much about all these politics, and it's when things go wrong, that's when all this stuff comes to the fore.
Okay.
I was just looking at Idiagbon's this thing. Let me just share something. I was looking at Idiagbon, that guy, man, the guy was doing something. I'm telling you. Yeah, one of his this war against the discipline thing, one of the areas is anti-corruption and economic sabotage. And some of the things he was doing, this guy was on a drive to change the country. Again, the area they missed most is security. They keep missing it and keep going on with everything. And because he's not secure, his government get kicked out. And we had another, the sly guy came in and started taking Nigeria to another crazy situation. He did a lot of things right. He talked about queuing, work and ethics. Work and ethics. My goodness, Nigeria needs that. Ethics, nationalism, and patriotism. That's one of his. That's phase 3 of his war against the discipline. The phase 4 is anti-corruption and economic sabotage. Why did he use the word economic sabotage? Because our economy has been sabotaged. I've been talking about this thing a long time ago. I just saw it today when as part of his thing. Our economy has been sabotaged. That's why our foreign finance are not working. Nothing seems to work. Environmental sanitation. So he did that environmental sanitation, which involves cleaning of this. And I'm sure Abba was a lot cleaner at that time. And but it didn't last barely 2 years. Kicked out of office again, and now we got all the nonsense we got since then. We all know the story now. Buchi, thank you for coming in, and I'm not sure I've seen you here before, and I'm sure you've been hearing hearing about what we've been talking about. So, first of all, answer whether you've been here before, and let us know what you want to talk about.
Okay, good morning from here to all of you there. I've not been here for the first time in this place before, so this is my first time of coming in here.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome.
And, is there any particular face that welcomed you in today? Is it KJ or Show? Or is there any reason you chose to come in today?
Yeah, actually, I've been listening to you guys. So I actually wanted to come to talk to the guy that left, but it's unfortunately that he already left before I came in.
Is that Brother Love?
The one who said that nobody should mention North, West, and the North.
Yeah, that's Brother Love. Yeah,
Brother Love.
I actually wanted to ask him why they should not mention North, West, and North. Why is the name in existence? I mean. So, brother, I want to my contribution into these things that we are no longer children, and when we know the truth and say the truth, then the better we know the solution. For example, now this person saying that we should not mention North, West, anything. Can he travel when he travel from wherever he resides now to go to Nigeria now? Where is he going to land? It is neither he land in Abuja or he land in Lagos. Can he land any international airport in the east? He cannot. And let his family come and welcome him in the east. He cannot. If he ship any goods from abroad, is there any container that will come from that will land from in the east? There's no one there. And the Tinkan airport, Lagos airport is busy. Road causing hold up everywhere. Still, they know that there's a place that's supposed to open, and they did not open it, and they are still saying we are one. This one Nigeria is making some people to be lazy. It's making some people to be lazy. It's making some people to not to think of how to develop their own place, that they can do something on their own without patching from other people. You understand? And let us ask ourselves, before Nigeria became in existence, who were we? What were we called? Who make us to be Nigeria? What is the interest of we answering Nigeria? And those people who are forcing us to be one Nigeria, why are they not making Nigeria to be like their own country? Some of them sponsor terrorism in Africa. Then they come to you they are coming to help you. But on the other side, they know the reason why they did it. So, and they quickly understand themselves, share themselves according to their understanding, their region. Then they don't want Africa to live the way they are living in their own place. Because if they had allowed us to stay the way we were before, there will be competition. This people will say, this person build this one today. Let me try to build something that will be greater than their own. There will be competition. Just like the people in China, when China invest something, and US would like to do, and other people would like to do their own. If we are in that way in ourselves, our place will develop even more than Europe, because we have the resources in Africa. You understand? So it is better we become a good neighbor. Okay, somebody who say that let us look for what we are going to do for Nigeria. Why you have the resources? You have the resources to help the masses and do something for your citizens to benefit. No good education. They take their children to abroad to get good education there, while they are using other people for election to take a ballot paper. Then when their children grow and have good knowledge, those their children will come back and begin to rule those people again who do not get a good education in Nigeria. That is their mentality. So we need to reason up. We don't hate ourselves. We know that we are one Africa. We are one black people. We understand ourselves, but we should supposed to know this place. You belong to this place. You belong to this place. It doesn't mean we cannot be enemy, but let us do something in the right way. You understand?
Yeah. Let me just ask something quickly so that sorry, let me just ask something so you have a pause.
Okay.
You see, like the diversity is strength to an extent, and I've actually mentioned this before, because if you look at what happened in Niger now, I don't think if it was an Obi that went to Niger to meet the coup plotters, they would have met him. They would have met them. But the emir from Sokoto, I think Sultan or emir, when he went, he was able to meet them there. Because if we learn to use our diversity for our own strength, Nigeria is going to do very well. There are things that comes with diversity that we use very well, but so far we've been allowing the negative aspect of diversity to be our disadvantage. So please go ahead.
Okay, there's something I want to let us to know tonight again. Do you know that Nigeria is the most country that has population all over the world?
India that did what?
Nigeria, that are the most country that travel. Their population is more than other
it's the
people
most
in the world.
traveled.
Yes.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
In terms of number or in terms of proportion?
And I will tell you the reason why.
Why?
The reason why it is like that. Do you know that if our country were to be good, and we have everything the way it's supposed to be in US and other good countries in Europe, we don't need to travel to go and look for something to do, to go and make money to help our family. Those ones traveling by road to Italy, to Morocco, to Spain, do you know how many people that have died on the Sahara Desert? Some died in the Mediterranean Sea. Do you know it is because of the country? The country is not working, and those leaders who are supposed to fix the country to make it work are not doing it. Okay, now, do you know the population of men that have died in the desert the ones that had died in the sea, the ones who managed to cross. When they will do anything that will make them to get a residence or documents to stay in the country. They will stay long years. Automatically, they will get married to the people in the country of the place they find themselves. Europe there, they married Europe there. They married in the place in the country they are. Why our own people? Why our own ladies that they don't have that opportunity of getting married? We have a lot of people in the prison. Who are those guys in the prison? They are supposed to be husband of our ladies in that Nigeria. If our country were to be good, those who died in the desert, those who died in the sea, we are supposed to be husband to our ladies in that Nigeria. If our government were to be good, we are good to the citizens. So, is it whose fault? So we have tried a lot of things to make it work, and it is not working. What is the next option? Is it okay? Some ladies don't even know their problems, running into the churches, praying for husband, but they don't know that their husbands have died in the desert. They don't know their husband is in the Ministerial sea, they have died in the Ministerial sea. They don't know their husband is in the prison all over the world, because of trying to make some kind of things. Maybe to commit one crime to make something, they will put you in prison. They don't know their husband are in the prison. They don't know some of their husbands have died already, but they are praying. They are going to church, different churches, praying for God for husband. Who make it like that? Is it not government? So, how do you think? Since 1914, Nigeria has been created. What benefit has citizens got from the government? So, if we count how many years now since 1914, and there's not any benefit, you should supposed to think the other way around. You understand?
Hmm.
I want you to just listen all these things that I just told you now. Our men has been if you go no country in the world you go, you will not see the population of the Nigerians. Let's call it Nigerians in the prison. Because of one crime or the other. Sometimes some of them are in the prison without doing anything. Sometimes many of them are in the prison without committing anything. But when you go to Nigeria, you see women roaming about. Well, okay, let me tell you something now. Do you think the population of Nigerians are the women who are into prostitution business? Do you think it is their wish to become prostitute? It is because the government, after their education, after their certificate, everything, they will not there will be no work. They cannot find anything. They subject them into prostitution. Do you think that it is their wish to become prostitute?
I think you are right there, and I think that is something we need to start turning around. We all understand that our people are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. They are running away from the country because of the situation we find ourselves.
Let me just give you the strategy they're using. Do you know that women doesn't have any choice again of accepting their age guys to date, because those politicians did not give job to those people whom their choice should have been to choose.
But you can also look at it from a slightly different point of view. We have to be careful about making excuses for our people's lack of, I guess, and to an extent, sacrifice and willing to go through a cultural shift. Because if you look at it, there are other nations that are just as poor, maybe even worse. Yemen is going through similar stuff. You don't see them, prostituting all over the place. Or Indians, they used to be the poverty capital of the world, but you never see the kind of culture you see in Nigeria, where you have people like 419 and all those things, kidnapping. You don't see it at that scale. They have some of it in India, but not at the scale. So many countries have this problem, but it doesn't necessarily translate to some of the things we see within our community. And my thinking is that it's partly to do with the fact that we keep thinking government is like, the be and end all of all solutions. We also have a part to play in it. Sorry, go ahead.
I heard you mention 419 and kidnapping. Everything started from the top, from the government. Let me give you one example. If you have a wife and have a kind of 5 children, and your wife cook food, then those are children, you have food and you do not feed them, and you see that they are hungry, you do not feed them, and there is food, and all of them go outside. If they go outside, if they see any food from their fellow boys or fellow girls in their house, if they have the opportunity to steal that food and eat, they will steal that food and eat. You understand? Automatically, you, the parent, the father, the mother, you have already sent those are children into crime. So whatever thing they committed, you are the cause of that very crime. You understand?
It's not that simple, because the reason why I keep saying this, because there are also an example of other nations that didn't descend into some of the things we have descended into. You can argue that maybe they have other ways of encouraging morality and ethical behavior.
Give me an example.
Maybe that's something like in the context of India. Or
so you think that the Indians are not committing crime?
They are committing crime, but not
because they are
the kind of crimes
one,
you're talking about.
Even up to today, they are number one cyber criminal. They are the one that's still stealing people's identity up to today. But
I hear what you are saying.
Their government managed to contain them and use them to make money for the country, generate income for the country.
But that's what I'm saying now. So what I'm trying to say is that no matter how much they suffer, their suffering is contained in such a way that it's still they turn it to positive. If you look at Yemen, they too are having problems. You don't see the kind of vices you see in Nigeria, in Yemen. And Yemen is even going through a war on top of it. It tells you that there's something underlying our behavior and our conditioning that has led us to be thinking like this. Like, you know, somehow the government has to provide everything and we don't play a role in it. Even when we too are just sometimes as compromised as the government themselves. We've grown up in a culture that encourages certain behavior that is not productive for all of us. Some of them are tribalistic, some of them are religious supremacy, some of them are just downright con and cheating our way, like through exams, getting driver's license, you know, bribing police officers. All these things are things that add up. And when we have a society that just seems to be heaving in the weight of all these things, don't be surprised you have the kind of problems we're having. All I'm saying is that I understand where you're coming from, but I also think that if you want to change it, you have to start with the people too. Because once you change it, the people will not see, the government will not have a choice. So they will have to go or change fix the situation for the country. That's the way I see, and that's the true way to change a nation. If you look at Niger right now, the reason why that government has a lot of legitimacy now is because the people are backing them. And if you look at Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, the reason why those people, they are all working together now, because the people in those countries are backing the government because they feel like the Europeans were oppressing them, and so they want to get rid of them. So the people themselves, there's a groundswell to change the government, because that man that was in office wasn't doing what they wanted. So if you change the same thing in Nigeria, you will find that people will change the government. If the people, their mind change and say, you know what, we want this and demand it, things will change.
How are you going to demand it?
Bro, let it hold your elected
example.
Lekki Target is a good example. There's nothing nothing will happen to change Nigeria.
Lekki Target, you know, hold on, Lekki Target.
Even Jesus himself cannot change Nigeria.
You see what he did now? You see what he did there? Lekki Target that's the NSAS protest itself was a success. But we misread it and think Lekki Target is the definition of the NSAS protest. You miss the fact that the government agreed to everything they demanded even before the protest got to Lekki Target. You miss that part completely. And that is the kind of stuff that weakens us. We don't see our strength when it is being shown. When we come out and say we want something done, the government actually moves. If you say today
This government has to fix the security, and people came out the way they came out with answers. The wise ones watch what the government does. They will do it. They will do it. As a matter of fact, you'll be surprised how quickly they get it done. But you've never seen that kind of movement in Nigeria before, where they say enough of this electricity problem. We are going to come out and force the government to do this.
Somebody asked a question. Someone asked a question concerning what happened in Benue. That he said, I think he said about how people were killed, and nobody answered that very question in the name of Nigeria. So what do you have to say about that?
See, more people have died even the week after that this thing protest, even without anything happening to them. Just this week, how many people perished in this thing in Benue? People are perishing every single day. But the important thing is that the important thing is that there's always sacrifices when changes are happening. It might be me tomorrow. We're all going to go, but for what purpose? The purpose the NSAS did.
The people who kill those people in the Benue, are they killing the people to make Nigeria to make Nigeria better?
No, that's what I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you that life is already being wasted. So when the NSAS people actually make an effort to make a positive change to stop young men from being harassed on the street, killed, exploited, they made a change. Even if they sacrificed some blood, some lives there, they made a positive change. So because some people don't even have an opportunity they lose their life anyway for no positive reason, for all the negative things. And we miss that part. And that is when I don't know how we manage to tell ourselves the wrong story from something that should be empowering us. That NSAS protest, I was watching it when it was happening. I say, oh my God, the government has given them everything, considered everything they wanted, even before the protest got to NSAS. And they were literally firing people and saying they're going to, shut down the SARS police and everything. They considered everything. In the UK, you're not going to get that too. But the Nigerian government did that. And when I tell Nigerians sometimes that you don't know that sometimes the government fear you. This insecurity that we say is happening in Nigeria, it also affects them. They know they are not that protected when the people turn on them. So they fear when the population start heaving, that they know they cannot protect them. Even the UK, they couldn't protect the UK when there was riot in London here. Because the rioters were coming out from different corners. In the UK, the police couldn't track them anymore. They just went to protect the value, the strategic areas in London. Because when people descend, let me finish my point. When people move, the authorities realize that they have to do something about it. And that's what I think that we should be remembering when all these things happen. Because the sacrifice of those people should not be forgotten. But it was better than all the nonsense that we keep doing that hasn't yielded anything. I think I've ranted on way too long. Masca has been very patient though, so you want to keep it brief so Masca can, say something.
Okay, Forefather, with due respect to you, sometimes when you say this about Nigeria, I wonder whether it's the same Nigeria that I had to leave 3 years ago that I'm talking about. And then there's also what you call the freedom of expression, freedom of speech. As long as your speech, you have the freedom to say. In fact, for those people who have been giving example of Trump, the court just ruled that the prosecutor cannot take away his freedom to express himself, whether he likes it or not. And so he should be given the opportunity to say what he wants. You cannot be talking about him in the public and say he should not give you a response. If you don't want him to talk about it, you also don't talk about him. Don't take him to public opinion and then display that he shouldn't respond to you. That's one, by the way. Now, the case of the Nigerian issue, that is where my concern is. In the UK, I don't think the government will call out the army to go and, put down a demonstration that is happening in the square. There's a square called the Freedom Square. What's it called? And those who were grown up, there used to be these activists who goes to that Freedom Square to go and insult the British government. It's a place where you can go to insult people. And I used to listen to him. I can't remember his name now. He was a very popular guy. He was a public speaker. He was a young man. Okay, and people used to listen to him a lot. I'm sure that some of us who grew up in Benue, because that thing went around Benue for a long time, because some of our friends who go to England that time bring it back, because that guy goes to the public square to speak about the British government and what they are doing, around the world, and insult the Queen and all that. He was never prosecuted. As long as he was that in that, it's just like the square we have in Abuja, where you can go and demonstrate. When you enter that place to demonstrate, the police what they can only do is to allow you stay in that Unity fountain and say all you want to say. You can even insult whoever you want to insult, and then after that you are supposed to go free, because it's a place to express yourself, and it's easy to allow people to express themselves, because when you don't allow them to express themselves, when it's bottled up, it turns out to be something that maybe the government cannot be able to control. So what am I trying to say? Let's not give them the impression that they are doing so much for us, because they are not. If they were doing, there are many people who are living outside Nigeria today who will not be living outside Nigeria. But because their expression of their thoughts have been scuffled, they cannot speak freely, they cannot move freely, and so they decide to say, you know what, let me give myself some space. And a case in point is the issue of David Hyundai. What was his other name? David, who was some days ago, he was in Zambia. Is it Zambia? Zimbabwe. I was totally detained. Okay, and the fate that happened to Nnamdi Kanu was going to happen to him, not because God gave him wisdom to act quickly. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. Why is he being detained? Because he has been able to expose some major truths. So now has now become an enemy of state. The more African states, or Nigeria in particular, sees people who do not agree with them as an opposition and a people that needs to be eradicated or removed from the scene, the more we will get into this deep nonsense we're getting into. It's not a problem that if I don't agree with you means that we're enemy. No, you have a viewpoint and you can express it, and I can equally express my own. We can agree to disagree, as the case may be. It doesn't mean that you're my enemy, That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Regarding this, Masca, I think you are next. Cantilla, I'm not sure which is which, but I think you are next. Cantilla, are you okay? Masca, please go ahead, and yeah, go ahead, Masca.
All right. Good evening, everybody, or is it afternoon there? Can you hear me, guys?
Loud and clear.
All right. Partly, I came in to support. There's this guy, Will. I think he was saying a couple of things. Clearly, the forum, as always, wanted to shut him down. But the reality is that we can't keep re-echoing. It's like when you come to this platform, you know what you're going to expect. Day in, day out is just to bash Nigeria. Yes, it's okay. We know that they are not doing the right thing. We know that we should do better. But the question is, who is going to do it? If the government, for how long now? I think this is 60 years or 60 something after independence. It's evident that the government as it is now, if everything remains as it is, nothing new is going to happen. So the question is, what do we do? I think the discussion should be more of that. The truth is that every Nigerian knows that Nigeria is not working. It's a waste of time and energy to repeat the same thing day in, day out. And we know that partly the responsibility is that government anywhere in the world takes leadership. They are not taking the leadership, but we as citizens also, is our role just to criticize, or do we should be asking ourselves, do we just stop at these criticisms? Is it enough, or do we have to do something else? And I like the fact, forefathers, that I think to a large extent, I'm happy with some of the things you do, because we can't allow all ourselves to convince ourselves that it's all gloom and doom. So thank you for always trying to bring out positivity. I actually agree with you. During the answers, I think one of the things that I highlighted was the fact that they met some of the requirements that they put on the table, and the requirement kept changing.
Yeah, your audio has gone. Your audio has packed up again. When he comes back, I'll let you know. Or maybe you want to go out and come back in.
I've seen his audio. As
Go
usual.
on in. KJ keeps trying to cut people out, eh? And who normally cuts you out? There was someone. Katila, please welcome. I'm not sure I've seen you here before. Have you been here before?
Oh yes, I have. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
I can tell you I've been here before. Go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been listening. There's so many conversations that we're having, so many good points have been drawn. But
Just hold on for a second. Let's see whether Maska can say something so that he can round up. And Maska, can we hear you? Oh, it's still off. It's still off. Oh my God.
yeah,
How
don't
is that
worry. I'm
even
just
possible?
gonna make a few points and then I'm
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
All right, go ahead, Cantilla.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I just want to make a few points because I've been hearing conversation. I agree with most points that were raised, but I think one of the major things, in my own opinion, is that Nigeria did not define who they are, or like if you ask an American like well, who they are, they know that they have the backing of the government. They know that, and the branding itself. So the way we branded ourselves, we allow is like we take it to them. Whatever they say that we are, that's who we are. It's not that we are saying that this is who we are, and this is our way of life, and this is the system that we've created. I think that's the big missing part of what I have found out because it's branding, it's all marketing because everything that we know, we've been to all these countries, we've seen the economy, we've seen, if we break it down to all those other parts, they don't really have what they say they have. We have the natural resources. It's like almost like a fool's game. It's like what they're showing is like, yeah, we took your goal because you refused to think about, taking it to the next level. We took your raw talent, your footballers, your beauty, your art, everything because you couldn't derive strength from what you're seeing. So I think from coming from that perspective, that's what I've begun to find out. But as a whole, moving forward, I think the way forward is that we should establish more sporting activities. I think, when Nigerians, I always remember when we were watching the Super Eagles, 96, 95. That's one huge unity. And establishing of stadiums and all those other parts has actually kind of unified Nigeria for just those few hours. So I think if we have more of that platforms created for people to express themselves, just like KJ was saying, we need more of those platforms.
You see what one of the co-hosts is saying, the sports care. Yeah. but sports is good though. Yakini, where is Yakini from?
No,
Yakini,
if I'm talking about sports, I'm not just talking about soccer. I'm talking about those abandoned. I know.
But I just want to be sure. I don't know. Is Yakini from the north or is Yoruba? Does anyone know Yakini?
Yakini is from Yoruba land.
Hey, he looks like a northerner, all right. Go ahead now. I'm just checking.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong.
Of course not.
In the north. Yeah, I mean, so many people. As I'm saying, yeah, sports. If I'm talking about sports, I'm not talking about soccer because that's what we already bring it down to. There's other track and field. There's volleyball. I grew up with tennis people in Kaduna State. Like, there's huge tennis community, but it doesn't exist right now because we still have the tennis federation, but you can't really point out what it is that they're really doing. Are they growing talents? Are we competing at a high level? Do they have all those equipment? I think this is my own opinion. I think with that, we can build a better and healthier Nigeria moving forward. So that's why I just wanted to
let me ask a question now. While you are talking about sports, because that is forcing me to think about the landscape of Nigeria. I feel like before now, Nigeria was a little bit more open to multi, sporting way of coming to unity. But do you think that the North has become a little bit more conservative now, and meaning that sporting activity may be seen as a little bit too showy, and that may limit in the north?
Look,
because I get a feeling that that's what you get from like the Arab world, like
no,
in the Middle East. They don't support a lot of sports.
See, I grew up in Kaduna State, and it has everybody in Nigeria in that place. I grew up with different.
Yeah, but Kaduna is not exactly very.
I'm just
Kaduna
giving my
50-50.
own experience. Yeah, I'm going to say from my own experience. I mean, I'm sharing my own. Yeah, I'm sharing from my own story. So me seeing that and traveling around Nigeria, I've traveled around. Sports has made us travel. We've done competition in different states. We did the Shell Cup. The school I won Shell Cup 2000 from 2000 to 2003. It was huge because it brought schools. I'm talking about high schools. It brought schools together, schools that we will never know. In Ede or Osun State, we've been there. We've gone to Lagos. We've had competitions there. But that and NYC too has a program because I think that's the idea, so that if you grow up in one part of the country, they get to push you somewhere. I'm not saying everything is perfect. I'm just saying the infrastructure is there. It just needs a little more polishing, a little more attention. We just need to take it to the next level, I think Nigeria is heading towards, we need to also fight for our own economic freedom. We've got the freedom of, we took the colonial masters. Now we get to build a system, define who we are as a people, as a community. This is who we are. This is the system that we abide by. Because in every nation, you need that platform, because you can have all the natural resources, but it's going to mean nothing if you don't know what it is and what is. Because a lot of that's what has been happening in Nigeria. You're growing up in your village, you have steel, you have raw materials right underneath your feet, but you don't know what it is. And now somebody's going to come to your line and it's like, oh yeah, you don't know what it is and you're not making use of it. What do you think is going to happen? Of course they're going to take advantage of it, and because you don't know what it is. So part of that is also us identifying who we are. This is the system. If you find a raw material here,
this comment. Sorry, man. These commenters, they are crazy, man. They are going crazy right now.
I know.
They are picking on everybody on the panel. So what's wrong with these people?
All right. Yeah.
They are picking on everybody on the panel. One of them said, "Let me take your glasses off. Let's play sports." So yeah, I wanted to ask, like the sports you are talking about, like the school you participated in. Was it like general sports where you go and compete in like different athletics and different things?
You've never heard of Shell Cup?
I'm not.
Okay. That's where that's the whole thing.
Oh God, KJ is now laughing at me.
That's a big deal.
Is it like interstate kind of sports?
Okay, so a Shell Cup, I can't believe. Well, it was a competition that the Shell community organized for schools all around Nigeria to help. It was done in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then the people that are coordinating the thing, something happened. One of them died, and the whole thing went south. So I think that's what happened with that. But it's a great idea, and we benefited a lot just by having that platform and that program, and freedom to express yourself and find yourself and see what it is that you can contribute to the society as a whole. So that's my example. I'm not just saying that this is a copy and paste solid, you can't do anything else with it. I'm just saying there are different platforms that we can moving forward. The different platforms. I mean, we can sit down and talk about all the problems. They're never going to go away. Every country has their own problem. Every country has their own, believe it or not, they're going through their own financial crisis. We're not the first to have what it is that is going on in our country. But us as a people, we have to sit down and really define. Because if you go to Nigerian embassies, how long does it take you to have a visa? Someone explained it. I had that experience. It was an ugly, you're supposed to run to your embassies to have refuge. But that's the place you get oppressed the most. It's a sad story. I'm not happy about it. I'm not,
I'm just showing something right now. I think show is advocating that this is sports It's called
Yeah,
it's
and let me
called
tell
mad
you
horse
something.
racing. Is it a thing? The racing is it the horses? Oh my god!
Yeah, this is more like
Maybe
this. Yeah,
is this going to go to the Olympics or something?
you
I don't
see,
know how they are going to
I,
make the argument
okay,
for this one.
okay, this is it. I don't know whether they're trying to we're trying to poke fun of the thing. This is it. Nigeria may never win FIFA. Why? Because
This is madness.
yeah, Nigeria would never want. This is our sport.
This is some crazy horse racing, man. The horses are, are running, they are running their riders into buildings. This is madness. You know, Nigeria is full of all kinds of things. You know, I never knew this one was there too.
Yeah,
that is some crazy stuff.
But
They were running.
Just like that, yeah. We need more of those things.
You know, sorry. You know, the north of Nigeria is quite an exciting place. You know, I just fear that the conservatism that is going on now is going to shut it down.
Fear about that. That's why I'm bringing.
I'm really worried about that. I'm really worried about that.
No, there's no any worry because I told you, is from the north that we play organized sports with coaches, staffs, everything. It's not. It's in the north that we have all that.
That boxing. It was that boxing. They use one hand to box. That one.
Just, I don't know why we need to travel more and experience Nigeria more. That's the whole thing because the schools and the systems and the programs that we had in place at that time gave us that privilege. We traveled all around Nigeria. We traveled from Sokoto to Taraba. And if people keep saying the north, where will you regard as the north? From Taraba to where? Or Bauchi or Jos or Plateau? Where will you call north? Are they central or they not? Are they middle belt? Geographically, this is an argument that is going to take forever. If you agree the north has 19 states, let's go with that. Then you really cut. You should look at the map really well. If you have 19 states over to the north, then what do you have left? We should. And my point of me bringing this is that
look at this another one again. This Dembe, this is sports. They do have a lot of exciting things going up there. It's just that I just worry that these things are going to go away in the near future if they carry on.
Is this worse than UFC? Is this worse than UFC? We have three Nigerians that held those belts. Is this worse than UFC?
There's a lot of dynamism going on in the north, just as much as the south.
You know how many people are dropping, having concussion of American football?
Forefather, let's come in here. You see, the north has always been excited. It's an exciting place to stay or to live. Nobody's taking that away. Like I said earlier on, if you're looking for the center of creativity, you can't take it away from Plateau and Benue. You have a lot of creative minds there, and I've worked with a lot of them, and I know a lot of them. In fact, the pack of the group that brought forth Tupac, Two-Face, there used to be 5 of them. They were called the Mango Trees. Now, the other ones are also in the class of their own. I'm just giving an example of a few. And if you come to script writing and television, you can't take it away from Plateau State. The scenery is they have the scenery, they have the actors, they have the manpower. So this is the diversity we have in Nigeria, for which any meaningful government who wants to develop its people can build industries around these areas. And I've said that much about Benue. If you go during the season of mangoes, there's the one they call the Peter mango and the Julie mangoes. They are this big. Okay, you alone can't finish one of it. Very sweet. All right, but those mangoes are harvested, and most times they are wasted because there is no way to preserve them, and the government is not thinking about it. I thought by now a meaningful government would have put so many of those fruit industries and now we'll be producing and sending out, not importing fruit. Fruit juice. Okay, not importing. Nigeria have no business importing fruit juice. If you go to Plateau, you have the watermelon in different sizes. You have the cabbage, the carrots, and just call a few of them. And these things are wasted. After a while, they are thrown away because the farmers can't sell it. They only have the road to sell it. And now that people don't even travel that much, how are they going to sell those things?
It's because there's no system in place. There's no
if you
design system.
And
That's
you
it.
just it to what I've been talking about, how to develop Nigeria. You can now see that we don't have leaders who have the intention of developing these places. It's not saying, it's not
Let's let Abba say something, and if you can say something anytime you want, so you don't need permission from anybody. Once you want to talk, raise your hand. Everybody waits for you to speak. Okay, it's just what it is.
If you just want to let me know, because I've noticed that your hairstyle have changed too. So
okay.
So please feel free to interject anytime you want.
Exactly. So let's let Jonaba add to it, because Jonaba probably came in to say something. Jonaba, welcome. And what do you think about? I like what Kantili said. He said he's really painting a picture that I was worried was being lost in the north, because I fear that there is a lot of conservatism going on there, at least from the narrative here.
No, there's not. It's not. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not. Let's kill that narrative. There's nothing like that. The North belongs to everybody in Nigeria. If you're in Nigeria, and we grew up with that. We grew up with that. But the narrative and the brand that I keep hearing, and that's why I jump in, is because I grew up in the North. I grew up with everybody. You can ask people that grew up in the North. You meet everybody from Cross River, from everywhere.
If I may ask, how long ago have you been there? How long ago have you been to the North?
What do you mean? I grew up there.
How long have you? Yeah, I know you grew up there, but are you still there, or how long ago have you been to the north of Nigeria?
I'm in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out.
Not that long ago then. Okay, that's fine, because I was thinking that maybe you are away for 10, 15 years and you still have that same picture of the north. That's why
of course, the whole thing is not going to be the same. Yeah, I'm always going to say Nigeria is the same 10 years ago. It's not the same, because the narrative and the branding has already been going down, and the insecurity. There's so many things that's happened, but we can resurrect it because the infrastructures are there. Things are in place, but we have to find common grounds to build a financial system on all these things that we have, because all these are treasures. We can actually build a financial system and then build on it, because that's what we call Nigeria. It's a system that is being placed for us to be able to extract something out of it. That's how I see it.
I like how you think. We need more of your kind of voice.
I mean, KJ, what's funny is I might try to crack you up, or that's not what I mean. No.
Leave KJ alone. Let Abba say something. Leave KJ alone. Otherwise, this is not going to end.
I thought that this should be the platform.
Let's leave that for now.
It's not about that.
I know they are going to try to attack you.
This is my experience.
I'm going to meet people. Let Jonaba talk. He has to have his say. He has been patient.
The comment section is going crazy.
Let Jonaba say something. Don't worry, we're going to come back to it. Let Jonaba say something. And Jonaba, please go ahead.
Sometimes it's a little bit confusing to me, the way we think as a black people. The enemy of black people are black people themselves sometimes. We cannot continue dividing ourselves, and we think we have strength. Said on this platform over and over, the elite all over the world are the same. The citizens have to rise above them. Otherwise, as far as divide and control strategy is in place to tell us whether through tribal line or religious line or ethnic line, we will never have the strength to combat the enemy of us, which is us. I hear one of the reasons why I even joined, I was on the ground watching on the YouTube, and I was hearing all these Nigerian go apart, no go apart. Can you imagine Nigerian today stand by Niger, knowing that what has happened to them and so many other African countries, that enough is enough? Do you see the force and you see how the world will react to it? That we know that black people have come to say enough is enough. And as far as we believe that, there is no more simply because we're enjoying the Western stuff, that we are no more at war or we are no more the slavery have abound, then we are not facing the reality. So it's a system that is bigger than us, and no one of us alone can face it. We have to face it together. And the only way we go about it now is the way forward. And the way forward is cannot remove something without having alternative. You cannot just blame everybody and you do not produce any results. You cannot just say, my dad told me, don't say who should do it. Why not you? So the notion that we know that we all have acknowledged Nigerian is not working for anybody. So what do we do? Are we going to fold our hands and keep complaining and talking about this divisional thing? Or we are going to say, who are the Nigerians that hold Nigerian hostage? Oftentimes you refer to some particular tribe and all of that. Does it mean that your area, whatever is allocated to you by the federal government, somebody come behind the door and take it? That make you not developing your own region? They're all the same people. In Abuja, when the guy says, Fabio say you have given the money, whatever he said, it didn't go to all of them. We're all victims. Even these people sharing this money, they are victims. They don't know better. Because they are blinded by fear of poverty and the system that